Thank you for purchasing my course for cybersecurity from beginner to master. My name is Frederick Charles. I bring over 13 years of experience in the field of cybersecurity. I created this course specially for student, IT professionals, and anyone who's eager to learn about cybersecurity regardless of their background. Throughout this course, I made sure to cover all the key aspects and domains of the cybersecurity, giving you a comprehensive understanding of the subject. The course content aligned with the industry standard, ensuring that you will get the knowledge on skill on most relevant in today's landscape. So I have added in the 360-degree angle of this courses will be there. So you will be getting a knowledge on all the domains, on all the aspects as well. In addition to the lessons, you will find the slides, link, and resource material in the resource folder. So please feel free to download that one. To help you to gain hands-on experience, I have included lab exercises that I hope you will find engaging and useful. These practice exercise will allow you to apply what you learned in the real world scenario. If you ever need a clarification or support regarding anything in the course, please don't hesitate to comment below in this comment in the course below the course, or reach out to me directly via Discord or Telegram. I'm providing the link in the resource link as well, so you can reach out to me. I'm always happy to help you. I'm committed to keep this course up to date with the latest cybersecurity trends and practicing. So please be sure to check back for the future any future updates. I truly appreciate your support and I hope you will enjoy the course. If you find it valuable, please feel free to share it with your friends and leave your comment feedback in the comment. Your input will help me to improve the course and make it more accessible to others. Once again, thank you and wish you the very best of luck in your journey to become a cybersecurity expert. Enjoy the course.
We live in an increasing digital world where data flow constantly and cyber threats are ever present. Cybersecurity is about protecting the data and safeguarding from our system from the cyber attacks. In this course, we will be explore what cybersecurity is and why it is so important in today's world. What is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity refers to the practice of protecting the system, network, and data from cyber attack. It is encompass technology, process, and practice that safeguard computer, network, program, and sensitive information. In the essence, cybersecurity ensures that we can safely use the digital tools and services which we rely on without falling victims to malicious attack. Why cybersecurity is important in today's world? So let's now break it down into five key reasons: protect data, prevent financial loss, ensure business continuity, support digital growth, build trust. Data is an asset. It includes sensitive information, financial record, and intellectual property. Without proper cybersecurity measure, this data is vulnerable to hacker who can steal it, sell it, or use it for malicious purpose. Example: personal data breaches, where hackers steal social security number, credit card details, or medical record. Cybersecurity tools like encryption, firewall, and strong access control help to prevent unauthorized access and protect this critical data. The next, cybersecurity helps to prevent financial losses. Cyber attack can be incredibly costly. For example, ransomware attack where hacker encrypt your data and demand a ransom to restore it have become increasingly common and cost companies millions of dollars. In 2017, WannaCry ransomware attack, for instance, cost billions of dollars in damage worldwide. By implementing robust security measure, business can avoid this costly attack and protect their financial stability. Another crucial aspect of cybersecurity is that ensure business continuity. In today's interconnected world, business rely on technology for everything, from managing operation to interacting with the customer. A cyber attack could bring business operation to a halt. A denial of service or distributed denial of service attack, for example, or overwhelming a company systems which traffic cause the service disruption. By safeguarding systems with cybersecurity protocol, business can avoid disruption and continue operating smoothly. Cybersecurity also play a vital role in supporting digital growth. As we continue to adopt digital solution in our personal and professional life, whether through online banking, e-commerce or cloud-based services, cybersecurity became more important. Without it, the digital infrastructure we rely on would be at constant risk. Securing the system encourage innovative and trust in the digital service. Cloud security measures, for instance, ensure that companies can scale and grow without compromising the data integrity or security. This protection is essential for the growth of business and the overall digital economic. Finally, the cybersecurity is the key to the building trust. Customer expect company to protect their personal information. When a company has a strong cybersecurity framework in the place, it demonstrates it committed to safeguarding the customer data. A high profile data breach can only result in a financial penalties but also damage the company reputations and erode the customer trust. Think about the Target data breach which happened in 2013. A million of customers were affected and the company image was severely impacted. Investing in cybersecurity helps the companies build and maintain the trust of their client. In the conclusion, cybersecurity is a fundamental part of our digital world. It protects the data from hackers, prevents financial loss from costly attack, ensure business can run without disruptions, support the growth of digital service, and build trust with the customer. As we move forward in this digital age, understanding the importance of cybersecurity and implementing the effective strategy is not just an option, it is necessary. Thank you for your time and see you in the next chapter. Skills required to become an ethical hacker. In this chapter, I'm excited to talk about the key skills required to become an ethical hacker. Ethical hacking is a critical field in today's cybersecurity landscape. It is important to equip yourself with the right knowledge and expertise. Let's dive into essential skill you needed. First skill you need is networking knowledge. First skill you need is networking knowledge. Understanding how the network operates is an essential for an ethical hacker. You will need to know about protocols, routers, switches, and how firewall protects the systems. A deep understanding of networking allow you to analyze traffic, identify the vulnerabilities, and potentially exploit weak point in the network. Network is the backbone of cybersecurity. Next, operating system is the key. You must be proficient in different operating systems such as Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. Kali Linux especially is a crucial because it is a widely used in penetration testing. Understanding how to secure these systems and detecting vulnerabilities within them is a fundamental for any ethical hacker. Ethical hacker also need a strong programming skills. Knowledge of the languages like Python, PowerShell, JavaScript, C, or Bash will allow you to write custom scripts, automate tasks, and exploit system vulnerabilities. Being able to manipulate and understand the code is crucial for finding hidden flaws in the system and the network. To be an effective, you must have an expertise in the cybersecurity tool like Wireshark, Metasploit Framework, Nmap, and Burpsuit, and lot more. These tools help in vulnerability assessment, exploitation, and network traffic analysis. Familiarities with these tools will allow you to scan, test, and secure network and systems effectively. Understanding the vulnerabilities is another critical skill. Ethical hacker must be able to identify and exploit security weakness in the system, applications, and network, whether it is a buffer flow or SQL injection or unpatched software. Knowing how to find this flaw help you to strengthen your overall security. Next up is cryptography. Next, cryptography is ethical hacker should have a solid understanding of encryption methods and cryptographic protocol. Encryption, secure communication, and data. So, knowing how it is works and how to break or protect it. It is a vital. Familiarities with technologies like SSL, TLS, and public private cryptography is must. Ethical hacker must be a good problem solver. Cybersecurity problems are often complex and it takes creative, patience, and critical thinking to overcome challenges. You will need to be able to think outside the box, come up with an innovation solution, and adaptive quick to new threat. It is more important to remember that hacking is not always about a technical side. Social engineering awareness is the key. Ethical hacker need to understand human behavior and how attacker can exploit it. Techniques like phishing, techniques like phishing can trick individual into giving away a confidential information and critical to be aware of this tactics. Ethical hacking comes with a legal and ethical responsibility. You must always operate with the boundaries of the law and only test the system with proper permission. It is essential to understand legal implementation of your action and to maintain the highest ethical standard in your work. Continuous learning. Finally, continuous learning is a non-negotiable in this field. Cybersecurity is constantly evolving with the new threats and vulnerability, and the emerging threats are every day over there. So, staying up to date with the latest hacking technique, security tools, and industry trend is crucially to remain effective and relevant as an ethical hacker. To wrap up, being an ethical hacker requires a diverse set of skill from technical knowledge to soft skill, like problem solving and ethical integrity. By mastering these 10 essential skills, you will be well on your way to becoming a successful ethical hacker. Thank you for your time and see you in the next chapter. Types of hacker. In this chapter, we are going to explore an interesting topic, types of hacker. Not all hackers are the same. Some work to improve security while others exploit weakness. Understanding the different types of hackers is important in the world of cybersecurity. Let's get started. First, we will have the white hat hacker, also known as an ethical hacker. These hackers use their skills to improve security by working with the organization to find and fix vulnerabilities before malicious hacker can exploit them. These always operate with permission and follow ethical guidelines. Essentially, white hat are good guys of hacking. Black hat hacker. On the other hand, we have a black hat hacker. These are the ones we hear about in the news for all the wrong reasons. Black hat violate computer securities for personal gain or with a malicious intent. They will exploit vulnerabilities to steal data, commit fraud, weaponize it, or even for illegal activity like hacking into a bank account. Their actions are illegal and they operate without permission. Grey hat hacker. Between two, we find grey hat hacker. These hackers often act without permission, exploiting the security flaws, but they usually don't have a malicious intent. In many cases, they will report the vulnerabilities they will find to the affected organizations. While their goal is often to help, their method can still violate the privacy and legal boundaries. Script kiddles. Next up are script kiddles. These are usually inexperienced hacker who use pre-written scripts or hacking tool created by others. These typically don't understand how the tool works but use them to attack the system. While they may have not have the deep knowledge of a professional hacker, they can still cause a significant damages. Activist. Another important type is activist. These hackers use this skill for political or social activism. Their goal is offer to promote a causing or bring attention to a particular issue. Common action including defacing website, leaking sensitive information, or distributing services. While other motivates are often tied to activism, their actions can still have a serious consequence. State sponsored hacker. Then we have a state sponsored hackers. These hackers work for government agencies and are involved in cyber espionage, intelligence gathering, and cyber warfare. Their targets often include foreign governments, critical infrastructure, and large organizations. They are well funded and highly skilled, making them a serious threat on the global security stages. Lastly, we have a cyber terrorist. These hackers engage in illegal activity with intent of causing the mass disruption, fear, or harm. They will hacking technique. They will use hacking technique. They will use hacking technique to attack critical systems like power grid, financial market, or even national security systems. Their motives are can be a political, religious, or ideology. In conclusion, not all the hackers are same from ethical hacker who works to secure the system to black hat who seek to exploit them. Each type of hackers play a different role in the world of the cybersecurity. As we work to strengthen the digital defense, it is essential to understand the motivations behind these types of hackers. Thank you for your time. See you in the next chapter. The four walls of cybersecurity defense. In this chapter, we are going to discuss the concept of four walls of cybersecurity defense. In the digital age, protecting the information system is more important than ever. The four wall represent a multi-layer defense approach that organization can use to safeguard their network, data, and system from cyber threats. Let's dive into each wall and understand its role in securing our digital environment. The first wall is perimeter security, the first line of defense against external threat. Think of this as there is a digital fence around the organization. It includes firewall, IDS, and IPS, which is the intrusions prevention systems and intrusions detection systems. These tools monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffics, helping acting as a barrier to unauthorized access and filter out potential threats before they can enter into the network. In essence, perimeter security protects us from external cyber attack that could compromise our system. Next is network security. This wall ensures the integrity and the usability of the organization network. It involves the technique like network segmentation, access control, and use of secure communication protocol. The goal here is to limit the movement of the threat within the network if they manage to get past the perimeter. Enhance the security with a tool like virtual private network VPN and secure configurations. Network security act as an internal guard stopping a threats from spreading and reaching sensitive areas. The third wall, endpoint security, focusing on protecting the device we usually use every day, like computers, smartphones, servers, and tablets. These are often the entry point for hackers to launch their attack. Endpoint detections and response (EDR) and the antivirus software play a critical role in it. Securing end user device to ensure they comply with the security policies, monitoring and responding to the threat at the device level, preventing them from the spreading to the border networks. By protecting the device directly, endpoint ensure our systems are secure at their most vulnerable points. Lastly, we have application security, which focus on keeping a software free from threats. This will involve secure code practicing, application testing, and patch management. It protecting application from vulnerabilities and exploits, ensure regular update, address any potential security weakness. By maintaining a secure application, we ensure that software we rely on to run our business is not an entry point for attacker. Together, we these four walls form a these four walls form a comprehensive defensive strategy. Here why they are crucial. Defense in the depth. This multi-layer approach means that if one layer is breached, others are still in a place to stop the threat. Risk mitigation. Addressing security at different levels like perimeter, network, endpoint, and application help reduce risk and likelihood of successful attack. Comprehensive protection. Each wall target a different aspect of the cybersecurity, create a holistic defense strategy that cover all bases. By understanding and implementing these four walls, organization can protect themselves against wide range of cyber threats. In conclusion, cybersecurity is not about relying on a single defense, it's about creating a multi-layer of protection, each focusing on different aspect of the system. By securing the perimeter, network, endpoint, and application, organizations can create a resilient security strategy that keep threat at bay. Thank you for your time and see you in the next chapter. The CIA tried in cybersecurity. In this chapter, we will discuss one of the most fundamental concepts in cybersecurity, the CIA tried. The CIA tried is a model that guide how we protect the data and information system by focusing on three core principles, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These three pillars form the foundation of any cybersecurity strategy. Let's explore each element in more detail. First, we have confidentiality. The definition of the confidentiality is ensure that sensitive information is accessible only to authorized individual. How it is achieved? Tools like encryption, access control, authentication mechanisms. By that we can able to achieve it. Imagine your online bank account. When you enter a password, the website uses encryption to secure your financial data. Only you and the bank can access it. Others are locked out. In simple terms, confidentiality is about keeping your private information as a private. Next, we have a integrity. Integrity ensures that information is accurate and unaltered, maintaining its consistency and reliability. How we can achieve is tools like hashing, checksum, digital signatures, and version control. Example, imagine you are sending a file to someone. Hashing ensure that the file has not been modified during the transmission. If the file is altered, the hash will not match. You will know something is wrong. In short, integrity protect the data from being tampered with it or altered by unauthorized individual. The third is availability. Availability ensure that information and systems are accessible to authorized user when they need them. How we can achieve it? By redundancy, fault tolerance, backup, and disaster recovery plan. Example, think of a popular website that remain accessible during the peak traffic or even during the cyber attack. This is achieved through redundancy, having a backup server and other fail-safe measure in place. In essential, availability ensure that users can access information and services whenever required without unnecessary downtime. Why CIA tried is important. Now, confidentiality, integrity, availability. Confidentiality, as we see, it protect the privacies and prevent the sensitive data from failing into a wrong hand. Integrity ensure the accuracy and the reliability of the data, protecting it from the unauthorized changes. Availability guarantee that information and systems are accessible when needed, ensure business continuity. All cybersecurity strategies, policies, and controls are designed to protect on these three pillars. Without them, organization would be vulnerable to various threats from data breaches to service outages. In the conclusion, the CIA tried confidentiality, integrity, and availability is a critical framework for protecting the data and information systems. Every organization rely on these three principles to secure their operations. By focusing on all these three aspects, we can ensure that sensitive data is protected, reliable, and accessible when needed. Thank you for your time. See you in the next chapter. Cybersecurity framework. In this chapter, we are going to explore three of the most widely recognized cybersecurity framework: NIST, CSA Control, and ISO 27001. These frameworks provide organizations with structured guidelines to safeguard their information system and manage risk effectively. Each framework has its own focus, but all aim to protect the data and ensure security practices are in place. Let's dive in each framework. NIST. NIST framework. Our first framework is NIST Cybersecurity Framework. The full name of the NIST framework is National Institute of Standard and Technology Cybersecurity Framework. The latest version is 2.0. The purpose: this framework helps organizations to better understand, manage, and reduce their cybersecurity risk. The NIST framework is based on five core functions: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. Identify, understand, and managing the cybersecurity risk to the systems, assets, and data. Protect, implementing the security measure to protect critical infrastructure. Detect, developing and deploying the tool to detect cybersecurity threats. Respond, taking a prompt action during the cybersecurity incidents to mitigate damages. Recover, ensuring systems and services can be restored after an attack or breach. The NIST framework is highly flexible and has been widely adopted across both government and private sector. The next, we have 27001. It is an internationally recognized standard. The full form of ISO EIC 27001 is Information Security Management System, ISMS. The purpose of ISO 27000 provides a semantic approach to manage a sensitive information, ensure stays secure. The key component of this standard includes risk assessment, security control, compliance, continuous improvement. Risk assessment: identify and accessing the potential information security risk. Security controls: implementing the controls and policies designed to mitigate identified risk. Compliance: ensure the organizations adhere to legal, regulatory, and confidential obligations. Continuous improvement: regular audit and assessment to maintain and improve the system informations maintained managed systems. Companies that earn ISO 27000 certifications so show their commitment to safeguarding. Companies that earn ISO 27001 certifications show their commitment to safeguarding the informations which can boost trust with the customer and partners alike. Finally, we have CSI control. The full form of CSI control is Center for Internet Security Control. The purpose of CSI control provide a set of prioritized action to help organization to improve their overall cybersecurity posture. The controls are divided into a 18 top level down action. But let me highlight a few key ones. Inventories and controls of enterprise aspect. Ensure all hardware devices connected to the networks are accounted for and managed. Inventory and controls of software assets. Maintaining an updated list of all installed softwares and maintaining a good inventory of it, it is very, very important over there. Data protection. Implementing strong measure to secure sensitive information. Secure configurations of enterprise assets and software. Hardening the configurations to reduce the vulnerability. It can be an operating system level or it can be a service level. Hardening of the is very, very important to keep the security posture of it. Account management. Enforce robust access control policies like R backup or identity access management. will help you to identify unauthorizations access over there, and the creations of accounts, managing of the accounts. This framework is practically and cost efficient, makes it popular choice for businesses of all the size. In the conclusion, all these frameworks focus on maintaining the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the information. But the path to achieve this vary based on the specific need of the organization. In the conclusion, NIST 2.0, CSI Control, ISO 27000 framework each offer valuable approaches to strengthen organization from the cybersecurity in the defense angle. Whether though risk management, practical control, or systematic process, these frameworks help organizations protect their critical informations and reduce the likelihood of the cyber attacks. So these frameworks will help you in the doing a analysis of the gap analysis, security things over there, and using these policies, companies can able to implement their security postures over there. Thank you for your time and see you in the next chapter. Common cyber threat faced by organization and individual. Cyber threats are constantly evolving, targeting both individual and organization. This course will cover some of the most common cyber threat that we all face, including malware, phishing, DDoS attack, and insider threat. By understanding these threats, we can take steps to better protect our system, data, and personal information. Let's begin with the malware. Malware is a short for malicious software and it's designed especially to harm or exploit system. Some common examples include virus, worm, ransomware, and spyware. Impact. Malware can steal sensitive data, corrupt the file, or even take a full control of an infected system, cause several disruptions to both individual user and organization. An example of a serious malware attack is ransomware, where hacker encrypt a company data and demand a ransom for its release. Next is phishing. Phishing involves deceptive attempt to obtain a sensitive information such as username, password, or financial detail by pretending to be a legitimate entity, often via email, text, message, or fake websites. Phishing can lead to a data theft, financial losses, and unauthorized access to the security sensitive account or systems. For instance, receiving an email that look like it's come from your bank but ask you to input your credentials is typically phishing attack. Denial of service or distributed denial of service DDoS attack. These attacks overwhelming a system, services, or network with malicious traffic make it unavailable to the user. A DOS attack can typically come from a single source where DDoS attack involves multiple sources, often thousands of compromised devices. Impact. These attacks distribute services, cause downtime, and can lead to significant financial loss due to interrupted business operation. A well-known example is in 2016 DDoS attacks on Dyn, which caused widespread disruption to major websites like Twitter and Netflix. Man in the middle attack. Let's talk about it. In MITM attack, a cyber criminal intercept communication between two parties without their knowledge. The attacker can sniff the traffics or alter the communication. This type of attack lead to data theft, unauthorized access, or exposure of sensitive information. For example, if you connect to an insecure public Wi-Fi network, and a hacker could intercept your communication and steal your login credentials without you even knowing it. Another common threat is zero-day exploit. Zero-day exploit take advantage of previous unknown vulnerabilities in the software. Developers and security teams have no time to patch the vulnerabilities before attackers can exploit them. These exploits can cause widespread system compromise. lead to a data breach and unauthorization access. Because they are unknown before the attack, zero day vulnerabilities are highly dangerous and often used in a targeted attack against high value systems. Let's return to the ransomware, a specific type of malware we touched on earlier. Ransomware encrypt the victim data and demand a ransom payment to restore access. Ransomware attack can significant data loss, financial extortions, and reception operations. A well-known case is WannaCry attack in 2017, which affect thousands of organizations worldwide, including healthcare systems. Let's discuss the important thing is insider threat. Insider threats are riskily posted by employees, contractors, or trusted individuals who misuse their access to harm the organization. Insider threats can lead to data theft, unauthorization disclosure of sensitive informations. These threats are particularly difficult to detect since the individuals involved already have access to the critical system. A classic example is an employee who leaked confidential company data or a system before leaving a company. Lastly, let's cover SQL injection. SQL injection is a technique used to exploit vulnerability in application database layer by inserting malicious SQL query, structured query language. This can lead to data breaches, data loss, or unauthorization modification of data. For example, a hacker could use a SQL injection to gain unauthorization access to the website database and retrieve sensitive information like username and passwords and credit card informations. In conclusions, we covered several common cyber threats including malware, phishing, DDoS attack, insider threat, and more. Each of these threats can be a devastating impact, whether through data theft, financial loss, or system distributions. By staying information and implementing a strong security measure, both organization and individual can reduce their risk and protect their valuable data asset and system. Thank you for your time. See you in the next chapter.
Introduction to networking. Networking is the foundation of cybersecurity. Without understanding how network function, it is difficult to secure them. In this network fundamental session, we will explore key networking components such as devices, addressings, protocol, and fundamental model. So these are the course outline we are going to see in this session. So network device and their purpose, MAC address, IP address, ports and protocols, DNS, DHCP, and YSI model. Networking devices and their purpose. So router connects two different networks and route the traffic and ensure that data is sent to the right direction. Example, imagine your home router connecting your personal device to the internet. Ensure your data packet go through the correct server. So like YouTube, you are just playing a YouTube. So from your mobile device or your personal device, it connect to the internet via ISP and it goes to the YouTube server, fetch the data and come back and play the video on your personal device. Just imagine if this is without router, how this connectivity traffic will be routed. So router plays a very important on connecting a different networks and connecting the internet and fletching the traffics and route the traffics all plays in a things over there. Switch. So switch is kind of like a, you can call it as a hub or normal network switches are available on it. So switch ports operate within a local network. So basically these devices are in the local environment. It won't be sits outside the network devices or outside the network. Directly data between devices like computers or printing, it will be directing the data over there. They work using MAC address to forward the data. So basically, the router function on IP address basis, and the switch basically works on MAC address. You don't need to worry about it. In upcoming slides, we're going to talk about what does mean IP address, what does mean MAC address. So you will get a more knowledge on that part. So you don't need to worry about it. Example like for the switches in Unicity network, a switch help devices in a lab communicating with each other effectively. So for example, you are in a lab environment or you in a library or something else, you want to access some of the files from your friend computer or from other from the library file share locations. So basically the switch is actually helping to able to achieve those things over there. Firewall. So firewall controls the incoming and outgoing network traffic based on security rule. They serve as a shield against unauthorization access. So they basically the firewall protect the network and monitor all the incoming and outgoing traffics, and it takes the steps over there. Kind of example is a company firewall blocks external malicious traffic from accessing sensitive internal data. So that basically it's kind of a authorizations one. So it's a put it in an example manner. It's kind of a security guard. So how the physical security guard will just watch your ID card or whether unauthorization persons doesn't get into the building, right? So same way, firewall monitor all the incoming and outgoing traffics and block all the malicious traffics or not legitimate traffics over there. Access points, so it can be like repeaters, again modems, and you can call it as anything over there. So these access points are basically provide a wireless connectivity in a network, allowing wirelessly devices to connect with the internet like phones and laptops without seamlessly without any issues over there. So you all know that in our home, the Wi-Fi hotspot is in all the coffee shops and everything. Even you can use your mobile as a mobile hotspot, and you can use your internet without connecting on physically any LAN cable or anything over there. So that you can connect with it, and without any issues, you can do it over there. So these are the key components, basically the network devices that are there. Apart from that, you see that NIC cards, basically the Ethernet cards. So every computer will have a LAN cable. So physically, if you want to connect your computer servers or the thing, so NIC card is very plays a very important. So basically, the same network connectivity happen via wired devices rather than in the wireless one. And VPNs, you know that virtual private network, which is helps to communicate via between the two host and sites in a safe, a secure manner, encrypted manner over there. Anyway, in upcoming topics, in upcoming slides, when I talk about in detail about VPN, you will come to know more about it over there. And IDS and IPS, which is something institution detections and prevention systems. So basically, this is something like a smartness, which based on the behavior analytics and hash signature, this will detect and block the malicious traffic, and even sometimes it block the things over there. And there is no much difference between a hub and switch. Hub is something like a small network kind of things. You can mostly you can whatever the devices your hub, for example, if you are purchasing hub in a home like small network and do it over there, you can do it. But these switches can capable of doing more things than a hub. And moreover, the one key point is usually you will find the switches in the corporate networks and large scale industries, and those were corporate networks. Hubs, maybe probably you will see it in the some small sectors like your home or somewhere sharing needed to be done in a low cost devices. You can do it over there. Okay. And a repeater, you know it very well. So this is something Wi-Fi which can be using wherever the signals are not available. It will help. It will just repeat the signal so that wherever the signal strength of the Wi-Fi is very less, so the signal will be boosted and you will be getting on it over there. The last not but the least, gateway. So the gateway is the communication. So that's where all your internet traffic goes from one end to other end. So that's the gateway of it. So how the traffic has to route it to the internet, that's the gateway is over there. So we will be talking about everything in detail about it. So you will get a more knowledge about it. So this is something like you need to know that what are the network devices and what is this purpose in the beginning in the good things over there. So media access control. So media access control is a unique identifier assigned to the network interface for communication at data link layer. So basically, This is work every devices, every hardware, whenever it is manufactured, it can be a mobile device or it can be IoT devices or smart devices, smartphones, or laptops, servers, whatever device, anything connect to the internet, it have a media access control devices. So basically this is a something like a uh, very very important, and its unique value will be there. For example, you are purchasing a phone, just imagine from your iPhone you are just purchasing on it. So each iPhone have its own MAC value will be there, media access controls will be there. So so that's what the hardware actually basically that's designed it. It's a kind of a, to put it in a very example manner, um, how we have all our own unique fingerprints, right? So whenever you are just using your fingerprint, for example, your fingerprint will not match to the any other over there. So that's why the your smartphones are nowadays having a thumbprint, and even laptops having thumbprint one. So it's all have a unique, how we have a unique fingerprint, right? So that's what identify that who we are, right? So that is why any when you move to companies or anywhere, so they take a thumbprint so that they will know, once you put it over there, they can able to identify who's this fingerprint over there. So how it is very very important, unique like a fingerprint. So same thing, the MAC address is also unique and the same. Every device that's, as I said earlier, every device that's connected to the network has a MAC address. Without MAC address, the device will not be there. So usually this is in a cybersecurity, it's also very helpful whenever there is a cybersecurity incident happen, right? So there is a lot of way hackers and people will be masking their IP address and those things, but it is will be little difficult to mask this physical address. Even they can generate a virtual physical address, but sometimes if there is a chances for it is got exposed it. So most of the hackers got it by MAC addresses. So MAC address, when you're having it, so automatically it will tell you that who's the manufacturer. Based on that manufacturing hardware, definitely you will get the serial number. Once you got the serial number of it, it will help you to figure out who's purchased it, where this purchased. So that's how the things all hackers are got it. So MAC address plays very very important on that part. So basically this is where the communication on network basis it's happen, and it's also it's easy so that the information circulate from one devices to other devices, right? So be based on the MAC address, it will be delivered over there. So you don't need to worry. When I started in explaining a little bit in the diagrammatic manner, you will be able to understand more a little bit. So let's talk about the internet protocol, IP address. So IP address is a number label assigned to each devices located in a network. So once you connected your devices in the internet, automatically the IP will be provided. So just imagine, just think like IP address is nothing but it's like your home address, right? So every home have its own door number. So door number one, or if it is a flat number, it have a different flat numbers will be there, right? So it's easy to identify, okay, I if I ordered something in Amazon or any other courier services, right? So they know that, okay, I have to deliver this package to this um, door, this is the flat. So that is where the parcels get delivered over there, right? So if suppose there is no right home address, there is a chances the packet can be missed and it cannot be delivered to your houses over there. So same ways, so in internet also every devices will have their unique IP addresses. So that's how the communications will happen from devices to devices, and devices over internet, everything will happen over there. So there are two types of versions of IPs are there. One is IPv4 and IPv6. We will not get into more detail about that things because that is a CCNA topic. So, but let's stick with the basics. So IPv4, usually you will see that 192.172.10 series. All this four digits sequence will be like IPv4, and IPv6 it's a hexadecimal, so it's a different combinations will be like it will something like 16 combinations will be there, 16 digits will be there. Uh, so this are two versions of it. The big difference what you need to do is there are two set of IP addresses are there. One is private IP address and public IP addresses. So public IP addresses is nothing but it is assigned by your internet service provider, you whatever whoever your internet ISP provider. So those people will be providing a internet service IP address. It can be a dynamic or it can be a static. So mostly organizations will have a static IP address. Static IP is nothing but it won't change at any cost, so that the because in corporate they will be needed a static IP address for the branch office communications and those things over there. So for that purpose they will be needed a static IP address. In your home network and all, you will be having a dynamic IP address. So whenever you switch off your routers or whenever there is a router goes off, power will go off and reboot, so the IP will change. So these are dynamic public IP addresses over there. Okay, so this is very very important to over there. And public address is, as I said earlier, it is provided from the internet, your ISPs over there, to communicate over the internet over there. Private IP address, it's within a local network, and typically it can be range from 192 dot series, so that whenever you purchase your modem, right, so you just connect with the ISP cable, and you when you connect with your mobile device with a Wi-Fi device, automatically IP will be fetching on it and it will be getting. So this all happen in a locally, so local networks. So your computer at home have a private IP address. So in this example, if you see that 192.168.1.1 this is all private IP address. So when example, if suppose I want to just imagine this is a YouTube server kind of thing. So if suppose I just this computer wants to flush information on the YouTube or browse the internet. So the traffic go from 144 sorry 192.168.1.4 and it reached to the router, and there it will be this IP address will it converted into a this public address, which is called NATing, network address translator. So because your private IP address will not able to communicate IP address, that is why we call it as a private IP address, right? So this is a private, this is nobody knows about it over there. And you using your private IP address, it will unable to communicate with the outside world. You can able to communicate internally, for example, from if I want to access this laptop from this days this with because without internet I can access privately, to access private informations, to access privately anything inside this network I can access via private IP address. But if I want to access anything outside the my home network or any which is available in internet, I need a public IP address. That's where your ISP comes in the picture over there. Usually the ISPs will be 192s and different series numbers will be the complete sequence will be different. Depends upon your geological locations. Every country will have their own set of IP address which is provided by the ISPs. So that is why you can able to understand, okay, this is where my mission is communicating with a different IP address and different countries and those things. That's where the traffic during the sims tools and firewall will incident any investigations. It will help us, okay, this is IP is communicating to China, or this is communicating to US, this is communicating to Russia, this is communicating to India, or whatever locations. Based on that public IP address, specific IP address allocated quantities, we able to understand over there. So let's back to the, so this is using dating this from this IP address, it goes to the YouTube server and flush the information. Again, it comes back to this my public IP address. Then it will again do the natting and it will send the request back to the 190.4. So that's how I can able to see the informations as the time. So public information, public IP address is very very important, and the IP address actually serves two main functions: identifying the host or network interface and provided the location of the host in the network. Every time you visit a website, your computer sends a request to the website IP. That's how it's again send along with the information request, the IP address. Okay, this from this IP address, I'm looking for this information. It goes and the server respond by sending back the data to that same IP address. Because otherwise, because you just imagine YouTube will be accessed to widely by almost all the countries and lot of populations you'll be accessing on it. if there is no particular IP addresses, so just imagine how the YouTube servers knows about, okay, this request, A request come from the A person, or if the C request come from the C person, right? So there is a chances of swapping the data. So using the IP address, the server is able to send back the right informations to the backcode. I can give you one example is think of a IP address as your home address, right? As I said over there, same thing. And if suppose there is no door number, properly door number is not mapped it, there is a chance again the parcel can be delivered to your neighbor or it can be delivered to the next door or next building as well, right? So that is where you're strongly mentioning your door numbers and everything information. So same thing is where over there. Let's go back to the next thing, ports and protocol. Ports are like a door that allow traffic to enter and exit a device. So like a common ports are like port 80, which is handle the web traffic, HTTP. Port 443 HTTPS, which is for secure web traffics, and port 22 for secure shell access over there. So there are like a lot of common ports are available. I just put a content. There is a port and basically all I have put a cheat sheet in the resource. You can go and download it. So that actually that informations can help you with all the which port number for which services and which is actually using for it, and it will all have the information. So that checklist is cheat sheet is actually basically it will help you to do it. So that's very very important on it. Protocols are like a let's say rules that govern how data is transmitted. So basically, there are two protocols. One is TCP and UDP. TCP is basically a reliable transmitting, so that you can ensure that informations are transmitted, whatever it has happened, it is a reliable one. UDPs are faster, used for real time services like video conferencing, but lack reliability. So, for example, you are doing a streaming with your friend, or you're just doing a video call with your friends over there. If there is a lag in your network, or if there is just fluctuations are happening, or bandwidth is down, or something else, whatever you spoken on that time, it's not going to again retransit to the your friend, right? So again you have to repeat it over there. But there are certain things like TCP, sometimes it will be for a reliable transmits over there. So emails and all, if for example you are sending an email and even you miss that, you where it will just ensure it securely safely deliver that messages over there. I can give you one example is think of your computer as an office building, and your room is a port, okay, assigned as a specific functions. So the protocol is like the rule determine how people enter and leave the room, each room. So okay, I'll elaborate a little bit. So there is a room. Just imagine your house is there. Okay, let's not to discuss of the office building. Let's come back to the. You have a house, wonderful, beautiful house is there. So there are multiple rooms are there. Okay, so probably you are taking in a one room, and the other two friends you are staying in your other rooms, or your families or someone is staying on that other two rooms over there. So when there is a package is receiving, or when the courier is delivering over there, it will it will comes to your door. Okay, so it's a holistic way like that. This package has to deliver to this house address. It comes to the house door, but this package is ordered by whom? So that is what, whether it is you or your friend or your family or someone staying along with you who has ordered it on. So that door is tells about this. This is the house to be delivered, but this package has to go to the door number A. So there will be like, just imagine there is a three doors are there, door A, door B, door C. So you are staying in a door A, right? So the package should actually reach correctly to your house address, but it should not deliver to the B, and it should deliver to the your house only. So in the same case, server will be running like a multi servers are run will be running on the same servers. For example, one server will be running a web servers will be running on that server, or probably DHCP will be running on it, DNS will be there. So multi servers will be running on it on a single IP, same IP user. So whenever the connection goes back and comes in, it will know that okay, this particular service on runs on this particular port. So this request has to deliver to this service via one time. So IP will be the same, but based on the port number, which actually helps that this need to be delivered to which service to be done to do them. So same example as I said earlier, same house. There are multiple doors on your there, but the door number specific building inside the building, which door the parcel has to deliver will exactly the parcel will comes on it. So that's why the ports also comes into the picture over there. So when you access a website using HTTPS, your data enters through port number 443 so that ensures secure communications are happened over there. Domain name systems, DNS. So the domain name DNS is a something like an internet address book. So it converts a human readable names like google.com, microsoft.com, udemy.com, whatever domain into IP addresses. Like for example, in this example you did example.com. So as a human, we will able to remember the domain names. It's very difficult for us to remember the numbers, but machines will know only the numbers. So how we cannot able to remember all the numbers over there, so to say that, that is where DNS comes into picture. So it's basically internet address. So example.com, so this is the IP address, this is the domain, and if whoever search example.com, the IP has to go, the machine is has to go, and it belongs to the IP addresses 93.184.216.34. This is what it happened over there. So without DNS, we will, as I said earlier, it will be difficult to remember the IP address for every website we will be visiting on it, right? And also, you cannot able to do a Google searches. Also, when you do go to the Google searches, it's highly impossible over there. So actually, Google and DNS actually, not Google, sorry, my bad. DNS actually helps a lot in a way of over there. It's a phone book so that easily we can search and we can get this information and everything over there. So as I said earlier, when user type example.com, okay, so the example.com goes to the DNS server and ask that, hey, I'm just looking for example.com. What is the IP address of this machine, this particular host of it? So the DNS server will have an entry on it. Hey, example.com. So this is the IP address of it, 93.184.216.34. Then what based on that IP address, so the it will goes out of the internet and goes to the reach out to the respective the example.com website, flush the data, and again come back and it will display as example.com in your web browser. This all happen in a seconds basis. That's what whenever you type a google.com, it's just a second or 3 4 5 seconds it takes and it flash the information. Not only google.com, any website you just take it to take a like to when you are searching for a first time, it will take some time to get the data. After that, whenever you are just when repeatedly you are just searching for that, then the DNS already have a DNS catches, so that flush the informations quicker faster over there. DHCP, dynamic host configurations protocol. So dynamic is something like it's automatically assign the IP address to the devices in a network. So user don't have to configure them manually. So for example, just imagine in your home network is fine. I means you can able to, there are like 1 hour devices will be there. You can able to connect and you can do it. Just imagine if there is a bigger organization, right? So how they can do it? So it's for them, they will have a 10,000 devices will be there. It is for them difficult over there. So to make the IP addressing is should be like assigning the IP address, make it very simple. So the DHCP comes into place. So whenever there is any devices connect to the network, so DHCP assign automatically the IP address from the set of pool which is already setted and available address without manual effort. Basically, it's use a DORA process. It's nothing but discover, offer, request, and acknowledgement process to offer IP address to the devices connected to the network. So if you see that, I just imagine a device is connected and using, as I said, a DORA process, it goes to the DHCP server, and the DHCP server will see the okay, what are the IP addresses available from the set of, there will be set of IP addresses we already allocated. From that, which is it see that okay, this is available, this is not available. Based on that, it was, if suppose just imagine there is other IPs actually using by other devices. So out of 10 IP address, so based on that, it flush which is IP is available, it just give it. Along with that, it will be sending a gateway, subnet mask, and DNS servers to communicate whatever. Basically, it send all the configurations to the devices over there. So I can give you one example is when you go to the hotel, right? So what you do is you just take a username and password from your Wi-Fi SDs, and then you just connect to the internet without any issue. Will be surfing on it, right? But the DHCP server from the router is gets the IP address and check, and it provide the IP addresses to your machines. Then only you're able to connect it. Without IP address, you will not able to communicate internally, or you cannot able to communicate outside the internet also. So IP address plays a very important. Just the same example, without a door number you cannot able to send a courier, or you cannot able to receive back the courier as well, right? So from address and to address is how it is important to send a letter to outside. So same way IP address is very important to send those things over there. So this is a very important OSI model. So this is basically the OSI model. Full form is Open System Interconnection Model. Is a framework that's basically standardize how the data is transmit across a network. Okay, so how the just to give it an example, like how internet works and how your communications goes from your mobile devices or from your devices to outside world and gets back the same communications. So to put it in the internet, how the flows happen. So the OSI design actually they designed it over there. There are 7 layers are designed it: physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, application layer. So there are 7 layers are there. So the layer one is physical layer, handle the physical connections between the devices such as cable or hardware. So just imagine your Wi-Fi router. You're just connecting your Wi-Fi router, right? So this is transmitting the data. So you locally you are transmitting the data. So or just imagine you're in office, you are connecting your in a Ethernet connection, right? So just taking a LAN cable and you're just connecting on your laptop or desktop. So that is a physical connection that is makes your computer to talk via internet, what's via Wi-Fi basis or wired basis. So that is basically a physical connections, because otherwise your mission how will able to talk out to the outside or internet or locally anything. So that's where the physical layer comes in the picture over there. Layer 2, data link layer. So ensure the data transfer between the device on the same network segmentations using MAC address. So that's where I said, right? So MAC address is something like very important. Each devices will tell that okay, this is the server, this is the MAC address. I have to send it, route it over there. So switch will be, so from the physical layer, just imagine the physical layer is connecting to the switch, and the switch will be routing the traffics and those things over there. So basically the switch will understand only the MAC address. Okay, so basically the MAC address, it will work on a MAC address basis. So that is where that it's having a MAC address over there. Network layer is responsible for routing the data between the devices and different network. So for a data, if to communicate internally, I use data link layer is needed. So physically switch MAC address will be doing on it. If I want to communicate outside of it or different network or different segmentations, so network layer comes into picture. So this will have a source and destination IP address, and how to communicate everything will be there. Transport layer. So this is basically manage the end-to-end communication and ensure data transmissions, everything over there. So basically this is where the protocol comes in. Based on your request, this will decide okay how the end-to-end communication has to be happen, whether it via TCP or UDP, how the communications, if there is any latencies are there, how to transfer the data without error checksums, without any issues and those things, it will be taking care of it. It's basically a guard who take care of all the train flow will be there, right? So that railway, if you just see that
the guard will be in the last coach of every train who take care of everything. Okay, the train is going very smoothly, all the compartments are fine, there is no means nothing is happening wrong. Or so same way, this transport layer will, the guard is actually take care of end to end communications over there. Session layer, this is something like session establish the connections and manage the communication sessions over there. So just imagine I just connected with the bank portal and I log in with the username and password. So this session manager will decide how long the session need to be open, how long the connection has to be open. So till maybe I'll be using some transfers and those things, that will be connection. I till the active, till I'm using something else, it'll be open. But when it is, whenever suppose I just got a call and I stepped out and it is idle, so the session has a security layer and other protocol, others design where it will timeout, basically timeout it over there. That's why whenever you see, sometimes you will see the timeout error on the web pages, so you have to re-log in. So this is actually basically this session layer take care of those things. Presentation layer, data transfer between the application layer and ensure that it's basically the compression, decompressions, everything will be take care of it. Basically, maybe just you and just in YouTube, just imagine there you will be watching 4K videos. The 4K video transmission, it have a large size of will be there. It will be difficult to send all the data transmission in a faster manner. So what will do, it will compress it and it will send it to the, so that it will make the files a little smaller, so that easy to transmit and faster to transmit the data. And in the end, when it is reached to the client's side, from the server to client side, it just say it decompress it and just deliver the message over there. So this is basically the take care of encryptions and compressions and decompressions, all that. Application is nothing but interacting with the end users applications like web browser, email, client. So whatever there are in the things, that's where it displays all things over there. Let's quickly talk about all this thing what we have talked in the design manner, so that easy for you to understand it over there. So this is the diagram of it. Whatever we have seen it, I have made it in the diagrammatic manner. So if you see that, this is how the infrastructure will be looks on it. So the routers, as I said, this is a router. So basically, if you see that the two location, this is a India office location, and this is the router in the US office. Just imagine this is a something office routing kind of thing is going on it. So you see that this is where the router comes into picture and take care of your communications, whatever it is happening on it. This is from, see, this is from router to router, everything communication of it. Just imagine without router it cannot able to communicate with the internet and the traffic will not goes out over there. So the firewall is basically will have a rules, right? So there, if you see that in here, there are set of rules. So the source IP address and destination IP address and what a protocol this has to be using, and whether it is deny or accept. So accept the traffic from this or deny the traffic from here. So all this will be based on the set of rules. The firewall will be taking care of incoming and outgoing traffics, and it will be protecting on it over there. And this is a switch. If you see that this is a switch, so switches basically help to connect, see, switches are able to help to connect the different networks like the servers, uh, and even access points, other multiple switches, expanding the networks. For example, as I said, in the enterprise, right, so there will be like different floors will be there. So 10 floors, 11 floors, so there will be multiple switches will be connected, and even in the multiple switches the connections will be communicated over there. So this is where the device basically looks connected over there. And as I said, this is how the MAC address will be looks and for every devices. So whenever the devices are connected, so every devices will have their own MAC addresses will be there. So every, and you see the MAC address are unique values will be there. So whenever you, this is basically whenever you connect any LAN or anything over there, either it can be a Wi-Fi device or in a physically, but both will works on a MAC address. So once the device is connected, it will flash the MAC address and it gets the data over there.
Okay. And if you see that this is, if I let's put it in the OSL layer, what we have seen it over there, right? So this is where the physical connection. Let me take a pen. Okay. So see, this is this network, it is connected physically. So this is where the physical layer. Okay. So something is, it's connected with a switch, or this is also physical. So this is where physical. So if there is, basically that's where it is, once it is connected to the Wi-Fi or it connects to the internet switch or something else, then this device able to communicate internally or outside, it become a capable of it. Otherwise it will become a something, a separate machine without internet, without any connectivity outside one. So you can just do whatever offline and those things, you can do it over there. Okay. So this is where physical layer comes into picture. The layer 2, this is where your MAC address. So if you see that everything works on MAC address. So the, for example, just imagine this is the MAC address of this machine is 1219, and it want to communicate with the internally on, this is the MAC address of 0202. Okay, this is a MAC address, so 20, and this is one you just imagine over there. So when it need to communicate, this will goes, the I request will be goes, and the MAC table, this switch, always any switch is there, it will maintain a MAC table of it. Then the MAC will route the traffic. Okay, this is connected on switch number 2, and this is communicated on a switch 1. So communication is has to go to core switch, and from the core switch it has to go to switch 2, and switch 2 from here it goes this. So this is where your connections go. So each MAC address will tell that which switch is actually connected, where this device is connected, on which port number. So basically this helps the communication safe and secure. It's nothing but it's something like a bus route, right? So how the bus routes are defined it, right? So this is the bus, they need to be go on this route, and this is all bus stations will be covered, right? So same thing, MAC address will help to go over there. Okay, this is layer 2. Layer 3 is, this is where your layer 3 comes in between. So this is where the communication happens. So this mission, just imagine this mission wants to access this web server. So the communication flow from, so this is a source address, and it will have the destination address of it. So the destination address, just imagine, of this web server is 192.168.1.4, and here we can understand is 192.168.10.2. So this IP address, this is the source IP address, and this is the destination IP address. So the communication go from here to the router. Okay, and this router knows about the source address, and destination address will be there. So then with the help of NAT, this is where NAT, see if you see that this is the public IP address is there, and public IP address is also private and public, and NATing will happen on it based on the rule. Okay, and it's, this will be transmitted to here, and this will have a destination. So destination router, this is, so basically this destination will have a public IP address of this mission. Okay, and here once it reaches, this router knows about the this mission IP address. So this will be sended the traffic to here, and again communication goes backwards. But when it is goes outside it, this goes as a public, and when it comes to the traffic as it is as a private. But to reach out the service and come back, its source and destination is needed. So this IP address, why this is all happen via IP address basis only, right? So here it convert from public to router reach it, and from here it goes to the public, and again it from public to private, and private send back the request to here and go back here, same vice versa. So this is where the IP addresses plays a very very important role in the network. So the, technically put it a very simple, the network layer works on IP address basis. Okay, so without IP address it won't function on it over there. Now we'll talk about the transport layer. So transport layer is take care of
end-to-end communication, right? So once it is goes, so it can be go as a TCP or UDP. Okay, so this is something like a secure connection is needed, and also it need a valid connections needed over there. So what is it goes to the TCP, so reliable connection, because I'm going to access a web page, so I need the web page completely to be loaded, not half partial loaded in case there is a drop or something else. I want the web page to be loaded properly, so that means TCP will decide over there. If suppose I'm just taking a video conference, or from the file server I'm streaming some training modules, that's okay, it's decide, it can be go as a UDP, depends upon the content and the allocations, it will decide over there. Okay, so TCP will take care of end-to-end communications over there. Then session layer, so session layer, same thing, website, so how long this website to be active. So this guy was just having on it, and there is a some he went for a meeting or something else, so server base there is a timeout will be set it in the timeout. So if there is no connection is keep going on it, and if they see this there is a no request, furthermore request is coming to the server, then basically this connections will get terminated over there, means session timeout over there. Okay, and the presentation layer take care of the compression and decompression of everything. So see, from US to India, how far it is, right? So from the internet it has to be very speed and faster. For example, when you are downloading something else, for example, this user wants to something download like a 6.5 GB of data something else, he will able to download in a 15 minutes or something else from US to India, right? So that faster. So how it is happening, it's all take care of the compression, decompression, and when it's transferred it should be encrypted up, because no one should not sniff it or modify those things over there, right? So encryption, so that is also taken care in the presentation layer over there. Then finally the application, so browser wise the user is looking on it, right? So or any other, for example FTP he using a client to download it, or any other download manager he is using to download content on it, or even your web browser is downloading the content or whatever it is, these all comes in the presentation layers over there. Okay, this is where the OSI layer comes in it over there. And if you see that, this is where I'm talking about the DHCP. See, there are certain IP addresses already set it over there, and whenever the devices are connecting it will see that okay, this is already reserved, basically it is in its function active, it is we I enable to give this IP address. If suppose just imagine if it is giving the same IP address, there is a conflict will happen, right? So I cannot able to just imagine two door number cannot be same, right? So there is a confusion again, you will not know which courier I have to deliver to which address, right? So usually that is why the municipalities actually go, national municipalities will give the different door numbers and everything. In case there is a same door numbers, are they what they do? This is a new old address, and so new door number, old door number they will be giving on it. So anything this will be there. And if there is a whenever there is a free IPs from certain pools, it automatically depends upon the request where it is coming. It's allocate those things over there. So DNS again the same. The DNS entries will be there. Like for example, example.com. Whoever searching for example.com, the content is available on this server, go and fetch it from there. So if suppose someone is looking on this server is www.staging thing over there based on host name or something else, again goes to this domain, and if we have DNS entries, all DNS entries, that's helped over there. Okay, we have seen the rules and everything. So NAT will be like, see the NAT, whenever the NAT goes, it comes from the private IP address and goes to the public IP address, and the request comes again the public to same manner over there. So this is where NATing comes in the picture over there. This is all connections. So this is where communications are happens over there. I hope now you got a very clarity over there. Let's go back to the. So that's all I have in this session one. Thank you for your time and see you in the next chapter. So these are the next chapter we are going to see in the network security fundamentals, introductions to the firewall, IDS, IPS, and their role in the security network, secure network designs and segmentations, VPNs and encryptions. We are going to see in the this session. So before getting into this, let's see what is. Let's try to understand what is network security. Network security is a practice of prompting a computer network from unauthorization access, misuse, or theft. The goal is to ensure the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the network resource. If you remember, we in the cybersecurity interaction we have seen, right, CIA, right. So based on that, so network security basically help us to attain those, and so that the confidentiality is actually maintained and integrities and availabilities over there. So network security is very very important because in today we world, all everything is connected via network. Without network, nothing is goes over there, right? So network, that's why network security comes in a big picture over there. CIA threats in the network security. The CIA is the fundamental model in the cybersecurity. That's a basic principle of it. Wherever you goes, CIA threats the basic principle of it. And you know the stands for it: confidentiality, integrity, availability. So, confidentiality is protecting the sensitive information from unauthorization access. Integrity just ensure the data is accurate and unaltered in the network. And availability is just ensuring the network services are available whenever needed. So basically, if whenever there is a web server needed, the network security plays in so that keep the malicious traffic away from it or malicious unauthorization access to that things. It will be protected over there. And where there is a file service, just ensure again same thing, protect the data from alteration and those things over there, modification, or someone snipping the traffic and modifying alteration. That is also network security help us to protect over there. Confidentiality, at the end of the day, unauthorization access to be stopped over there. Types of network threat. So there are three types of network threats are happening in the current industries: malware, phishing, denial of service. So malware is software designed, malicious software which is designed to distribute, damage, or gain unauthorization access to the network. So network security, whatever the designs you are just putting on it, so it should be like firewall rule or IDS IPS. It need to protect your infrastructure from the malware, anything causing to this infrastructure. Phishing is deceptive emails or website used to trick users to relieve the sensitive information. So again, your hash signatures and web filter, which helps whenever there is a malicious phishing link has been clicked over there, it need to be stopped it. And if there is any content is downloaded, again, using the network detections, so it need to detect and stop from the downloading the exes or downloading, opening a backdoors and all things over there. So phishing link has to protected over there. Denial of service, when there is a malicious traffics are over there using a WAF, web application firewall or firewalls. So the malicious traffics need to be stopped and it should be make the service available in rather than become unavailable of it over there. So from all the overall point, we will need to understand why network security is important, right? So put it in a very crispy manner. Network security is something without proper security. Networks are vulnerable to attack and they lead to data breaches, financial losses, and reputation damages. So, example in 2017, the WannaCry ransomware attack exploited vulnerabilities in unpatched system, affected network worldwide. So, when there is a one infections lab machine or infected, it easily it'll multiply and it'll start the malware start spreading on the network, and it created a lot of infections on the other systems as well. So if that is where the network security comes into the picture to protect all these things over there. So you need to have a proper firewall configurations, IDS, IPS, and you need to have a proper privileges and access those things you need to be having over there. So introductions to the firewalls, ideas, and their roles in securing network, we will be seeing on it. So as I said earlier, firewall is a security system that monitor and controls the incoming and outgoing network traffic. It acts as a barrier between trusted and unnetworked trusted. So it's a basically of it will see that there in the last session we have seen, right. So there are rules will be defined it. So what kind of IPs need to be permitted, from the which port number is permitted, which need to be denied it. Based on the rules, access control rules, this the traffic will be firewall will be monitored, and the traffic will goes in and out of the internet over there. So this is using the firewall, we can able to monitor and control all the network traffic, the flow of it. There are three types of firewalls are there: packet filter firewall, stateful inspection firewall, application layer firewall. So packet filter firewall is nothing but it's examine all the packet wise. It's basically it will do the connection. It will check each connections based on the defined rules and on packet level. Okay, so basically the network goes on a packet. The network goes from one network to other network. Everything is goes as a packets only. So each packet will be block or allow it based on the examinations over there. So that is why the DOS attacks or buffer overflow attacks and all can be prevented, because usually what they do is in the packet there will be malicious packet will be loaded and they will be sending over there. That's using this packet filter firewall. We can block all those things over there. Stateful in inspection firewall, so monitor all the active connections and the decision making, basically where this connection goes, whether it is connection is active or not. If there is no request is needed for on the both the side, so it will decide over there based on the states and the packets over there. Application layer firewalls, which is called a few minutes back only told, is a WAF, web application firewall. So basically this firewall will examine application specific data like HTTP traffics, and also it helps us to keep the application safe and run from the malicious traffics. So this is where the type of firewalls over there. What are IDS and IPS? So people sometimes will get confused with the firewall and IPS and IPS. So both are different. Okay, so firewall is basically a rule based one. So it works like which IP need to be allowed, which need to be blocked, which port number communication has to go, which port numbers are rejected. All this are like firewall will be doing. It's basically a rule based things over there. But IDS is something like IDS and IPS works on signature based and behavior based things will be over there. So IDS is nothing but it's monitor the network traffic for suspicious activities, and it will alert the administrator. It will not block. So IDS is something like intrusion detection. It detect the something is happening. Okay, I see that there is a something malicious activities are happening. I see that there are a lot of huge of amount of data is uploading to the internet. So it should not be there is a limitations. For example, each organization for data exfiltration, they have a limit. So apart the limit, I see that huge data is transmitting from this network. That has been suspicious happening over there, because maybe the ransomware. So usually the ransomware what to do is it, before encrypting the file, it will be uploading all the content to the hacker server things over there. So this is actually detect and prevent, means one what I'm saying is just one example of it. So ideas will this is what will happen. But IPS is it is also detect only, means it will also do the same functionality. But what this will do is it detect and block the connection without human interference or without human things over there. It goes and block the things automatically in the real time. So some it's case to case. Wherever there are sometimes idea solution is needed, sometimes there are IPS solutions are needed. For example, if you have a SOC team is running on it, the alert will be sent to the SOC team, and SOC team will decision take a call whether it is a true positives or false positive. If suppose there is no much applications, it's based on applications on it, or there is no SOC environment or something else, I need to be more robust security operation, then IPS will comes in the picture. So automatically it will block it, even though whether it's a false positive, it will get the block it. Then later on during the troubleshooting, then they will allow it over there. But it should be something like uh, depends upon the environment and depends upon the case. They will be there over there. In ideas also, ideas or IPS, there are two types of there. One is network based and host based things are there. Okay, so if suppose any malicious traffics are happening, any malwares are spreading via the network, so this actually ID network based ideas IPS will detect it over there. In case any malwares are transmitting via from host to host or detect some vulnerability basis is opening going on it, the host based IDS IPS will be detecting over there. So whenever there are you need to understand quite this, because there are certain antivirus will have only network based one, whenever certain antivirus will comes in the both things over there. So you need to understand what is the difference between those things. Otherwise it will be difficult because you think that okay, this is capable of capturing everything, but when it comes to the reality, you might fail it over there. So it's good to know that there are two types of IDS and IPS. Is that one is network based functionalities and one is a host based functionality. Okay, most of the modern device security solutions are comes with the both, but depends upon you need to be more things understand it over there. So how firewalls and IDS and IPS work together? So let's all put together everything because without only firewall you cannot able to protect your infrastructure. You need to have a firewall and IDS and IPS, either IDS or IPS, or you both combinations depends upon your things, but it needed. So the aim is to strengthen the network security by using on it. So for example, the firewall rule, if it is missed over there, again you have a secondary IDS and IPS will help you to protect it to other. So there is like a second guard to protect over there in case IDS if IPS is missed over there. Firewall is there, so that you have a multi firewall, multi security strength, network security strengthening your security layer. Just basically have a multi layer, so to protect your infrastructures, and firewall filter the traffics, and while IDS and IDS detect and prevent the threat inside the network, and everything happens over there. So this is how you can able to configure and do so over there. So next one is secure the network design and the segmentation. So what is secure network design? So network secure design involves creating a network secure architecture that minimize the vulnerabilities and limit the potential attack surface. So basically, whenever you are designing anything, so do you have to consider the network security. So where this IP address, whether it's a how who and all need to be able to access from what kind of infrastructure, okay, UAT environment, testing environment, people can able to access it, or there is a segmentations, limitations, and where the firewall has to put it over there, the ideas as to where it comes over there. In suppose you are exposing certain servers in publicly, WAP has to be defined it over there, monitoring, all these things factor. So whenever you're designing the infra things, so you have to consider this network secure design manner, so that you can minimize the vulnerabilities and potentials attacks on the infrastructures over there. The key principle of creating whenever creating a secure network design is least privileges. Ensure the users and devices are only have access to the resources they need. You should not provide access to everything to everybody, right? So you need to be stick with the operation, stick with the business, stick with the their role based access, and those things you have to do it over there. Depth in the defense. So basically, the layer wise, multiple layers you have to create it to control the protect against different attack vectors, because certain attacks can be happened in a firewall level, certain attacks can happen in the host. So you have to have a multi-layer controls to protect the different attack vectors. And moreover, if you see that phishing links, right, phishings will be just a email that comes over there, but when a user clicks over there, the web filter has to protect over there. So you have to have a multi-layer security controls to defend against those things over there. Zero trust. So zero trust architecture model is widely approaching in all the organizations, and they are moving on it. So basically, it's one word is never trust anything. Always verify. Every users and devices is should be potentially one. Anything is any missions are internet connecting devices, everything is a hackable. So don't trust any devices. So validate, verify, and don't with the assumptions, just validate and see the what is the potential threats over there. So this is a key principles of security network designs over there. What is network segmentation? So network segmentations involves like dividing a network into a smaller segment, each with its own security controls. This limit the spread of attack if the segment is compromised. So in organization, you see that there are multiple departments will be there: finance department, operation department, developers, IT departments. So each departments will be comes in a different segmentation. So for example, if development team has downloaded some code and it has become a malware, so the infection will happen only that development computers only. It's not going to infect the computers which is are in IT or finance or accessible. So using the network segmentations, it's actually help us to means divide the networks into the one. Just imagine in your home network, usually you having a guest Wi-Fi is always better, because you are permitting some unknown person or your friends or family who doesn't know that device is how it's secure or this, so you're just allowing into your infrastructure. So you're not allowing, you're just creating a guest wi-fi access controls and you're just giving over there. So what if suppose that device is compromised, if suppose something has happened, it's not going to infect your actual ssIDs over there. So network segmentations plays a very very important role, and this is how companies can limit the spread of an attack if the segment is compromised. Benefits of network segmentations, as I said earlier, it improve the security, reduce the risk of lateral movement in attack, so that one-to-one computers, those things will be limited over there. And enhanced performance. So basically, this will give you the isolation since the segmentations are happen. So the traffic will be flows very easily. We improve the network efficiency. So there won't be a congestions or those things will be happened over there. Simplified compliance. So helps to meet the regulatory requirement by isolating the sensitive data, so that nobody, only the certain people who need access, only those will be have a access to that one. So it's again simplified. It's helping the compliance things as well. VPNs and encryptions. So VPNs is basically virtual private network. Create a secure tunnel between a remote device and the network. Encrypt the data that pass through to prevent the interruptions. Encryption, the process of encoding the data so only authorized party can access it. Even if it is a malicious actor intercept the data, it is unreadable without the correct decryption key. So people usually confused with the VPN and encryptions. Both are not same, both are different, both are different functionality, but they both help in security and privacies and encryptions over there. Example like VPNs are like a secure armored vehicle transporting the sensitive data across dangerous roads. Okay, so wherever there is a thief or something else, there are high crime rates are there. The armed vehicle is basically helping to cross the road without anything over there. Encryption is lock the data in the vault that only authorized people can open it. So the door is, even though someone is hijacked that vehicle, they need to have a key or thumbprint or number to open that one. So encryption comes into that picture actually over there. Okay. So I hope now you got the understanding between the VPN and encryptions over there. I hope I'm not so fast. In case if I am just talking so fast, try to move around with the speed adjustment so that you can easily, when you are shifting the speeds to 1.5 or 2.5 something else, so that maybe you can able to hear what I am saying it. Maybe my accent is little different or maybe little bit speed. So using adjusting the speed of the videos, you can able to hear what I'm exactly telling on it over there. What is a VPN? VPN is a virtual private network, creates a secure encrypted tunnel between your device and internet over there. So if you see that without VPN, this is your device, it goes to the ISP and from there it goes to the internet over there. See that it is all not encrypted. So even ISP knows that what you're browsing and everything over there. Okay. So the entire traffic is can be manipulated, or the entire traffic can be intercepted and modified over there. But with the VPN, so when your user device connects to the VPN client, okay, and the VPN client encrypt the entire traffic and send to the VPN server. And from the VPN server, it goes to the internet over there. So that internet doesn't know that where this request comes from it, because it's already in. And even the ISPs cannot know that what request is sent from here to there. Okay. And if suppose hacker just want to intercept also, since he need a encryption key to decrypt and just modify it, he need means he need a key over there. So VPN is basically helping you to protect your privacies, and it is individual wise. In a organization wise, it's helped to make a site to site communications, so that the two branch of two different offices able to communicate, able to access their private data centers and those things without any issues, based used on the IP site to site VPNs and those things over there. Okay. So there are two types of VPNs we have seen it: remote access VPNs and site to site VPNs. Okay, So basically, the remote access VPNs is VR users, normal individual users, allow users to connect securely to private network from remote locations without revealing what searches and those things over there. Side to side VPN is connects the entire network in different locations securely from one location to office and all can connect and they can use it over there. What is encryption? Is simple. So just imagine the plain text hello is there, so it will be encrypted into a cipher text, okay, and the key will be attached it, and without a key this information, the plain text will not be able to visible, so you need a key to decrypt it and you will be able to see the. So encryption is the process of converting the data into an unreadable format which can be only decrypted with the correct key. If this ensure the confidentiality during the data transfer, so nobody can change it. So that's why we have a HTTPS into place. So HTTPS, when the HTTPS is there, so nobody, you are just confirm that you are communicating to the right server, and whatever the informations you are just entered over there, nobody can intercept and modify it over there. Okay. There are two types of encryptions are there: symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption. Symmetric encryption is something like use the same key for both encryption and decryptions, and asymmetric key is like use a pair of public and private key for encrypting and decrypting. So the both the key it have asymmetrics are have a two different set of keys for encryption and decryption. Symmetric will have a same key for like use the same key for encryptions and decryptions as well. Thank you for joining this wonderful session. See you in the final session of it. Thank you for your time. See you in the next chapter. Networking and securities are fundamental element of cybersecurity. The key takeaway from this session is understanding device and protocol is critical for securing the network, because that's where we will come to know that okay, what kind of attack can be possible from which kind of devices, and if something is attack has happened, where I can go and get those information. If suppose if I want to know certain informations from firewalls or IDS, I can know that what is the firewalls and those things happen. And if suppose there is a something malicious traffics are fetching on web application related, I know where I have to go and do SS. When since we have this understanding of network devices and its purpose, so that it help us to whenever we are designing the infrastructure, we will know where to tighten our securities, and if suppose we are missing those pieces, we know how to tighten that ones over there. And also, we understand the MAC and IP address are likely identifying the location of the devices in the network. We talked about firewall and IDS provide the first line of defense in preventing the detecting the attacks. VPNs and encryptions, we just saw that to ensure the data remains secure in the transferring using the with the help of VPNs and those things. So I encourage the students or the beginners to explore more like a hands-on labs with tools like Cisco Packet Tracer and Wireshark. So these are wonderful tools. So Cisco Packet, both the tools are free, which is available. So using a Cisco Packet Tracer is nothing but is a network simulator tool. So you can just go to the Cisco website and you can download the Cisco Packet Tracer free, and you can just play around with creating a basics networks like a just what I have shown it over there. You can create a basics networks and infrastructure, you can do it over there. Wireshark is a it's a wonderful packet network packet capturing tool. You can capture the packet, you can run this tool on your computer, and you can see that your computer communicates to the outside world, like so you can see the DHC traffic, DNS flow of it. When you try to access something is how the private IP address and public address, how it is communication over there. So if so, it's all wonderful Wireshark tool. You can use it and capture this packet over there. So I would recommend it. I encourage the students, I encourage the you guys to go and explore more about these tools. These tools are wonderful tools over there.
In case you have some doubt or questions or something else, feel free to comment in the below sessions. I happy to help you with the answers and tools over there. Thank you for your time. See you on next session. In this chapter, we're going to see operating system. In the previous chapters, we have seen discuss about networking and the fundamental of the cyber securities and everything. So in this chapter, we are going to see operating system over there. So these are the topics we are going to see in this course line. So as I said earlier, we're going to talk about the basic operating systems, operating system architecture, and we will be seeing essential commands in Windows and Linux, introduction to the virtualization and introduction to the Docker. We will see the comparisons of Docker versus virtualization. Installations, I'll just also show you that how to you can install Windows in a Hyper-V environment. Hyper-V is nothing but as a one of the virtualization, which is something uh, free, and it comes along with the Windows 10. And also I'm just going to show you how to install the Linux in the Docker. So this is the things I'm just going to show cover up in this chapters. What is an operating system? We as an essential software that manage computer hardware and software resources. It provides a stable environment for other applications to run and serve as an intermediate between the hardware and users. So OS basically the controls of uh, process management, memory management, storage management, and device management. If you just take any computer, any server, any storage, any phone, or any devices, it will have a process, which is something a CPU will be there, which is the program needs to run it over there, and it comes in the memory management. So whatever that's learning, it need to be stored in the ten. Storage, definitely it need a process and save and file and everything need a storage management. Device management over there. So process management is nothing but manage how program runs and ensure each process receive the equivalent resources. So that is the need of the process management. Memory management, allocate and manage memory to different program. Storage management, organize, retrieve and store data on the disk. Device managements coordinate with the input output devices like keyboard, printer, and screens. So these are the things are there. There are two types of operating systems are there. One is single user OS, multi-user OS. Single user OS is nothing but systems like Windows 10 designed for one user at the time. So you cannot use a multiple users in the Windows environment. So particularly if you one user is just using on it, only one person can able to do it. It can be do RDP, or you can use a third party tools like TeamViewer, you do, or any other tools to do a screen sharing of it, and you can do it over there. But at the same time, a multiple user cannot able to log in and utilize that all the management, like process, memory, storage, and device, everything. Multi-users like systems like Linux and Unix, designed to handle a multiple users simultaneously. So multiple users can log in and you can do it over there. So this is a you need to understand there are two types of operating systems we categorized. So let's see the a small comparison between a Windows and Linux, because these are the most widely used operating systems. Again, the Linux, why I'm covering on it. Again, it is a widely used in the server sides because Red Hat is all the servers where most of the companies are using their Linux web servers applications running in a Linux environment. So in the considering, I've just took the Windows and Linux and comparison over there. macOS is something like a Unix based on the it just same is derived from the family of the Linux, but it is customized and it is a closed one because Linux is an open source code, so the source codes will be available publicly. But if you see Mac OS or any other Unix operating systems, IBM Unix operating systems, they will be building their own customized kernels and this doing it. But Linux is derived from the Linux only. Okay. Windows operating system developed by Microsoft, you know very well. It is a user-friendly, widely used in a personal computing and support many commercial applications. So Microsoft is almost 80 percentage of in the world people are using. Roughly, I'm telling about it, but 80 percentage. People are using Microsoft as a server, as in computers, use it in individual computers. Everywhere it is widely used operating system. Large quantity of people are using on it. The reason is it's a user friendly one, so that is why people are still using on it. Windows is a preferred for business and home environment due to the graphical user interface. Simple graphical, it's easy to use, and whoever new to the operating system, they no need to spend much time over there. It's easy, they can do a copy paste. You no need to have a command knowledge. You should not be a um, sound knowledge in the operating system. A beginner can easily can do operate the Windows operating system. So that is why the Windows is widely used it, and it is very famous over it. Linux is an open source operating system known for its stability, flexibility, and security. It is preferred in the servers. So a lot of servers, Red Hat servers, are running in the in for currently in the with the industries. They are hosting a lot of applications, proxy servers, filters. A lot of things are running on that one, and it gives a it's a it's a good for the cybersecurity world as well, because most of the tools which is in a cybersecurity are built in the Linux. And the operating systems what penetration testers, ethical hackers, Red Hat teams, penetration testings, anyone who does it, mostly they will be using Linux only. So basically, there are like various Linux, are there Kali Linux, Paratoirs, Arc Linux, and even you can any penetration testers, sometimes they will create their own customs based penetration testing tools as well. So this is all will be easy to the most of the cybersecurity world also. Linux provides excellent control through its command line interface, making it popular among developers and system administrators. So you can do everything in the terminal itself. Okay, so it's very easy to control it, but only thing is you need to have a sound knowledge on the commands and what is exactly those. It's not a user friendly, it's not a beginner friendly, so it will be little difficult for the persons who first time they are going to use it, because the Windows is completely different. It is a anyone can easily operate and they can be easy to adapt it to it. But Linux is something like, even it is have a graphical interface, but when it comes to the server sides and when it comes to that, it is gives a more flexibilities and command level, easy to operate the operating systems of the Linux. The key difference between the Windows and Linux. So the cost wise, Windows is a commercial software, but you have to pay for the license, and that is the one thing. Linux is a free and open source. All you just need to go to the official website and to the Ubuntu's or Fedora. There are a lot of Linux distributions out there. So you can go to any official websites and you can just download it and you can start using on it. Customizations, Linux offer more flexibility, can modify to fit specific need, which is Windows is less customized. I'm not saying Windows will not be able to customize. Windows can be customized, but customized options are very less. And when it comes to the privacies and security factors, Linuxes are more better. The reason why Linuxes are more better in the privacies and security wise is because I said right, everything is in a controlled manner. Everything has to do in a command prompt, command manner, and it gives a more flexibilities to maintain it over there. So it's a huge topic. I'm not going to touch that part, privacies and security part of why the difference on it. So let's stick with the key difference of it with the basics. Security wise, Linux is considered more secure because it's open source nature. The Linux community can quickly find the vulnerabilities and fix the vulnerabilities over there. So the Linux community is open source, right? And moreover, it is a big community which keep the Linux systems. So that's all individual contributors who just supporting it, and they will helping to find the vulnerabilities and they fix the vulnerabilities. So that's why it's so solid and flexible, and it is stable as well. And it is so that's a good thing. Example, imagine a small office use Windows on their office desktops for each of use and productive tools like Microsoft Office, while the server runs Linux for hosting their websites and handles secure transactions due to the Linux reliability and securities over there. Why less secure means Windows I'm not saying Windows is less secure. I'm not saying Windows is not secure. Windows is secure, but
Comparatively to the Linux, the Windows are less secure. The reason why is, since it is used by 80 percentage of population in the world, so hackers always give importance to the large number of audience. So that is why Windows are getting a more malwares and more things over there. So the threats evolving in the Microsoft Windows and everything, it is growing on it because of the huge amount of quantity of people are using that product. So always hackers look in the people who use that products, right? Large quantities. So there is no point of means they're looking. So that is why Windows, the malwares are growing into factors, because most widely this operating system was used. It only the server level and only certain companies are using Linux as the operating systems for their applications, those things over there. And certain companies still they are using Windows servers for their file shares, Active Directory, SharePoints, and Microsoft also coming with a lot of products and everything. So again, they are working on a lot of security controls and everything over there. So this is the example of it over there. So let's try to understand the basic operating system architecture. So any architecture, any this is operating system architecture. So CPU will be there. So this is the CPU component, which is your processes will be running on it. So this is where your process management comes in it. So you take care of allocating the resources process to run that things over there. Memory is the component which to run the application in a smoother manner. The device is basically, it can be computer or laptop or whatever, this is the way. And everything is controlled by kernel. So kernel is very very important. This is actually uh, merge the applications and this all this component into one, and so that you can able to work as is. So the architecture of an OS is made up of several layers. Two layers are main layers are kernel and the shell. So there is a one, this is a kernel, and one more is called shell, which is in a Linux platform. So you can see it over there. Kernel is the core component of the OS, responsible for resource management, including CPU, memory, and device. The kernel operates in a kernel mode, which means it has a unrestricted access to the system resources. For example, there is a one application is running, okay, and it need a CPU, memory, and storage to process these things. So the request will send to the kernel, and kernel will go back and check the things, and it will be giving the resource to it. So this is what will happen on it. So it will doesn't there is no restriction access over there. It ensures that process don't interfere with each other and handle the task like memory management and device controls. And also this is the kernel is something like who not only just like it will not give it, it will ensure that other processes, for example, if there is a two three applications and those things are running, it will ensure the smooth transitions are happening on this, and all the applications run smoothly according to the capacity of this one. So the kernel is a main important one. Okay. And the shell, when it comes to the shell is the user interface that interact with the kernel. So the shells is basically is wherever whatever your commands are giving, whatever you think, this will go and communicate with the kernel and try to get the things over there. So there are two types of shells are there. One is a CLI, uh, which is a command line interface. For example, this is a Linux. It's called as a Bash or ZHI. This is the one thing. New one is coming over there. This is actually currently in the Linux things over there. And graphical user interface. That is a Windows. In Windows, it's called Startup menu and desktop. So in a desktop, if you give up instructions to create a folder, so this is sent to the kernel and it's created those folders over, right? So same thing in a bash, if you create a command, give a command to create a folder or delete whatever is there in it. And start menus, basically whatever things need to be run in the initial process during the starting of this, it will be take care of it. In Linux, users can choose between a graphical interface and command line interface. So that's the advantage of the Linux. You can either you can use the graphicals, or you can completely, if you are very good in command to operate this one, you can do it over there. So this is the advantage of having Linux then. While in Windows is a completely more graphical user interface is more dominant. Okay, let's see the example. When you enter a command in a terminal like ls, it will basically list the files in the Linux directories, or it will list the command in Windows dir. It will just shell interpret the command and pass to the kernel when execute and return the results over there. Let's quickly, and I'll show that these commands by running these commands on Windows and those things, so that you will get understanding of it. So if you see that, let me go to the my. This is a PowerShell script. PowerShell is running over there. Uh, so let me run a directory command. So basically, this what will do is this command will be sending to the kernel, and it will fetch all the informations regarding to this command over there. Let me stop this thing. It will be keep running on it. If you just type help, you can see that all the PowerShell related commands you will be seeing on here. Okay, and let's go to the Linux. If I do the same thing in ls, running in the command over there. Okay, so let me run this is the Linux one, so let me run a ls. So if you see that, it is actually listing all the directories over there. Let's go to the presentations. This is what the command will be there. Let's go back to the presentation. So next one is we have seen about the architecture. So next one we will see the boot process. So boot process is it's something like quite similar with the Windows and Linux. So I'm just put it in the generic manner. So it will be you don't need to worry about whether it will be having a different or whether it's be different for Linux or Windows. So I'll just cover it in the both generic manner. So any booting process, if you see it over there, the first one is power on self test. So which is basically when you power on the computer, right? So it can be a laptop or it can be a desktop, it can be Linux or whatever. It will do ensure the power on test. So just see that the smps is power source is fine, battery is fine, cpu, memory, connections, everything. It's basically see that everything is getting a power to that hardware. So hardware is, so that's a power on test will be done it over there. Once the uh, done power on self test is done, post, basically this is called as a post test. Okay, so power on self test, so that's it's basically this is done from the firmware level. So this is the firmware level, which is we called as a BIOS, right? So it's this is happened from the BIOS. So every computer, every laptop have a BIOS. So the BIOS is nothing but it comes from the your motherboards. So all these things will be there in the one. Okay, I'm not going to get into the little hardware side because I'm just trying to stick with the this course to stick cover whatever needed in the for the cybersecurity portions only. So I'm not going into in detail about hardware kind of thing. So basically, this is not a hardware plus plus Comty plus courses. So that is why I'm just not going to cover more in detail about hardware, but good to know all these things factors. So so this is, as I said earlier, this will check the hardware and initialize the keyboards and displays, everything, whatever it is, communicate to need the operating system to run it, and then once this is successful, then it goes to the initial startups. So this is where your bootloader comes into picture. So your bootloaders is something like in Linux, we call it as a grub, and in Windows we will call it as a bootloader. Okay, so this is where all your booting configurations will be there. So where the image file is, basically the operating system is installed, what are the configuration has to load, all this informations in the bootloader. Okay, so once this is actually if this is what when after you are installing the operating systems, you will be note that all these things, because once the operating system, okay, this is where my files need to be loaded, okay, this is set of the configurations I have to run, and these are the users are available. So it's everything is, this is where your complete bootloader files will be there. If suppose you, this is where somewhere you could have seen that if you are not properly shut down or something else or some application crashed it, this file will be corrupted. So that is why you will see that unable to boot the Windows operating systems, or unable to boot the kernel, or unable to find the disk memories, or those things will come, error message will comes over there. So this is where you can, then once it is there, then it will go and depends upon the selection OS. Like for example, if it is a Linux, it will boot from the Linux. If it is a booting Windows, then it will select the Windows.
So basically Windows will be the master boot record and Linux will be there. So this is why we are, you can install two operating systems in a single hardware. So that is also, you can run multiple operating systems, you can run it from there. You can go and select the operating systems based on that one. If you are suppose single running a operating system like a Windows only or Linux only, this is directly picked up from the bootloader and goes to the hardware and see if hardwares are fine, means whatever the configuration has to load it, it load the configurations and it boot over there. So the kernel installations between the hardware and will be loaded here. So this is where your kernels again loading the files. The kernel will loads the drivers, whatever the drivers, audio driver, video drivers, whatever the drivers needed, it flush from the kernel, because kernel is acting as a interface between the application and the resources, right? So this is will be hardware will be allocate whatever the memory needed for the operating system. It'll go CPU, memory, hard disk, everything it'll allocate over there. Then once it is done, system will be loading the system configurations. So like for example, the essential services, the user interface like graphics needed, whatever the theme you are modified and those things, this will be loading over there. Then finally you will be getting into Windows or Linux login screen over there. So example, in Linux systems, you can customize basically in bootloader, in Linux operating system, the advantages. As I said earlier, Linux can customize more, right? So you can go and customize the booting process. So by editing this grub configurations, you can do it. So usually the grub configurations you can find in ECTC, default, and grub. So you can change the grub like in, so that is why you have to protect this grub in the Linux operating systems. The reason is using this grub, even you can reset, hacker can reset administrator passwords also. So that is why whenever you need to protect this grub in the proper manner, so these are the things he has to do it over there. Okay, now let's go to the next topic, which is the file system management. File system is something like organize how data is stored on retired disk. So everything, whatever that you are storing on it, whatever the data you are storing, it will be stored in the hard disk. So if I user is wants to save a file, there's a file in the operating system, so it will goes in the, this is the operating system, so it will be saving and it will storing in the hard disk. It's basically that is a hard disk. And if you see in the Windows, it will have like a directories like document, download, home directories and everything. But in Linux, it will have ETCs, basically the configuration systems, and boot things will be there, and devices loadings and those things will be there, and all this little multiple things will be there over there. So if you see Windows, primarily the Windows file system, what they do is it's a NTS. So Windows primarily use a NTS, which is a full form is New Technology File System. So NTS is a robust, supports large file, allow file level security features like encryption. So even it will encrypt it. So BitLockers, if you implement it, it will encrypt this completely file. So Windows is completely uses NTS files. Linux is usually commonly use ext4 extension file systems they'll be using on it. So it's a fourth extension file systems. It offer performance improvement and better handling of large files and executions. So there are file systems components like files and directories. As I said earlier, this is the files is a collection of data. Directories are containers that holds the files and other directories in the hierarchy. So if you see that this is the root folder will be there, and under the root folder or in a home folder, if it is in a window, in Linux it is a root folder, uh, in Windows it is a C drive. Okay, so under C drive you see that multiple folders will be there. So this is files, and under this one these are directories. So everything is a directories. So under this directories, it's contain the files, whatever files are needed, it will files will be there. Okay. And in Linux, it's called lnodes. In Linux, lnodes stores the metadata about the file, such as their size, owner, and permissions, but not actual the file data itself. Okay. The permissions of the systems. Any file, if you see that any user wise, it will have a three permissions. One is read, write, and execute. So if suppose a program or any script need to be, it need should have a execution permission. If suppose the user doesn't have that execution permission, unable to exit over there. And if you don't have a permission to save or
modified the data, then you cannot able to this is why write command will come. Read is just you can access this file and see, but you cannot able to delete, modify, copy, anything you cannot do, because if suppose you don't have a write permissions over there. And Linux, this is where it is in Windows. In Linux, if you see in the command wise, it usually RW R will be format will be there. The first one is user group, and this is was for the owners, and those things will be there. So you can see data. So I'll run the command in the Linux so that you will get a better clarity on it. So let's go to the Linux and I'll run this command and show you. Okay. So if you run this command ls-l, you can see that, see, this is where the permissions are coming on this directories. So all these directories, whatever it have the permission, so based on this, the user will having on the permission. So this is a user, this is for the group, and this is for others. Okay, so others, if suppose apart from this user, this paper lab will have a access to. So basically if you see dr, this is mean directory. In this directory, this user have a write permission, execution permission, and read permission. So he have a full permission to it. Who are part of this group, for example, there is any group is there, they can only execute and read, they cannot able to write. If it is a non part of a group and anyone persons from others, so they will have only execution permission, even they cannot able to read or something else. So usually you need to be more cautious on setting up these permissions over there. Okay, so we have seen about the file systems. Now we will go to the next topic is user account and permissions. Okay, so user account is in Windows, user accounts are create and managed through the control panels, or using Active Directories. You can manage and you can do it over there. So this is where the Active Directories you can locally users can create, or from the Active Directories you can create a user, and you bring the any devices into a part of this Active Directory group so that you can manage it. So in Windows, usually you can manage it. And in individuals, you will be creating a local account. You will be you able to manage from the user management devices and those things. Anyway, I'll just show it in some time. Linux user accounts are managed using like a text files like passwords and shadows, and that is also local. And those contents are usually the Linux users file related informations. You can see it on the shadows for the things. And if suppose you want to see the what is the passwords and those things, so you have to, when you are in the cybersecurity, you have to protect. If you are in a web server is running your organization, you have to protect these things from the unauthorization access over there. You need to specifically restrict the accession on like notions administrator. So administrators like a root, in Windows we call it as an administrator who have all the access, and in a root is in a Linux who have all the full control of it. So usually in any servers, anything you do, you should always disable the administrator, local administrators, and you just need to ensure that these administrators are certain users. You need to have a more controls on user permissions, otherwise the hackers will misuse it and they can do it to them. Okay, so and one more thing is, again same thing applied to the root. So root users should not be used it. You can create a administrator users, and anyone who part of this, they can run a sudo command and they can execute with the elevate privileges over there. So let's try to, I'll show the where the users and other thing informations over there. So let's do the Windows first of all. If you go to the in a command prompt in a PowerShell manner, you can see that, for example, if you want to see that what are the in a PowerShell manner, if you want to see that, you can run a command called net user. This will list all the users which is are in the there. So if you see that I have only one user is administrator over there. If suppose you want to see in the command, not in a command, in the graphical interface, just right click it, go to the computer management, and you can see that local users and groups. So users, you can see that users you can create. So here you can create a new users, and you can just make sure they can log in the passwords and account symbols and everything. You can do it over there. And under group, for example, I'm just creating a test user. Let's create a test user here. I'm just creating a test user, and the full name is test, and description I'm just giving a test. And also if I don't have administration permissions, I cannot able to create as well. Okay, so I'm giving a super simple passwords of it.
and user must change the passwords. I'm just clicking on a create it. Okay. Once I done it, you will see that the password is actually created. Let me go to the group. I want to give this, there are like a lot of controls are there. So I want to bring this user to be administrator group or backup operation. Only I, this service account is needed for only backup related applications. Only this group is part of the people can able to take a remote of this machines. So according to that, you can do it, or only the guest account. This is have a guest access only, you can do it. So in this case, I'm just going to give a administrator access. So I need to go to the administrator group. I just need to add a user. So here I need to search for a test, check for the names. See, I got it, add it, apply and click OK. So that means if you go to the user, member of, he's a member of administrator. So when I log in, so this test user will have every access to do it and those things over there. Deletion of this user is simple, right click and deletions. This will give a warning. Just ensure all this will be deleted. Account completely will be deleted. It cannot be restored. So just be cautious when you are deleting the users when you are doing over there. So yeah, basically it's an administrator account. That's what you're saying. I'm just okay with it because I know what I'm doing on this. So this is where you can manage your users in the Windows manner. So let's go to the Linux and I'll show you that. So basically same thing where and all I can see the user details. So I can run a command called uh, sudo. This is basically I don't have administrator access. So I'm just giving a sudo root access. This is not a root one, right? So that is why I'm doing it. And sudo cat. Cat is the command you can read the files. So the path of the users and every details will be having in this location. So if I click, see it is prompt for the Linux password. So these are the users, basically it's have it, and this is a password of it, the users and those things. So you, that the reason I told you earlier to protect this file, right? So using a hash cracking technique, the hackers can crack this passwords. So you need to be more cautious. And if you're not expert, this is also in enumeration, Linux enumeration, they can get the who are the users are existing as well. They can do it over, understand it over there. So you need to protect based on this one. So let me clear it, and also I'll show you how to create a users in this Linux as well. So the command is simple. You need to add a user, add test. So if I see now, let me run the same thing. And if you want to set a password for this user, so same thing, sudo password test. So I'm just setting a password test test. Okay, so the password is updated successfully. And let me go back to the same command, cat this things, and let me run. So probably you will see that, see the test user is there. So in next phase you can create it again, you can. So now you understand what is a user account and the permissions, everything. So next chapter we will be seeing system process and services. So process are instantly running the program. The OS manage process by allocating a CPU, how long it need to utilize it, and memory and everything over there. So in Windows you can view the process using a task manager or command line and task list. In Linux you can use a pxargs commands to list the process, or top or htop to display the real-time process. You don't need to worry, I'll be just demonstrating in some time. So basically this is where the service will, the background process that start automatically during the boot, what are the needed applications need to be loaded, and what are the things need to be loaded on the drivers and everything, it will take care of it. So without anything, without human interventions, is automatically take care and continue run without human interactions. So Windows services are managed by services tools, which is a service.msc, and in Linux it's called a systemctl to manage the service. What are the needed to be booted manually, those things over there. So let's try to show the services. So let's go to the Windows again. So in Windows, you can see this information in the task manager. So task manager, you can see it, all this informations like see, these are the tasks is running and how much CPU is utilizing, each process is utilizing, and how much memory is utilizing, disk and everything, you can see it over there. And you can customize little bit also if you suppose need to know like what is the process name, or if it is something like you need to know what is the command line is executing and on these things, and you can get more informations also. if you want to know more about the publisher, who's this is the owner of this one, so that you can easily understand whether any malicious file is running or those things. So if you customize it, you can see that it is all published in Microsoft. And this, for example, if I want to know what is the anti-malware course, it's a Defender product, which is a Microsoft corporation. So it's a Defender core services running. So engine is running here. So that is where it's going. So how many CPUs are it's utilizing? It's zero, and the memory is very very less. 200 MB is running, and the disk is it's not saving any data because it's on the real time. It is just scanning over there. So the power usage is very low. You can understand the statistics and everything over there. This is usually using this technique. You can any crypto minings or any, suppose you see that any high utilizations are happening on certain process, because crypto mining usually need a more CPU and processors and disk space, network, everything will take over there. So suddenly if you see spike in your resources, you can come back and you see that which process is consuming more memory, more CPU, more usage, power and everything, then you can kill that easily from here as well. So if I want to kill this, simple thing is, right, if I want to kill this PowerShell, right click and end the task. So basically this will kill the PowerShell completely over there. Okay. So this is the beauty of the Windows. So graphically you can maintain it over there. When it comes to the Linux, you can run a command called top. So you can see that UPID, same information, user, so virtual memory, how it is using, what is the CPU memory utilization of this process, and what is the command is executing here, what is the memory is allocated, and what is the swap memory of it, what is the free memory is available, and everything here you can understand over there. You can kill it by control C. And if you want to specifically list the running processes, what are the processes are running currently now, so you can run a command called px-aux. So this will list all the executor which is running in the background. This will all tell support over there. If you want to specifically, you want to kill certain services, only specifically you want to kill services. For example, I just want to kill this terminal, so you can run a command called sudo pkill, and I just want to kill the entire branches of it, or you can just run it command called terminal. So I just want to kill the terminal. So if I click terminal, this will see the terminal is down. So this is how you can this is real time, you can manage and all things over there, system processes, and you can just start the services. If you want to start services and something else, you can do it in the same way. So I hope you got a good amount of understanding on the basic introductions of the operating systems and the services, file systems, and how the architecture works and the booting systems and everything over there. So thank you for this chapter. So we will see you in the next chapter. So in this chapter, we're going to see the essential commands, which is something like understand the key commands in both Windows and Linux, which allow you to perform administrative tasks is over there. So let's start with the some commands in the Windows level. Then I'll try to show the some essential commands on the Linux basis as well. Okay. So let me go back to the virtual machines. So let me close here. So let me open a PowerShell. So let me start with the basic command. If I want to uh, know the directory of it, so running a directory command, dir, so that will list all the directories and everything in the command over there. If I want to see IP address, what is my machine IP address and those things, I can run a command called ipconfig. So which display all that, which is the password, means the IP things, all the things over there. If I want to see all the informations related network configurations, I can give you ipconfig slash backslash all. So this will list all the things over there, including MAC addresses and everything. It will be giving over there. To clear this one, I just type a clear. It will clear everything over there. If I want to see only the whatever the administrator we see in the task manager, right? If I want to see the same information in a PowerShell manner, like I can run a task list. So this will same thing. It will give you in the command line more. If you want to know more about what is the other commands, like I can do it. So you can run a command called task list hyphen help. You can run it. So basically this will, or you can do is, sorry, in Linux you can type it over there. So all you just need to do is backslash and just put it a enter. So this is the commands. You can see that what are need to be added, specifically if you want to see the running services specifically on the domain and passwords, you can get this information over there. So these are the things you can do it. And if suppose you want to add a users, like if you want to add a users directly to the Linux directories, you can use a command called net user, and the same thing username, like how we did it in the same manner, right? So username, you just need to type the username is test, and the password is test. I need to add it. So what will this is basically I don't have a access, so that's why the permissions. If you see that I'm having normal users, so that is why access is denied it. So you need to be more cautious. If suppose you giving administrator access to everybody, so even once the hacker got a backshell door access, so they will try to create access on the door there. So these are the commands. Then if you want to, you can use a one more command is ns lookup. So basically this command will give you the DNS entry of it. If I want to know what is the DNS server name of google.com, NS lookup, I can do it and I can see that this is the NS tool there. And I can run a one more command called traceRT. And if I want to know how this google.com is reach my from my machine, it goes to the server. If I run it, it will goes and displays all this information over there. So I don't know. I'm not going to run it because it will review my IP addresses, those things. So I'm not going to do it that part. So this is where you can do further things over there. Okay. Okay. Let's see the certain commands in the Linux. Same thing. So if I do ls, it will list all the directories. If I do ls minus la, it's going to list all the even hidden files. It will be trying to get it over there. And if I want to know the IP address of it, I can run it if config. Let me clear the terminal. We can run if config. So there is in Windows, it's a IP config. Here, Windows in Linux, it's if config. So basically, this tool is not there. So to install the packages, you can run a sudo install net tools. So the package will get installed it. Okay, so let me clear it. And if config, if I run it, so if you see that, basically it gives the IP address and everything over there. So here also I can run a trace RT trace route. In here it I have to run a trace route. So if you need to know about more about it, Linux, you can run a man command. If I want to know man trace RT, man wt. Okay, so using the man command I can execute. So let me, if you want to know more about these things over there, so you can run it man command if config and enter it. You can see that this what this command does for it, and what are the other things options are available. You can see other informations as well. So if for example if I want to know only the address to be showed over there, so let me run a one more command is called ipart show. So this basically shows the IP address of it only and which Ethernet it is running everything over there. So if in the previous one I have talked about the AX aux, right? So this is basically list all this information over there. And one more command updating the packages to update Windows and those things I can in Linux. You can run a command called sudo apt update. If you want to install some packages, you can run a sudo apt install, and the package name you can give it. Okay, so for example in this case if I want to install nmap, okay, so let me try to do it. Sudo apt install nmap. So this package will be getting, it's asking for the confirmation, so I'm just giving a s and it will package will be get installed it over there. So this is how you can install the package. So if you run a command and nmap, so or I'll do that nmap. See the nmap is there, right? So if I want to remove this package, so sudo apt, you can use three command. One is you can use purge command. This is completely remove everything completely, or you just need to remove only the applications. You can remove applications over there. So here what I do, I'll just use a purge nmap command, and again it's going to asking for the confirmation. I'll give s. So this is again will remove everything over there. If I run nmap now, you see that the file is not directory. So this is how you can install and update the packages in the Linux over there.
So I also show some PowerShell and Bash for administrative tasks. So these commands will help you do it over there. So let's go to the Windows. And since we are already in the PowerShell, so what I'll do is I'll run this PowerShell in administrator. To run the PowerShell in administrator, you just need to go click here, run as administrator. So that this will prompt you for the Windows administrator access, right? So and you see that it is in the administrator access. So let me show certain commands which you can execute in a PowerShell. PowerShell is a command line interface for a Windows. You can do more here. Again, same thing. What you can do it in the Linux, how you getting the leverage to operate everything in a terminal manner. So PowerShell is the most important thing. So you need to be more cautious on it. Okay. So it's used for automations and configuration managed over there. So for example, if I want to get list all the running process in a PowerShell, so I can run a command called get and I can run a command called process, or I just type a two letter and tab it. It will give you the information over there. So you see that it will give you all the process, whatever it is running from the, this is a command level tools. So you can get it over there. If I want to restart some services, specifically if I want to restart it, let me, I can clear it by running the clear command. So if I want to set, it's simple, restart. So restart service, and the service name I can give it. For example, what are the service I wanted, I can specifically, if I want to restart web services of it, I can restart it over there. If I want to get a retrieve lot of informations of the event logs and those things over there, get event logs. Okay, so the log name, what is the log name you wanted, you can give it. So I'll just give it as a Windows systems. So I'm just giving a log name, sorry, a log name is Windows system log names I just wanted. Or in a cyber security, I want a security or logs. So if you see that this is actually giving me all the security logs over there, then in here I specifically I can see what are the cyber attacks are happening or something else. I can get try to get this information on the entries, retrieve entry from the event logs. So you can see that I new process created. Security wise, anything you can, instead of, you can go in a graphical interface, you can go to the event viewer, and under Windows logs security, same informations will be there, but in a PowerShell manner, you can get the same informations. And you can even, you can narrow down into specifically, for example, if I want to narrow down on like a account login log off only. So this is the PID value, I'm just copying on it. Specifically, if I want to look on this events only, filter it, I can do it also in the PowerShell manner. So let me clear it. So if I want to specifically need to see certain events, what is running over there, I can, this is actually, this website is a quite interesting website. This will give you all the event log, event IDs. During your investigations, you want to specifically want to know what this is. This website you can come and this is basically, this is created for Windows logs over there. Even it have a SQL injections and SQL servers, Exchange, SharePoint, Windows, each things are there. You can sysmon event IDs also there, so it's easy for you to do investigations. Even you can download it and keep it as an offline document also. So in this case, if I want to know any user creation, user successful, there is any user account was deleted or those things over there, so this event ID I just copying of it. So the event ID is 4726, and I'll go to the PowerShell. Let me run a same command, but additionally I'm just going to add a one more thing is instant ID. Let me just type in instant ID. Then you have to paste this instant ID, enter it. See, this is basically gives the exact information in the logs, filter it in the command line. Your investigations wise, you can easily, you can go it over there. So this is how you can easily do that. So these are the limited commands. If suppose you want to know more about, you can use this ss64.com. This is actually comes with the Linux commands, Mac with all the Linux commands with the derivations, everything will be there. Because I cannot able to cover all the commands. It's like a lot of tons of commands are there, because it's a lot of commands are exist, so I cannot go through the each thing. So this website is a pretty good, so it's cover about all the commands and everything, and it have Mac OS for the command prompt and PowerShells, and a lot of things are there. So you can use this website on things. If you want to specifically, you want to search certain queries, like for example, I want to know and basically the same thing like a log. I can take a log and search it. This is going to give me a log function access and all, what are the scripts and everything related. It can give you informations over there. Using Google Darking, you can use it. This is actually more helpful. This both the website is quite useful to get familiarize yourself in a command. And if you're not sure about the event IDs related to things, you can use it this commands and you can do it over there. Okay, so I hope you got a good amount of knowledge on the essential commands and everything over there. So thank you for joining on this chapter. See you on next chapter. Introduction to the virtualizations. So virtualization is referred to creating a virtual versions of physical computing resources such as virtual machines. So virtual virtualization is a crucial technology for modern data center, cloud computing, and cybersecurity labs over there. So let's try to see what is virtualization so that you will get a more understanding. Virtualization. So let's try to see what is virtualization so that you'll get more understanding of it. Virtualizations allow multiple virtual machines to run on a single physical machines where VMs operate as a independent computers over there. So in the traditional manner, if you see that the traditional manner is simple, it'll be like uh, the hardware will be there. The hardware contains CPU, memory, and disk will be there. So in that top of that one operating systems, it can be a Linux or Windows will be running or Unix will be running, and top of that applications will be running on it. Okay, so single hardware will be utilized it for all these things over there. Okay, so for example, in olden days, they will be buying a lot of servers, and that cost them because they cannot able to run a multiple service over there because limitations and those things over there. So they will be allocating a new servers and other things. But this is the standard architecture. But the virtualization, what will do is it will basically uh, this is the hardware. Top of that, it will the hardware will be virtualized, and the top of that multiple operating systems will be running on it. It can run in a same hardware, you can run a n number of operating systems depends upon the things over there, and applications will be running whatever. So this hardwares and CPUs and disk will be utilized accordingly over there. Okay, so this is the virtualizations, and this technology is a modern and it even in the cloud used in the cloud computings and cybersecurity labs as well. So in your home labs, you will be running a one hypervisors and you'll be running a multiple operating systems on there for your cybersecurity lab to practice and everything over there. So virtualization comes into pictures over there. There are various hypervisors, virtualizations are there, like a Hyper-V, which is comes in a Windows, which is inbuilt. It comes with it. VirtualBox, again Oracle based one. VMware workstations are also there. Parallel desktops, and lot of virtualization softwares are there in the market. Okay, so let's go and see the next one is types of virtualizations. So virtualizations can be done on four types, which is a OS level virtualization, full virtualization, and parallel virtualization, hybrid virtualizations. So the full virtualization is nothing but the fully basically we are virtualizing the complete hardware, and top of that the guest OS will be running on it. For example, so the example of full virtualization is this is the just imagine this is the hardware which is a CPU or things will be running on it. Top of that operating systems will be running on it. So Windows will be running or Linux will be running. So there in that hypervisors will be running on it. So basically, this is the hypervisor will be running. It can be a virtual box, it can be uh, VMware, or it can be um, Hyper-V, whatever. Then the virtual machines will be created over there. So this is where full virtualization. So hardware and then software will be there. So if you see in the full virtualization itself, there are two things. Are one is a bare metal and host based one. So host based is nothing but your operating. So as I said, say this is a host based one. So hardware, then Windows or Linux, anything is running. Then from there you are running a hypervisor. Then you are running on it. But in a bare metal means the hardware will be running. This is the hardware. Okay, so this is a hardware device. In top of that, you will not install any operating system. You will be installing directly the hypervisor softwares. For example, EXI or Citrix or probably Proxmox
So there are like a lot of hypervisors out there. Here the guest operating systems will be running on it. So this is a bare metal completely, that thing without software will be running on it. This is called full virtualizations over there. Parallel virtualization is nothing but a guest OS is modified to aware of the hypervisors, the softwares that manage, allow for more efficient resources using Zen servers, and those things will be there. Hardware assistant virtualization is something like a modern CPU like Intel VTX and AMD provided features that provide improve virtualization by allowing offload and hide things over there. So OS level is nothing but is a container. So basically the container OS level Dockers will comes into picture. So OS level the virtualizations will be there. So the virtualization, first virtualization is hardware burst virtualization is Hyper-Vs and those things will be comes on it. The next one is OS level is completely virtualizing the operating system of it. So that is where Docker comes into picture. Anyway, we are going to see in the next chapters in the Dockers over there. And hybrid is something like a mixture of sometimes you will be using a hypervisors and or something, or directly you will be using a full virtualizations of it as well. So depends upon the needed of it over there. So there are two types of hypervisors out there. If it is you're using a software based hypervisors, basically it can be a bare metal or it can be anything over there. There are two types of hypervisors. So type one is bare metal. This is called bare metal. Type one is a bare metal. So they run directly on the host hardware. Okay, and type two is, this is what type two, which is runs on the top of the host operating systems. Okay, so you need to don't get confused. Type 1 is always a bare metal and type 2 is a host based operating systems. Okay, so you need to understand simply. So to put it a very simple, bare metal is nothing but hardware. There is no operating system. On the top of that only hypervisor will be running. Host basis nothing but hardware will be there, top of that Windows or Linux something will be run. In that you will be installing a hypervisor software. It can be a Hyper-V or VMware or VirtualBox, then you will be using on it. So your this is will be your primary computer. You will be using your computer for your personal uses, and top of that you are just using. So basically as an individual in our normal computers we will be using this host based only. So we will be running a Windows machine, and top of that we will be installing a VirtualBox, and we will be installing multiple operating systems like Windows, Kali Linux, ParaTOS, or multiple things we will be installing, right? Whenever needed we will be running on. So this is what happens over there. Bare metal is usually the server in the industry level. So for example Proxmox, if you're running a home server, you'll be running a Proxmox or ESI server without any operating system. Only thing is you will, in a graphical manner, you will take the URL and try to set up the virtual machines and those over there. Okay, so this is the things over there. I hope you got the understanding on the types of virtualizations over there. So the next one is Docker. So Docker is a open source platform for automating the development of the application inside a lightweight portable container. It is a resolution. It's a revolution the way software is built, shipped, and run. Particularly, Docker is an open source platform for automating the development of application inside a lightweight and portable container. It has a revolution the way software is built, shaped, and run, particularly in DevOps environment. So in a traditional manner, what there will be like a two things will be: developer will have a developer environment, and after that they will have a testing environment, and they will be having a production environment. Okay, so they have to maintain all the things. For example, they have to install same resource to be allocated, same operating systems, and top of that library, applications needed for that, everything the same, it will be replicate on each environment on it. If suppose they miss something else, they cannot able to run the software here or something costed things over there, again developer has to re-engineer on them. And maintaining the three servers, it's quite difficult, the maintenance and patching and has to done on everything over there. To make it very simple, the Docker comes in the picture. So what will happen is, it's basically, as I said earlier, it's a virtualization of the operating system. Okay, so it's a basically a container will be coded, and just using a two command they will be so basically install all the library whatever they have created as a container, and they will don't no need to install each every time in the different environment. It's easy. Only thing is, just need to upload this to the Docker hub or to the Docker repository, and you can download everything, and whenever you made some changes, it will easily you can do it over there.
So it's what say, it saves a lot of times for the developers and the security managers also. It's easy to manage all the Docker's contents in case something is infected, something has happened. It's easy to wipe it and reinstall all things from the scratch. It's very easier over there. So it gives us more flexibility on it to manage all the Dockers. It's come the Kubernetes actually comes in the picture. So good to know, means basically the Kubernetes standard to manage all the Dockers and those also. So Dockers allow the developer to package the applications and dependency into one container. Containers are more lighter weight than virtual machines because they share the OS kernels, make them more efficient. So in this case, we will be separate hardware will be allocated on this one. But the Docker, what is there is, so if you see, this is the operating system, and if you see that hardware, usually hardware will be installed. This is the hardware. Top of that, Windows or Linux will be running on it. So here the containers will be running on it. So the same whatever memory it is using, it is used in this one. So it doesn't need a separate memory allocations, or there is no needed of it over there. So that's why it is lightweight over there. The key component, basically there are three components are there. One is Docker image, Docker container. Sorry about my handwriting. Docker file. So Docker image is nothing but a read-only template used to create a container. For example, a Python application image might contain a Python itself along with the application's codes and dependencies. So if I need a Ubuntu machine, so I just need to put the Ubuntu images. It comes with all the packages, whatever. If I need a Kali machine, so I can install it. Comes with all the with the need information, library, things, everything. If I need a Python, so it comes with that. So this is a image of it. It contains everything, all the codes and dependency needed. Docker container. So Docker container is a running the instance of the Docker image. After Docker is pulled, it's basically the container is running over there. And containers are isolated, but it can communicate with each other well defined channel, secure channel it connect, but it is all in a container manner. In case if something has got compromised or something has happened, it's not going to affect the other containers as well. Even it cannot going to affect the operating systems as well. Okay, so that is where, but you have to be more cautious how your communications are making. If suppose you are not doing properly doing, then this is then the transfers can happen and infections can happen over there. So you need to be more on to. So Docker file is the basically the Docker file. This is where contain the instructions to how to build a Docker image, and all things will be there. So this is where your all the Docker files is basically if I want to build something like a developer wants to. So this is where what image has to pull it over there, what library has to install it, what kind of softwares need to be updated, what command has to execute after this images over there. All these things in as a one file. So basically, when your developers are developed it, they will be running this Docker file to compose the Dockers with that. So this is the Docker beauty of it. The advantage of Dockers is something like gives a portability, efficiencies, and scalability over there. So portability is nothing but containers can run consistently across different environment. It doesn't matter it's a Windows or Linux. You can run it anything of that, whether on a developer laptop, testing environment, and production. As I said earlier, it's easy to run it. Just spin up and just install it, and you can run it over them. Efficiencies container use a few resources than traditional VM because VMs even I allocated, even if it is not utilized it, that memory is completely wasting, right? So this is something like whenever it needed memory, it is basically dynamically allocate and transitions happen, allowing more applications to run on the same hardware over there. Scalabilities, Docker make it easier to deploy applications at scale, especially as a microservice architecture. So it's very easy. In cybersecurity scenario, Dockers can be used to create isolated environment for malware analysis. Specifically, you can use these containers for malware analysis. Ensure the host service remain unaffected by any malicious software being analyzed over there. So you can create a containers and you can do it over there. So these are the things you can see. This is a different one. So that the main difference between the Docker versus virtualization is, so if you see that this is the info, as I said, this is a full OS. So basically, uh, infrastructure hardware is there. Top of that, hypervisor is there, and it is full virtual machine is running. So for example, this might be a Windows, okay, and this is me a Linux, or again Windows will be there, or Unix or something else. Top of that, applications will be running on it, and it will have a certain CPU, memory, hard disk will be allocated over there. So that means the full OS, it's a heavy weight, slower than the startup, because it's according to the infrastructures and everything. And even it will not, if suppose whatever the memory is allocated, even if it is less it's using also, it will be strict, because it not, if suppose this is needed a high, it's not going to give it back again. So you have to, maybe you have to shut down and you have to resource allocate and those things over there. But it's a fully functioning operating systems. But when it comes to the content, if you see that it's an infrastructure, it can be a Linux or whatever Windows you're running on it, just Docker will be running on it. You see that different applications running individually. Suppose application A need utilizing a less memory, and C needed, automatically this will transfer the memory to here, because it's easy to, it's a lightweight, and it share the host kernel, lightweight and fast up startup times and slow resource usage. Okay. So as I said, example, a developer team might use a Docker to create a container versions of web applications. The container would include a application code, runtime, library, and configurations need to run the app consistently across the different environment, development, testings, and production. So without issues, they can run it over there. So thanks for joining in this chapter. So we'll see you in the next chapter. So I'll just show you how to install Windows 10 in a Hyper-V, so that you will get a more things. So the reason why I'm picking a Hyper-V is it's again comes with a virtual box. Sorry, I'm going to show in this chapter. I'm just going to show how to install Windows 10 in a Hyper-V. The reason why I pick a Hyper-V is most of the industries and because it's a cost efficient solution, so you no need to purchase any virtualization softwares additionally. As long as you have a Windows applications or Windows servers or Windows desktops, you can go and you can enable this Hyper-V and you can run a virtualizations over there. Since it is a inbuilt of the uh, Windows machine, so it's again same a lightweight, and it gives a more faster and it's more convenient to it over there. So that is why I'm just picking a Hyper-V, and most of the users definitely who are watching this tutorial, probably majority of users will be watching in the uh, Windows machines only. So in considering that factor, I'm just going to set up in a Windows 10. If suppose you want to install on VirtualBox or VMware stations, the steps are the same. It's quite similar. Only the hypervisors will change and settings will be different, but mostly it is in a same steps you will be able to follow it over there. Okay, so let's see how to install Windows 10 in a Hyper-V. So you have to go to this URL, and at the time of recording, it is Windows 10 2020 version. So just click download. It will download the exes, and here once you open this file, so basically either you can upgrade the PC, or you can go with the second option. So, okay, so let's go with the second option, create a USB media, because that is what we needed to download the ISO. So select this one and click next, and this will list you that what is this version is needed or it. Then click next. You want it as a ISO file, so just click the ISO file and click next. It will ask you for the file location to save it, so give with the default one. So it will take us a little bit time of depends upon your internet speed. This file ISO will get downloaded over there. In meantime, what we need to do is let's go to the Windows and type features, turn on off features. That is what you have to click it there. You, because by default Hyper-V will not be enabled, so we have to enable the Hyper-V. So you see that this option Hyper-V will be there, so you have to check this option and click OK. This will get a install the Hyper-V. Okay, once everything is, you are just it will install and ask for the reboot. Just give the reboot in case if it is asking for it. I have already installed the Hyper-V and I have rebooted, so I'm not going to do again. But this is what, even I just stop this process also, because I have already downloaded the ISO, so I'm not going to use it again. So once you are done it, just go and search for a Hyper-V manager. So if you've done everything correctly, you will be landing on this page. So here you have to click connect to the server, and usually if you're having a multiple cluster or something else, you can connect on the other computer. let's stick with the basics. So just we are running the Hyper-V on this local only. So select the local and click OK. So if you've done everything correctly, so if you see that once you connect it, this will be listing all this versions will be here. Okay. So now here you can go and quick create also, or you can create a new. So since this is for a completely for a beginner, maybe you using this hypervisor for the first time. So I'm just asking you to use quick create. Okay, and this will open a menu. So for example, this is already show a list of files as well, like for example, you can download, instead of rather than downloading a separate Windows 10, you can download from here also other Ubuntu versions. Like if suppose you want a, instead of 10 you want a 11 development environment also, you can download from here. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a local, because I have already downloaded the ISO file. In case if you are already downloaded, you are having on it, just click the local installation source, and this will change, the installation source will be there. Just click this and select the file where you are hosting on it. So in my case, it is here. Okay, so I'm just selecting on it. This virtual machine will run on a Windows. So enable the secure boots. I'm just disabling it because I don't want anything to be distract or this. Then click a more option. And if you want to create a new virtual machines, for example, you want to run it in a without node network or something else, you can do it. Or you can select the default switch and you can name the virtual machine. So here I'm just going to name this machine as Windows 10 lab. I'm just doing on it. Then create virtual machine. Remaining things, what it automatically does everything. It will create the machines and does. In case if you want to edit the settings, you can edit the settings. Like for example, if you want to increase the memory, if you want to do all the things, you can do it. I'm just clicking OK and connect. Once you are done, it will be landing on this page. You can start. This will start the VM. So it's just, if you see that it is keep running, and the memory utilization, uptime, everything is there. By right clicking, you can connect with that. Also you can turn off, you can shut down. By checkpoint you can take a snapshot. Snapshot is always a better. The reason is the current state will be take a snapshot. In case if you are making any changes, so suppose you are doing some changes and it got affected, it is not booting, so you can revert back to this time. So exactly you can make the what are the changes, automatically it will do so over there. So this is the beauty of it. Even you can go and just change the switches and those things and all. So we're not going into much detail about the Hyper-V utilization, because otherwise the tutorial will become a differentiated. So let's stick with the cybersecurity. So now we have successfully created a Windows machine in the lab, and we're running virtual machines. So successfully we have created Windows 10 and running in a Hyper-V. We can use this for our testings and those things over there. So that's all. So in this chapter, I'm going to show how to install Ubuntu in the Docker. So let's try to, I'll show you like how to install a Docker in a Linux. Then after that, how to pull a, Linux image from the Docker hub and how to run it over there. So this is when I'm going to show it over there. So in this tutorial, I'm just going to show how to install Docker Linux, Kali Linux, basically in the Docker. So I'm just going to show you first of all. So in this chapter, I'm just going to show you how to install, how to run a Docker in a Linux platform. To run a Windows in a Docker, if you suppose you want to run a Dockers in the Windows machines, you can use a Docker desktops, which is again you can go and download it. Again, but when it comes to the non, you can use it for your own testings and those purpose. But when it comes to the productions or something like for your commercial purpose, I think there is a license limit and those things over there. But mostly Linux, running in a Linux in the Docker, it is more easier and free, and it's more convenient over there. So let's show you how to do it. So to do that, first of all, sudo apt install. So run this command to install the Docker. So docker io and install it. Docker.io. So so first of all, I have to go and install this one. So installing is simple. Sudo apt install docker.io, and this will be installing the Docker. So let's give some time, and this will install the Docker in the Linux machines.
So now what I do is after this installations, I'm just going to run a Kali, so that because I can run a Kali machine. So if you see, that's where you can see that Kali will comes with all the things, or you can run a Parrot OS or whatever Linux distros or any other applications you want to run it, you can do it over there. So to verify that Docker is running or not, sudo docker hyphen version. So if you see that this is a Docker, it is currently running on this machine, and at the time of this is a version of it. So now what I will do is I have successfully installed the Docker. So now what I'll do is I'll go back and run a Parrot OS in this one. Parrot OS is also kind of a Kali, but it's a lightweight one. So I am just going to the Parrot OS documentations to install the Docker. So let me run this command. So basically what they do is they will be having all the host and directory. It will fetch the things, and it will be running on the Docker containers. And once it's done, if you want to launch it, you have to run this command, and you can launch this one. So the commands are there. By default, the images actually come with nmap, metasploit, social engineering, beef, buttercap, sequels, and all things are there. So it's that's what I said, right? It's pre-installed it over there. So let me paste this command, and I hope I have to run a sudo, because that is where it's going to be. Because okay, now it sees that basically it's say check for the package locally available or not. So the Parrot OS is not available. So it's connected with the Parrot OS platform, and it is downloading, and it get installed it over there. So the command, if you see that the Docker is actually installed it, and it pulled the data, and it's all completed, and it is after that it launched that one. So quite see that if when I run this uname of command, it is see that it's running on the same one. So I can run a nmap. Let me see if nmap is there. So nmap version is there. No, I think I can install sudo apt install nmap. I'm just installing on it. Sudo apt. I think I have to update this package. So let me update it by running this command. I think okay, I got the mistake. So I'm just so now what I'll do is let me install nmap in the Kali. Let me update this one. Okay, so all the packages are up to date now. Apt install nmap. Okay, so now it is, if you see that I'm not installing nmap on my Ubuntu machine. I'm just installing my nmap in the container of Parrot OS. So I'll show you that nmap. If I'm running, you can see that it is sudo nmap hyphen version nmap. I'm just doing on it. What I'm missing on it. Okay, what I'll do is let me do a nmap localhost. So I have installed nmap on the Parrot OS over there. So if you, one more thing is also says that if config, if I run it, you see that it is the IP address is it's different. It's running. It's this is a Docker IP. So I'll show you here one more new tab. If you see my IP address, this machine, it's a 160 this one. So Docker is running on this IP addresses only. Okay, so if anything, if I just install applications, if I plus this is a subnet of it, including this virtual IP is also network over there. So as I said earlier, if you I have installed nmap on Parrot OS, and in Ubuntu I not installed it. So to make it very clear, let me run a nmap and see that. So basically the command is not available. So what I have installed on this container over there. So to verify it, I'll just go here and exit to, if I see what are the Dockers are running on it, Docker PS, if I give it, so basically I have to give a sudo docker PS. Okay, so if you see that this Docker is actually the containers, this is the OS version, this is actually running on it, on this is executed, and this is running over there. If you want to stop this Dockers and everything, you can do it over there. This is what.
So in the Windows, same thing. You can pull the same, download the desktops for Windows, and it's have a for available for Mac, Silicon Values, and all the AMDs, and even it available for the Linux. The only thing is, you can able to manage, pull it, and everything in a graphical interface manner, and you can stop it. You can use it everything in a user. So if you are using a Docker for your home labs, and if you are want to using a Docker for your non-commercial purpose, you can download this Docker Hub. And since you are a beginner, my recommendation is to download a Docker desktop, because it's a graphical interface. It's easy to do it, because otherwise you need to more familiar on the commands and those things. So this is very easier for you to manage over there. So this is all about the Docker installations. Successfully, we have installed a Parrot OS on the Docker based on the Linux, and the same will be you have to download the Docker desktops. Okay, so I hope you have a good amount of understanding on it. In case if you have any questions, feel free to comment it or reach out to me. I'm happy to assist you on that part. In this chapter, we have explored the fundamental concepts of operating system, virtualizations, and Docker. Understanding these concepts is essential for both the beginner and professionals in cybersecurity. Whether you're managing a system resource, setting up a virtual machine for penetration testings, or using a Docker to deploy secure applications, these tools and techniques will empower you to excel in your field. I encourage you to experiment with the different commands, hypervisors, and containers, which is we discussed in this chapter, and enhance your skills, those things over there. If you have any doubts, questions, feel free to comment below or reach out to me via Discords. I'm happy to address it over there. And you can find all the links, whatever I showed you can find it in the resource there to download it over there. Thank you for joining. I'm happy to thank you and see you in the next course. Thank you for joining. See you in the next chapter.
Teach you Kali Linux, this tutorial video will provide a valuable insight and guide you through the best practices to enhance your knowledge. Please find the video agenda. Kali Linux is an open source operating system. Kali Linux is based on Debian derived Linux distribution. There are a lot of Linux distribution is there, like a Red Hat family, Debian. So Kali is basically derived from the Debian one. So Kali gained its popularity when it was practically used in Mr. Robot series. By the way, Kali Linux was not designed for general purpose, which you mean you cannot use it as a daily driver for your personal use, like you do with Ubuntu, Pop OS, any other Linux operating systems. Many people think that Kali is a tool for hacking or cracking social account or web server. This is one of the biggest myth about Kali Linux. Kali Linux is just another Debian distribution with a bunch of networking and security tools. It is a weapon to train or defend yourself, not to attack anyone. Kali Linux was designed mainly for professionals. It is for those who want to get their hands in penetration testing, cybersecurity, or ethical hacking. It is a powerful tool, and in case not used properly, it may lead to lose even your data. Why Kali Linux? If you are interested in penetration testing or cybersecurity stuff, you need some specific tool to perform some task which comes with a pre-installed and settled up in Kali Linux. So you may directly use them without doing any configuration. Or in case if you want to check the vulnerability on the website or want to know the security related bugs in any application, then it is a great to go with the Kali Linux. Kali comes with a pre-installed tool. It has 600 plus penetration testing and network security tools pre-installed. All the tools pre-installed are completely free and open source. So these are the tools are installed and configured over there. So if you see that it is clean installed in every angle. So as per hacking phase information gathering. So these are the tools you can use it. It's all the tools, 600 plus tools are installed. It comes with like a plug and play. You just no need to configure anything. So it's available over there. So if you see that it is categorized in a ordered format, so for it's just basically it's very easy.
so that even the beginners can able to do understand what tool is for specifically what purpose it is. So information gathering, these are the tools. If you want to do vulnerability analysis, you can use Necto, which is Necto is a web application. Nmap scanning you can do. Even Nmap, using Nmap, not only you can do a port scanning, apart from that you can do a vulnerability scannings as well. If you want to know more about, you are interested to know about Nmap over there, I have made a video tutorial, figure to advance. Please check out this video. It's covered about all the Nmap about it. It's a very interesting video. I'll be giving the link in the description, so please go and check it over there. And there are a lot of things are there. Web applications, if you have a web, if you are interested in the web application penetration, or you have a plan to do a bug bounty, so this is where all your web applications, you can see it over there. To scan WordPress related things, you can use WP scan. SQL related, SQL injection, SQL related vulnerabilities you want to do, you can find a SQL map. Burp Suite is a very famous, and it's again, it's a community edition VCC installed. It is Burp Suite have a three editions, which is a community, professional, and enterprise. So professional and enterprise are both are expensive. It's something like you have to pay license, you have to acquire it. Community edition is a free. As a beginner, it is very good place, so you can start up with the community edition. Then after you are grooming yourself knowledge on the burp suite, then probably maybe you can skip to or you bump your license to professional or enterprise. But as a daily driver, as a beginner, has a bug bounty beginner, it is more sufficient. Burp Suite Community Edition does the job as it is there. Then a lot of scanners are there. You can scroll the websites, Burp Suite, and everything you can do. Database related assignment, password related, Hydra, Hashcat. So wireless, if you want to do a wireless penetration testings, aircrack, Janji, and if you want to test it on Bluetooth, something else, there are things there. Reverse engineering, Metasploit tools are there, Metasploit frameworks is there. So you can create exploitations, and you can search for exploits. All you can have it over there. And snipping and spoofing, you can basically middle the man in the middle attack, or Wireshark is a famous tool which is can do a network snipping, and you can do a analysis using a PCAP, and you can do all your network forensics analysis over here. So there are a lot of things again here. There post exploitations after you are into the mission. So these is help you to maintain the backdoor access, maintaining those things. Then you can take it over there. So there are a lot of tools comes with the forensics. Autospy is a very famous tool. So you can take an image of the operating system, and you can load with this here, and you can do a digital forensics over there, and you can that is a very good tool. And Hashdeep is something you can understand what kind of hash values you have received it, and you can do analysis over there. Reporting tools, once it is done, Cherry Tree, so it's a very good note taking app, so that you can document everything, take a screenshots, convert into PDFs, and you can produce as a report. So these are very things. And even you can record your desktops. It's a Kali comes with the screen recordings as well, so you don't need to download any external things to download all the factors. So using this itself, you can share the screen recording when you are performing some certain digital forensics. You can do it, and you can submit to the customer, or you to your reporting teams and who are there. And even it have a comes with the screenshot as well, so you can take a screenshots and everything. So social engineering tools like SE toolkit is there, and you can Maltigo install is there. So a lot of things are there. And as I said earlier, so Kali comes with documentation, well documentation. So if anything you wanted, you can go and have a Kali documentation. So this documentations will take you to the Kali page, and it is a very good documenting. They are actually maintaining it. So anything, if you have a questions or anything is you want to know it, you can in on your installation or anything like how things they maintaining a very good documentation, so you can go and do it over there. And also apart from that, as I said, they have a very strong community forums are there. So if you are having any challenges, if you want to know something else, if something got broken or something else, you can drop your questions, or sometimes already people will be has already put it over there. So you can, it's a strong community forum, so you can put your questions. If you want to learn something else, or you want to fix some troubleshooting, or you're looking for some solution, this is already Kali maintain a big forum, and the community is also bigger, so it's easy to maintain the things, and it's daily driver, it will help you this over there. So now these are the tools. So these are the tools, and it is pre-installed it. You can customize, as it is a Linux, you can customize this operating system as you wish, as you like. But I just stay with the basics, whatever it comes over there. Again, you can optimize it. As I said earlier, it is, you cannot use the Kali machine as your daily driver, because this operating system is specifically designed for ethical hacking and penetration testers and those purpose, okay, digital forensics purpose. So you cannot able to use this machine as your daily drivers. Like as I said earlier, you can, like Ubuntu, Pop OS, or any other Linux distros, you cannot able to use this one thing. So option is, you can use the Kali machines, like you can install in the bootable pen drive, and you can boot it from the pen drive and you can use it, or you can install in a virtualization something environment. So Kali, actually, if you want to, if you see that, let me go to the Kali Linux installation. So Kali have three different installations options. Like one is, you can download in a bare metal, like you can download the ISO, and you can install and create a bootable pen drive, and you can boot it the Kali from there. Or you can install in the virtual machine. So already it is pre-configured. Good thing is about it, it is have variety of it. It supports VMware, it supports VirtualBox, it support Hyper-V and QEM as well. So if you are using a Proxmox, you can go and download it, or anything you are based on a QM based or things over there, it is becomes it little faster comparatively. And Hyper-V, if you are using any of the virtualization platform like VMware or VirtualBox, Hyper-V, it's already pre-installed. Only thing is, you just need to download and import the file, so that it is good to go with the installation. So installation also, it's not that much complicated, it's hassle free. So that again, 64-bit and 30-port pins. And good thing is, as I said, even it support ARM based one, Raspberry Pi, and also this one support Mac, Apple Silicon also, RM64 one. So you can, if you are using a Mac M1 or M2, M3, Mac, Silicon Mac, Apple Silicon Valley Mac, then you can it's available, so you can go and download and install it over there. So it's pretty easy, it's a neat, anyway, a lot of people has made a tutorial on the YouTube. Easily you can find one installations on Kali Wallet. So I didn't want to recreate it, because it's going to be again things, because if I'm doing it, I'll just maybe I'll miss the important parts to cover it over there, so I have to cut down certain things. So keep it in that mind, to make this tutorial a little bit useful. So I'm just skipping the installation part, but if you wanted, you can easily simple Google search, or you can probably, maybe you can go to the Kali documentations, and installation guides are there. So it's simple, you can go it and do it. In case if you want something else help, please feel free to reach out to me via my Discord, Beaver Academy Discord server, or drop a comment below this tutorial video. I'll try my best to answer it as soon as possible and help you in installation setups over there. Okay, so now so let's go and see about the package management. So package management, package management is something like widely your software need to be managed properly. So like something you in a Kali, for managing softwares like installations, updates, and removal of the softwares or libraries onto thing. So to do all the complex tasks using a package management tool, we can do it. So basically, the package management is managed by package manager. So let's try to understand what is more in detail about package management. So package management is the process of installing, updating, configuring, or removing the software package on the Linux operating system. As I said earlier, Kali is a Debian-based operating system. So it uses APT. APT is an advanced package tool, a package that is the package manager. It is empower a straightforward syntax, and it is known as for its reliability. So they maintain very good software package management, and it is all reliable. So you will not have any difficulties when you do it over there. So let's try to understand how package manager actually works over there. So you need to have to download any softwares or something else. First of all, you need to have a software repository. So this is where all your softwares will be stored over there. So this is called software repo. Okay, so all the softwares, all the libraries will be maintained by Kali. So they will be storing in this repo directories over there. Then you need it will the collection of all the packages is maintained it. Not only the packages, it's also have the dependency libraries, whatever the packages are needed, libraries other components, everything will be stored over there. So when you are needed some softwares instant, because when you certain softwares will have a dependencies, all the files will be needed to download along with it to support libraries, components, other components needed for to install this package as well, and as well to run this packages successfully in the operating system. So this is all this way. So software repo is the where place everything will be stored over there. So using the package manager, so the package manager currently what we are using in the Debian is APT1. So using this package manager, we try to connect with the software repo and try to install or try to uh, remove the software configurations. So completely we will manage the tools, all the packages installing this one. Even we will, if you want to update this packages as well, this is where it's going to even remove configurations, update installations, everything will be there. So when we are we are using an apt command, we just going to connect with the software repo and it look for the softwares. If the software is available, we go and download over there. Anyway, we will just going to cover up in a minute how all the commands, how it is works over. But good to know, understand what is how the package manager works over there. Okay, so again, even you can reinstall the softwares and everything over there. So your this is actually main, this is very very important. Okay, so if the software, because all the tool Kali related, Kali actually maintain their own local own software repository, and it is integrated with the Kali, so that it's again, as I said, right, it is, you no need to do anything over there, it's already configured. Only thing is, again, as I said, 600 plus tools already configured over there. So if you need it, yes, you can go and do it over there, but still I'll cover about it. It's going to be a huge useful for you guys over there. Now we will go and let's see few commands, how to use the packet commands and everything over there. So as I said earlier, apt is one of the most popular Linux package manager, and it comes with the Ubuntu's and other Debian based distros. Also, it is use a DKB package management tool. A packet format like .db will be there. So how Windows have extension, right? Any packages, for example, Notepad +++.exe. So exe is the extension where you can Windows exe files will be installed. So that is the extension file where you help, means it's basically tell that it's an installer. So same thing, Ubuntu is also having a .db version. So it is built, everything is built over there one. Okay, it's built on the top of the DKBG and acts as a front ender for the DKBG packer manager. Okay, so let's go and see open a terminal. Okay, so the first command, if you looking for a certain packages, so the command is simple, sudo. Sudo is a super user. So you can run it as a root. If in case if you are not able to run it as a root, you can use a sudo platform to, it just gives a super administrator, you can run a certain commands as which are you, whatever you can run it in a as a root, you can use it, but it is again gives a more command thing. So sudo's is things, sudo apt search. If I'm just looking for a tool called gimps, okay, that is a tool, it's a that small tool I'm just looking for it, which is a like kind of an alternative to the photoshops, but is open source. So I'm just looking for that tool is available in the repository or not. So sudo apt search gimp, and the password, it will be prompted for the password, and it will goes and search in the local repository, and you can see that what are the available, it's going to list all the things over there. So it's all the packages related to the gimp, it is just showing. So we have to search it, let me maximize it. So we have to see which is our relevant to that, and we have to go and install it over there. Okay, so now what I'll do is, let me go, so this is how you can search for the package, whether it is available in the repo or not. This is how. So now what we are going to do is, I'm going to install the gimp package. So sudo apt, the command is sudo apt install gimp. Okay, and -y, if you give it, it will not prompt you for any request kind of thing. It's directly go and install without any confirmation, second confirmation. So you no need to worry about all the syntax. I'll be giving all the syntax in the description, so you can go and try to get the syntax over there. So, or you can, it's easy for you, can make a note from this as well. So you no need to worry, or you don't need to note down all these commands. So you can find it every the commands, whatever commands I'm using, you can see it everything in the description. So feel free to go and copy and make your own notes as well. Okay, so let me go and install it. So let me hit this prompt for the password. So now its package is connecting with the repo directory, and the package is now it is depend you it's you send that it's installing everything over there. So it's installing the required library, its dependency packages, and it's very simple. So the installing any packages on Linux is very simple. So first of all, you just need to search for the relevant package name, and if it is available in the repo, you just need to use the command and so if you see that now the package is actually installed. So let's go and search the GIMP. It will be there. You can able to find the GIMP. If you see that the program run GIMP, so if I click this one, the program will start, and this is a as I said, right, it's a alternative to the Photoshop's one thing. So just for understanding, I have just installed it over there. So if you have any images to be for your report when you are doing a penetration testing or something else, during when you took a screenshot, you want to highlight something on the reports, or you want to do it, you can use it over there. So this is how you can install the applications very easily. So if I want to remove this application, the command is simple: sudo apt remove and followed by the package name. So the package name, what I just want to do is GIMP. I'm just again removing. Again, I'm just giving a y -y, so that you don't need to give me a second confirmation. So just for understanding, I'm just giving it. If I'm just ignoring the -y, if I click enter, so this will ask you, do you want to continue this or not? Maybe by mistakenly I have runner or not. So this is something like a second factor. So this is so if I click no, the installation is removal is aborted over there. So you can remove this using this syntax. You can remove the tool from the Linux Kali or any Debian related strings over there. If you want to remove complete the packages, so this is what then this is your uninstalling only the software from the Linux one. So if I want to remove complete everything like relevant to whatever the packages are, along with the GIMP, it is installed, all dependencies, libraries, everything, it's want to be removed completely. So you can use a command called sudo apt purge, and you can use GIMP -y. So this will remove everything like complete the package, library, dependencies, whatever it is installed. Along with that, it will remove everything over there. So let me clear it, and if you go and search for it, the package will not be available. So GIMP, if you see that, see the package has been removed successfully. And also for a software to be update, so you can use a sudo apt update command. So what this will do is this will update all the things like even any security patches available for Kali, any tools are there. Overall, this will update your entire Kali operating systems over there. Sudo apt update you can give. So this will update your entire library. So if you see that this is actually connecting to this one, and if you have a 11, there is this 11 package need to be upgraded. So you can use a command called sudo apt upgrade, and the packages will be get updated over there. The package completely, the Kalis, all the packages are up to date over there, so nothing to do upgrade. So in case if you have anything, just you can run a sudo apt upgrade. So successfully, so now we have all the packages are up to. This is how you can update, or you can keep your Kali Linux up to date over there. So now next one is if you want to remove single packages, something like you want to remove, you want to upgrade only single, because this is a complete we are updating the complete operating system. So all the packages what comes with this Kali, it will be entire operating system get updated. If just I want to update single packages only, so now for example I just want to update Nikto scan. Nikto is a famous web application scan, so might be I just need to update only Nikto's one. So sudo apt upgrade, and the package name you have to give it. So in this case, it is a Nikto. So let me see if there is any newest version. So if you see that already Nikto is on the newest version, if there is any version there, this will update only the Nikto package. So specifically, if you want to update a single packages, like not that you don't want to upgrade entire package, but I know that there is a new version is updated, but I just want to test it over there. A single version or single package you want to do it over there. So you run a command called sudo apt upgrade followed by package name. You can give it over there. This is how you can do and install it over there. And this is where you are just trying to install the packages from the repo directory. Just imagine you're just downloading some Debian packages from the internet, and you want to try to install on the operating systems. You want to install Kali. So how to do that? So we can use a format called DKG. DKG stands for Debian Page Package Management. The package manager, as I said earlier, it is used Debian 1. So usually the package name, this is a syntax. So it can be a package name dot db file will be there. So anything is there, it will be db files will be there. So if I want to install on this package, for example, I'm just downloading from the internet over there. So let's see if I can able to find any packages. So I have downloaded Nexus version. So Nexus is a vulnerability tool. It's not a open source, or it is not a freeware. It is completely a license. You need to get it over there. So I just in a tenable Nexus one. So I have downloaded a Linux version. So you send it Nexus and .debian version is installed it. So now I'm going to show how to install this one. So let me go to the download folder. And let me open a terminal from the respective terminal from here. So this is actually open the terminal from the download folder itself. So if you see now I'm just going to show how to install Debian Fonza. So sudo dkpg, which is a Debian package management systems, and followed by we have to give a -i, which is basically we are installing this package, and followed by the package name. So here I'm just going to install Nexus. So if I enter, it will prompt for the password, and it's going to install the package. So this is how you can install the packages from the outside, since you are downloading this packages from the internet, which is not, you cannot able to download locally or something else. These files can be available in the internet, and you can download. Sometimes certain tools are needed, so you can go and download on this factor. So if you see that I have using the simple syntax, sudo dpkg-i, and this one I just installed this packages over there. So I have successfully installed the Nexus. So now if I want to, what are the package I have installed it, I have to remove them. So command is same, dkpg, instead of I you have to give -r, and followed by the package name you have to give it. So here Nexus, that is a file we have to remove. So we will give the package name Nexus, and this is going to remove the Nexus completely. So the file is removed successfully. This is how you can install any packages using DKPG from which is a dot extension, like from which is not available in the local directory. You want to download from the internet .db extension. This is using the DKPG. You can install, you can remove the package. This is how you can manage over there. So package managers are the core of any Linux distro. It is critical part and directs how you manage the packages on Linux. Okay, with a package manager you don't have to worry about dependencies, whether it's proper libraries and everything is over there. It's only thing is you just need to search if the package is available. You can go and download it. If suppose the packages are not available in the local repository or Kali repository, you don't need to worry. You just do a simple Google search, try to look for a .debian extension and download the file. Using DKBG you can install the softwares, and this is how you can manage the complete software update, installation, configurations, uninstalls, and maintaining everything. This is how you can do it over there. Okay, so package managers here, what we're using is apt. So it's a very easy and handle most of the grunt works, allowing you to focus on what essential, better software development and improved workflow. So you no need to worry about it. So most of the softwares will be available in the software repository, and there is a separate team who manage regularly free and they update over there. In case certain tools, one are like tools like Nexus or something else, which is a licensed based one, sometimes you will need to download from their official website, or you need to download from the certain things over there. Then you can you have the file extension. What you need to download is .debian file, and you can download, and using a dkbg file you can download and install it over there. So this is how you can manage the package managements in the Kali Linux over there. Since we talked about Kali Linux package management, so Kali actually comes with the Kali tools Linux page. It's very important things over there. So the Kali has listed all the tools, like whatever the tools are available, and everything is there. So Metasploit frameworks, it's all the open source free tools, security tools, and everything is there in the Kali. Whatever are installed, or you suppose in case you need those tools, mostly everything is installed it over there. Good thing is it's have a very good documentation. For example, if I want to know what is Hydra, so you can go and click it. It will give you like the tool documentation, how to use these tools, the commands will be there, and how to run it over there. Suppose in case if you want to, it's also tell about what is this Hydra tool. In case if you want to install the Hydra tool, as I said, right, sudo apt install Hydra, and it will install everything over there. So you can run the Hydra tools. In case if you the tool is not found over there, you can walk to Kali Linux tool web page, and if you want to know more about this tool, actually what this tool purpose, because 600 plus tools are there, right? Sometimes certain things we'll know about it, certain times we doesn't know all these tools about. So if you want to know certain things, you can come here and just click whatever the tool you are looking for it, and this will take you to the tool documentation. So as I said earlier, Kali maintain very good documentation, so it's very user friendly, and for a beginners it's quite easy. So only thing is you need to spend some time and try to understand what this tool actually do for it, because the utilizing the tool is very important, and once you understand the tool purpose, what is actually this tool do for it and everything, then only you can be more successful in the cybersecurity domain. Okay, and also you need to have understanding on good about Linux operating systems and everything over there. Anyway, we in upcoming session, means upcoming slides, we just going to talk about the basic essential Linux commands, how you can upskills your those things as well. We can so you don't need to worry. I'm just going to cover that as well, so you don't need to worry about it. If you think the video is actually quite interesting and useful on it, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. It's really motivate me, and it help us for the channel growth also. Okay, so let's these are the Kali tools. So I'll be the link whatever I'm showing it, I'm just giving in the description. You no need to worry. In case if you want to search something else, like for example, you want to see OpenVAS tool is there or not, so you can go and see OpenVPN. If I want to install OpenVPN, so this is tell me that you can go a search and this there, and all the informations will be there. If I want to install OpenVPN, I can just copy this command and paste in the terminal. This is going to install the packages over there. So it's a very useful, and they maintain very good repertory, and all the tools, whatever comes on familiar tools, they will be updating on it. Maybe you can see that there is a tool called villain. So it's a again exploits you can create it. It's a hawk shell based reversal. Even I have made a video on this one. Probably it will be popping somewhere else. Just click it, and if you suppose you are unable to find it, the link again in the description. So I made a complete tutorial on this part as well. So the Kali's access said they will be updating their repos. If suppose they find anything interesting tool outside, and if it is useful for that cybersecurity professional, they will be keep updating the tools, and they will be adding this tools over there. So you can keep this page and just go through on it, and you can see that there are a lot of tools. See, the tools are it's limitless. It's keep going on it. So there are a lot of tools are there. Only thing is, probably we're not going to use all the tool, but certain tools are we going to use in our regular fashion and daily basis. But it comes with all the tools. You no need to go and download any tool until it's needed for you or a professional needed purpose. Otherwise, it's every tool is completely needed. It's everything is there. So tons of the tools. I would suggest go take a time and take a just take a pass and just go through with this website and see what these tools and how it has happened over there. Okay, so now we'll talk about a few basic Linux essentials. So if you are new to the Kali, or you're new to the Linux operating systems, or you're just starting, you're beginning, or you're just using for a certain period of, then this video is when this portion is completely useful for you. So this portion, I'm just going to talk about the basic Linux commands which are really needed to run the Linux over there. So terminal plays a very important one. So this is a terminal, so anything, it's a terminal, right? So you can operate anything, you can control the entire Kali from the terminal base. You can do anything from the terminal. You can shut down the systems, you can copy the folders, you can rename, you can do everything. So basically that is the advantage of Linux operating systems. So Linux can be completely managed in a command line basis, so you don't need to use a graphical interface or something else. With a Linux completely terminal, from you can use it over there. So terminal is where you going to perform all the commands and everything. So this terminal is very important, and do it over there. So let me talk about a few Linux basics. First of all, I have divided the Linux command into three parts. One is file operation, processes, and networking over there. So the first one, what we are going to see is file operations. So for example, I want to create a tar file or extract file. So just do a, let's start with a few basics commands over there. So if I want to list the directory, list the files, what are the files are in this directory, so all the list, I want to list all the content in what ls will help us. So if you see that it lists all the files which is in the, so at the moment document have agenda.txt file there. Okay, so if I want to make a directory, so okay, I'm just going to make a directory one more. So sudo make directory, mk directory, and now the folder name, I'm just creating a folder. So if I want to create a folder, the command is sudo mk directory, and the folder name is, I'm just going a test. So if I do ls, you can see that the folder was created earlier. This folder is not there, so now the folder is created. So now what I need to do is, I just want to move this agenda file to this folder. So the command is simple, sudo mv agenda.txt and /test, enter. So if I do ls, the file is inside this one. So if I want to go to this directory, the command is simple, cd test. You can, using a cd command, you can change the directory, or you can go to into the directory, or you can do whatever. If you see that I am in this directory, so if you doesn't know what directory you are there, or you still want to do, you can run a command called pwd. This will show which directory, it will print the complete working directory of it. So which directory currently you are, it will print the current working directory of it, pwd. So if I do ls, if you see that the file actually moved from here to it. In case if I want to rename this file, so how I can do is, the command is sudo mv agenda.txt. I'm just changing to agendas.txt. Okay, and if I do ls, you can see that the file is renamed over there. If I want to make a copy of this file to somewhere else, okay, so simple, sudo, let me clear this. To clear is a command to clear the complete disks and everything over there. So sudo cpu text, and I want to copy this file to my home directory. So home, Kali, and desktop, I'm just copying it over there. If I give enter, let me show you here. The file is, let me go to cd/home Kali/desktop, and if I do ls, you can see the file is copied over there. So using the command cd, you can navigate, you can change the directories, anything like that, and ls, you can help us to list all the directories over there. Okay, so now if I want to read this file, whatever there, if I just want to view or content of it, so you can use a command called cat and followed by this one. If you print it, whatever it is there in the text, it will just show the file over there. So this is what it's there. So it's actually displaying the things over there. Okay, and just if I want to remove this file, so I don't want this file to be there in the one, so sudo, command is simple, sudo rm and the file name you can give it. This will remove the file from it. Just imagine in case, let me go to the sudo. I'm just creating a directory called test in the desktops. Okay, so if I do ls, if I let me again clear it, sudo again ls. Okay, so now I want to remove the complete folder itself. If I give this command sudo rm, it says it will not remove because it is a directory, so maybe some file will be there. So in that case, if you want to remove the complete the files over there, so this is the command you have to use it over there. So the command is same, sudo rm. Only thing is you just need to add a recursive r, and you can do the test, and this will remove the folder over there. So whatever it is just complete removal of all the files. So whatever is there inside the folder as well, it will remove. So this is the command you have to use to remove the folders or the complete directories. You can use it this way. Okay, and you can, if suppose you want to extract something else, so sudo make a directory. Again, I'm just create a text, and but now I want to compress it. So what I can use it, I can use a command called sudo tar cf. I'm going to compress this file, so test, and if I enter it, so this is what I have to test, test.tar test. So if I do ls, you can see that the file is test file is created over there. If I want to extract this one, so now what I'll do is, let me remove this file, sudo rm-r test, because when I extract this star, I'll be able to get the, okay, so now let me clear it, ls, there is no test file. So now sudo tar -xf to extract this is what, tar test tar.test. If I do ls, you can see the file is extracted. So this is how you can manage, you can create or create or extract the compressed archives in the Linux over there. Okay, so now the other command what we are going to use is the grep one. So grep is a searching for a patterns within the files over there. So what I'll do is, let me create a file, sudo cat Ajanta, this is the text files, right? So let me go to the cd home Kali downloads. If I do ls, okay, sorry, cd home Kali document ls. Okay, so now let me go to cd test ls. Okay, so in this file, I'm just want to specifically, I want to look for certain information. So then I can use a pipeline followed by grep. So I'm just going to looking for only Kali Linux related. Wherever the Kali Linux word is there, I just want to list only that one. So if you see that, I'll just show the complete file so that you will understand better. So text one. So this is all, this much of lines are there, but specifically I'm looking for using a grep, and specifically I want only Kali based keywords. So if there are like a lot of combinations, you're looking for a configurations or something else, then you can use a grep, and using the grep keyword, just a kind of a keyword you can give it. And when you want to have this is actually useful when you want to investigation, specifically when you're doing this investigation on certain pcap file, looking for IP address or looking for some signature string values. So that time the grep is usually is helpful for to just pick the for it. So now you have a specifically some pattern, you have identified the IP address. So now you can go that file name, and specifically you can give a grep and IP address that will list all the things over there. So it's quite useful, interesting to search for a certain pattern within the files. It can be do the job wonderfully, and you can do it over there. Okay, so this is the purpose of grep over there. And one more command is sudo man command. So man is examply, it will show all the things over there. For example, the cat the command is simple, man, and we will see the cat command. Man is a wonderful command, so it will tell you that what this command is for, and also it gives the descriptions and everything, and also it will show that what are the commands you have to run this. Everything is there. So man is a very useful. So as I said earlier, Linux also maintain a very good documentation. So if you're not very familiar command, or if you're not sure how to do execute or something else, you forgot something else, try to feel free to use man command or help command followed by the command. This will display over there. So if I want to quit from this one, just type Q, it will quit from there, and use a clear. The terminal will be clear and it will be neat and clean over there. So now the next command, what we're going to see is, we're going to use if I want to know the storages of something else, you can use df minus h. So this is a human understandable to see list all the storage about, to know about your storage and everything, what storage files and everything. You can use a df hyphen h. So this will list all the, so this h is nothing but it gives in a human understandable, like what the space is allocated, how much is used, how much is available, everything, what kind of what is mounted value, and everything will be there. Okay, so in now I'm just going to show one more thing is, if suppose you want to basically if you want to edit something else over there. So the file, let's go to the cd slash home Kali document. Okay, and let me try to create a one file called so I'm just creating a file, sudo nano. So there are two editors, which is a nano and a vi, but for a beginners I would suggest to go with a nano, because vi is a little bit it's a difficult. So you can use a sudo nano, and now here I'm just going to create a test file.txt, and this is a test. This is, so now I can edit. This is a demo file test. Okay, to save this one, it's simple. Control O, enter, Control X. So the file is there. If I do ls, the file is created. Again, let me see cat test file. So now this is actually done over there. Okay, so now next command what we are going to see is a process related command. So you can run a ps command. This will tell you that what terminal actually this process is running in your computer. This is repeated. You can use a top command to, it's a basically like how Windows have a task manager, right? So from the terminal also you can understand what is on running on your Kali machines over there. This is gives a clarity, like what is the process on which user, memory, how much memory is taken, and the CPU process, what is actually running, how long it is running. So this gives you more control and everything what is running out there. You can use Control Z to stop it. You can use a one more command called ps hyphen aux. This will give you the complete directories, like what is running over there. This will take you there, like a complete what is running on your machines. This will list all the accesses and everything is be running over there. Okay, with the process id, what is where, which path it is running, which program is running from which location. So this will give a clear attack. So basically when you do a malware analysis on some Linux infected something, so these things will give you like more in detail about, okay, what is actually running, where it is associated, all information, clear cut of the information you will be getting over there. Okay, so let me clear this one. And now if I want to see about a process like memories over there, you can use a cat proc mem info. So this basically, this will list all the memory related information, like what is your memory is allocated, how much free is there, a buffer, and how it is cached, and everything is stays. It gives you it. For a one more command in the memory, you can use a free hyphen h. This will give you a simple thing, what is total memory is allocated, out of that what is the swap memory, and how much is that used, how much is free, and everything will be showed in this command over there. One more command what you can use is use history. The other command is history. This will, whatever the command you are executed in the terminal, this will list all the commands over there. So especially this will be more useful when you want to know your web server is got hacked over there. You got access to the, again back to the access, you can run a history command and you can see what is actually hacker ran it, what file he did it, what and all operation he performed in a terminal. You can get an understanding about it. So then based on, you can do it based over there. Or in case if you're digital forensic, some of your user or someone is logged into something else using a running history, you can get a clear cut what is actually happened, what commands are executed in this system, so you can get an idea about it over there. Now one more, the best thing is the sudo command. As I said earlier, sudo is a executive command with administrative privileges. So rather than you certain executing from the sudo privileges, you can use a sudo command with the administrative privileges. So you can use it, maintain and manage. You no need to use the root all the time. But yeah, sudo is, that is the purpose of it. You can do it over there. And if I want to change some passwords of it, so how I can change the sudo password? So the command is sudo password, and if I want to change the password for Kali user, the username is Kali. So it will be prompt for the new username. So I have to give it, and let me type it. The password has changed successfully. This is how you can change the password of the users over there. If I want to start the services, or if I want to manage the services over there, so the command is sudo service apache. If I want to know the status of whether the service is running or not, you can give a status. So it says that basically the service is inactive, so it is not running. To start the service, you just need to give a command called start. So the service will start. And if you go to now status, the service, you see it is actively running. If I want to stop this service, you can give this command called stop. So the service will stop it now. So this is using a sudo service, and here Apache 2 is the web server. So I'm just running it. Basically, I'm turning on, turning off the web server. So instead of this, is a syntax is very simple: service followed by the services what you want to start it, and it can be a start or stop or restart. Also, you can do it certain times when you change something. You just need to restart the services. You can do a restart services as well. So this command is same thing. It's sudo just restart. So what this will do is start and stop the services over there. So if you go to now status, it will say that it is running over there. Just stop the service and stop bounce. It's just a bounce backing of it. So now what I'll do is let me stop the services. So this is how you can manage the services and everything. In case if you want to kill certain services, for example, I just want to kill this terminal certain service running over there. So you can use a command called pkill followed by the name. So if you see that the terminal is actually closed over there. So this is how you can, from the terminal, you can kill any kind of processes. You can manage basically from the terminal. You can do it over there. Okay, and if you want to reboot this Kali machines or Linux machines, sudo reboot. This will reboot the computer. If you want to shut down, you can use a command called shutdown. So basically from the terminal, you can shut down the computers in there. So this is how these are the commands basically for the process and those things over there. So now what we will do is, let's go and see little networking command. So if I want to use a command called netstat, so basically netstat, what is do is this will tell me that what and all means it's all about, it talks about the connectivity, where my computer is stocks and everything. It gives all the informations over there. Okay, so it will give you all the information, foreign connections and who is talking on, all things will be giving using netstat command. If I want to test the connectivity of it, I can use a ping. If I want to ping a DNS, Google DNS, it see the response is coming. So basically that means my computer is internet approachable. My Kali is approachable to the internet. So that is how you can validate and you can see whether the IP is reachable or not using the ping command. And you can use a trace route to identify the network connectivities, how it is goes and all things. You can using a trace route command, you can understand over there. If I want to know what is my Kali mission IP address, you can use a Kali IP config, if config. This will display your Kali mission IP address and everything. If I want to download something from the internet, you can use a curl command. So if I see just example, I'm just downloading the Nexus using a curl. So if I go here and let me use sudo, let me paste it. If you see here, this is going to download the Kali. Sorry, it's going to download the Nexus. So it's going to this website, curl, using a curl, it's going to this website and it's going to download this one. And I do ls, you can see the file is actually downloaded successfully. This is how using a curl you can download the files and you can do it over there. Okay, so the one more command is you can manage a firewall. So for example, in case if you are want to control some firewalls on things, or you just need to create a, so for example, you're just testing a networks forensics or malware analysis, you want to do it in a some isolated environment, you want to separate your Kali from some things, using a firewall you can just manage it over there. So the command is firewall d, or you can use usffw. So this is basically the command. It will help you to install the firewall. You can do all the things over there. Okay, so but I don't want it now, so I'm just doing it. Let me clear it. So this is the commands, basically process command. These are the essential commands which is really needed. If I miss something else, feel free to drop me, or if you just want to know more comment about it, that's also just please let me know in the comment section. Maybe I can make a one more video and cover about little more Linux commands on that part as well. Okay, here is the one bonus command. So in case if you have a during your penetration testing or something else, you want to pile the output, all the outputs information, whatever the testing reports, you have to report it over there. So you can use a command called echo. So here I'm just creating a add me. Okay, and using a pipeline, basically output, this is the output, and I'm just converting this test file .txt. So this what we'll do is, if I go ahead, the file is actually created. So test file is actually created. So let me see cat test file. So add me is there. So this is how you can, using echo command, you can print your outputs over there. Suppose you're doing a multiple penetration testing, multiple scanning, multiple thing, you want to keep it as a separate individual one things. So you can use a cat echo remove me, you can use it, and this is double string, you have to do it. If suppose you are just adding a one single, what will do is this will overwrite the existing file whatever there. So if you see that now cat test file, see it is actually, it is overwritten the things over there. So now if I want to let the file to be there, only thing is I just need to add certain things over there. So cat echo add me, and I have to use double thing. So first one is we are saying is capture this output here, but here we are telling us to create as a one more line. So test file dot txt. If I enter it, okay, sorry, the command is not cat, it's sudo. Sorry, there is a error in this one. Yeah. So now if you see that, let me clear it. ls cat test file. See, the file is actually added one more thing. So remove is also there, add me. So this is how you can, when you're doing a penetration testing or when you're digital forensic, you're just running a multiple tools and just you want to capture in a single file, you can do it over this. Why we need to capture this output is basically we needed in case when you need as a future reference, or sometimes you can use this one and do it over there. So that is how we are capturing it, and especially when the penetration testing, you need definitely a proof of concept for how you did the things on there. So that time this output capturing is really helpful on these things over there. Okay, so this is how essential commands will be needed. So now we will go and see that how you can set up a Kali for anonymity, so that basically when you are scanning your penetration testings, so certain times we have to do it in actual like ethical, I mean hacker, so we have to simulate the attack, right? So you need to be more anonymous from the blocking from the IPs and ranges, or when you do digital forensics, you should not expose your original public IP address and those things and all there. So we are going to use a three concepts called prox chain, MAC swooping, and Tor network. Okay, so prox chain is a versatility tool used for routing the connection to proxy servers. It enables the users to chain the multiple proxies. So basically to create a network pathway for data to transfer to various intermediate, and it gives the anonymity, and also sometimes it will bypass the restrictions over there. By altering the network router, the proxy chain basically adds a layer of redirection traffics through different IP address and location, so that your scannings will be happens like a different IP address. So it's not a static or something else, it's be a keep dynamic happens over there, so that all your IPs will be anonymous keys over there. So let's see how to do this. First of all, we have to go to sudo nano ECTC's proxy chain configurations. So we have to go to it's proxy chains force.config, and here we have to, there are a lot of things. So here sticks chain. So each connection will be done via chained proxies only. Round robin, each connections will be done something this way, and there are dynamic, you can see the random chain. So these connections will be randomized, and there are a lot of options are there. So what we will do is now probably we will just put a unstick. We will uncheck this one, and we will implement a random chain. So to do that, it's in as simple as you just need to add a hash signature. So that machine as per Linux, if anything the line before the hash, it says that Linux will not read that file. So that is the instruction we are giving it. So now what you need to do is you have to come back, and you just need to randomize this. Just remove this one, Control O, and save this file, Control X. Okay, now we need to install one more service called Tor service. So basically the Tor network is an onion router, so decentralize the network, so it gives a more anonymous communications by routing the internet traffics through global volunteer overall networks over there. It anonymizes data and everything, encryptions and all things over there. So I have made a one more Tor specific videos. If you interested, please look around that one video. So it gives a more how you can be a more anonymous on your, when you're accessing dark web, or when you be how you be more access on maintain your anonymities over there. So now what I'll do is sudo apt install Tor. This is the Tor I'm just installing. So let me install the package. So the package is installed successfully. Now what I'll do is let me start the Tor network. Sudo service Tor start. Okay, so let's go and see the status, whether it is running or not. We'll go and see the status. Okay, so it is on. So now what I'll do is, okay, so let me switch it to root, switch the root SU, and you have to give the root password, what we set a few minutes back. So now what we'll do is we will proxy chains. Good thing about Kali is, suppose if you are running typing a good right command, this will be in a blue color. If suppose you are something doing, it will be still in the green. So that is how you can understand, okay, you are typing the right command, or this command is executable, or tool is available. That's how you can judge the things over there. So now I'm just using a proxy chain, which is create a randomized one and use a Tor network for the proxies and everything. So when I click Firefox, so okay, my bad. Actually, I just misunderstood that one. So it's basically said you don't run the proxy chain in a user, because that will give you a lot. That is what it's stating that. So now I just remove the sudo. I'm not running as a user, just giving a proxy chain and Firefox. Let me launch it. Now it is, if you see that it is trying to connect with the different proxy chain networks and user. What we'll do is let me see user who is IP, what is my IP address? So you can see that my IP will be different. So this will be a little slow because yes, obviously since we are using a proxy chain, this is URL. So to safeguard, we will use DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo is a very good browser, especially it's a good friend for cybersecurity professional. So let's use a DuckDuckGo.com. So it's also a search engine, very good search engine, and it's a friendly for security and privacy factors. So now we are using a DuckDuckGo. So now what is my IP address? So if you see that, if I just go that, it says that Germany, but definitely I'm not from Germany. So again, script is section blocked. So if you see that the IPs are from Germany, but definitely as I said, I'm not from Germany because I'm using a Tor network. So you can do one more thing is let me close it, and you see that all the communications are happening over there. So now what I'll do, let me restart the Tor network, then IP will change. So sudo service Tor restart, and let me start the Firefox again, and duckduckgo.com, and let's type what is my IP address. When you use proxy chain, it will be little slowness will be there because it's have to be go with the 3 layer of Tor network and it's there. So obviously slowness will be there. It is expected one. So because that is how you can create anonymity where if you looking for a faster, then it is not anonymity. When it is slow, then lot of connection is start to it and it the 3 nodes will be encrypted. It take a lot of time. So what is my IP address now? Let's and see. Maybe people will have a question. Yes, instead of proxy chain, I can use a VPN, right? VPN also. So yeah. You can see that my IP now it is earlier it shows Germany. Now it is shows in a Seattle, Western. Yeah. Again, back to the things. People will say that I can use a VPN services, right? Yes, you can do. Definitely, you can use because if you are an ethical hacker, you can use a VPN services, any paid service, and you can do it over there. But proxy chain is basically gives you more anonymities and over there usually hackers will use proxy chains and different proxies those things to identify and they do all these things over there. So to understand basically to simulate that attack, right? So when we have to perform and see whether our firewall is detecting so IPs or how it is works. So penetration something is something like that we are just simulating the attack and see how it is actually the infrastructure works because your VPNs are paid it and it is all good and it will works as you expected, right? It won't have any difference because all the VPNs are good VPNs and there is won't be a malicious IPs. It work as it you expected. So end of the day, we are not going to replicate the simulation and we will not able to more successful our penetration testings over there. So that is why we have to use the same hackers tools and same things. We see whether penetration testing how it is happens over there. So this is how the proxy chains are used to do it. And now what I'll do is let me stop this Tor network. Once you're done with it, please stop the Tor network. Otherwise your ISPs will be detecting and it will be throwing error message over there. So to avoid those things, after your penetration testing is done, please stop the Tor networks and everything over there. Okay. So now usually MAC address will be there. So MAC address is your hardware address. So it's say that usually when you're doing a MAC address will able to identify what kind of devices are used it. Maybe if suppose you are that MAC address can be identified and who's the purchaser and everything. So that is where the investigations goes on it. So how you can completely you can spook your MAC. So you cannot able to change the hardware MAC by hardware level, but you can software level you can spook your MAC address. Basically MAC is nothing but media access control because every interface will have their even your Bluetooth have a MAC address, you and your network internet card, if you have a multiple Ethernet card, everything have a MAC address. So the MAC address is your identity of the computers and all how it is works over there. So for anonymity you have to spoof the MAC address for the securities and bypassing the security restrictions and network basing on MAC address filterings over there. So for example, you are trying we are doing a wireless penetration testing. So you just when you're doing an aircraft NG, you just understand there is a one network devices, you got all the MAC address. So you can based what you can do bypass the filters and MAC filtering over there. You can just merge with the legitimate MAC address and you just make the computer or make the router to believe that you are an actual legitimate one. So this is how you can do a MAC bindings, and in case if your MAC is blocked by some other things, then you can spoof the MAC and you can purpose it anonymously over there. So the command is simple, the MAC changer. Again, the tool is very installed over there. And now what I'll do is let me randomize the MAC address. So first of all, let's go and understand what is my MAC address. So the Ethernet is what I'm running is 0. So the current MAC address, this is the MAC address. It's a VMware. I'm running in a VMware. So and the permanent is also this is what. So now if I want to change my MAC addresses, MAC changer I randomize the MAC ETH0 and okay, I don't have permission, so I have to run it as a sudo. Okay, so if you see that this is a permanent MAC and the new MAC address is this is a MAC address. So the MAC address has been changed. So the computer will believe this is my MAC address, and if anything was in during my analysis or something else is got blocked it, I can change it. You can see the one more time I'll change it. If you see that the MAC is changed. So earlier it is FI, now it is CCC. So this is how you can change the MAC address using a proxy chain, Tor network, MAC spoofing. You can get a complete anonymity and during your penetration testing and ethical hacking. So on the Kali, so these tools are already pre-installed, so you can just simulate and you can modify and you can activate this. This is how you can set up anonymity over there. So next one is we going to see a top 14 best Kali tools, which is popular. These are the tools, which is all you can more see visible, and this is all there. The first tool what we are going to see is Nmap. So Nmap is a powerful network scanning tool used for discovering the host and services. Actually, basically, this will tell what service is running on what port number. It gives basically a port enumerations and those things and all. This gives them over there. It is a very famous tool. It's known for its flexibilities, for port scanning capabilities, and also it's have the ability to detect services like what service is running over there. And even it will helpful also to find the vulnerabilities. There are Nmap scripts are there. Using Nmap scripts, you can identify the what are the vulnerabilities over there. You can address it over there. Again, as I said earlier, please go to the description. There is a tutorial, complete tutorial from beginner to advanced on Nmap. So feel free to check out that video and utilize your skills, upskills yourselves over there. And the next one is we are going to see is WP scan. So WP scan, let me make it bigger. WP scan is basically WordPress scan. So what this will do is, if suppose any web services are running in a WordPress related things, you can use a WP scan and understand what plugin is running, what user is running, or user enumerations, whether any plugins, what plugin versions are there, vulnerabilities existing, or whether there is anything bypass I can do it on any servers. Basically, if anything is running on host is hosted on WordPress, using WP scan, you can do the analysis over there. So especially this is designed for WordPress securities. If suppose WordPress is identifies, again WordPress are used widely for hosting the web services and the websites over there, and this is actually useful for identifying the vulnerabilities within the WordPress website, and it's using like enumerating the plugins, themes and users, and checking the potential weakness and everything over there. So you can use WP scan tool for your things over there. And next tool what we are going to is AirCrackNG. AirCrackNG is a very famous software. So it's for accessing a Wi-Fi, accessing security, network security. It is focused on exploitation of wireless protocols and in accessing the security of Wi-Fi networks by analyzing their security vulnerabilities and everything. So basically, you can use AirCrackNG software to crack the Wi-Fi's and to understand the network securities and those things. You can do it over there. The next tool is Hydra. So Hydra is one of the most popular brute force password cracking tool that support various protocols like HTTP, FTP, SMTP, and more. So it is used for performing online password attacks by trying a different username and password combinations. It's a very good tool, it's a powerful tool as well. So you can crack any kind of hash signatures. You can do SSH brute force. You can do FTP brute force. So online, anything, any services, you can do a brute force and you can get the passwords over there. Okay, and the next tool is Hashcat. Hashcat is a one more robustic, powerful password recovery tool that use different techniques to crack the hash values. So hackers, if they got a hash value signatures from there during the hacker and everything over there, so they can hack the hash values signatures, and it's supposed, as I said, right, it's supposed various hashing algorithms and capable of using GPU. It's basically you need a GPU to run it, because it's not run on a CPU based, it's run on a graphical base. So you need additional GPU to accelerate and cracking the passwords over there. So the next tool is what we are going to is Wireshark. So Wireshark is a famous packet capturing protocol. It's a widely used network protocol analyzer. So what this actually does, it'll capture all the packets, whatever running on it, it will just capturing it over there. So you can analyze the by capturing all the packets, and you can interrupt the browse. For example, if there is any malicious for your digital forensics, you just understand something as connectivity is happening over there. To understand what is there, you can run a Wireshark in that machine and capture the file, and using a PCAP you can do a little analysis on network forensics factors, then understand what is there, which website it is communicating, whether it is connecting to Tor IP network or it is connecting to different domains, whether it is downloading something over there, what is and all after installation. So it's basically, it will be more helpful in your malware analysis and digital forensics. And if you are a network related stuffs over the digital network forensics person, then this is also a very good tool for Wiresharks over there. And the next one is the good thing about what are the tools I'm talking, it's already pre-installed Kali. It's very good. In case if you want to separately make a different tutorial, special tutorials on this factor, let me know. I'm happy to do a tutorial on some specifically doing a demos on this part if you need it. Let me please feel comment on it. Based on the request, I'll definitely do a video on that part. And the Metasploit framework, so we will call MSF console. So this comes with a multiple lot of exploits and everything is there, and it is a completely free open source and platform, specially designed for penetration testing platforms. So this is all the security researchers and penetration testers to identify and exploits for the security vulnerabilities, and they can create a backdoor, they can create exploits, they can create payloads, even they can do information gathering from the MSF consoles. It's a very powerful sage, and it's provide a range of tools and functionalities for helpful for the penetration testings over there. If you want to know more about and you want to skills on like penetration test Metasploit frameworks from beginners to advanced, here is a video link. Please go through this tutorial and it will be more helpful on this one, because in this video I talk about in detail about it over there, how you can utilize MFA console for us in your penetration tester. I just walked with a completely from beginner to advanced. I talked about each tool's functionalities, how to use it from all the node levels. So please feel free to go and watch this video. The next one is burp suit. So the burp suit is again the famous if you are a web application team, you are interested in web application penetration, or if you are doing a bug bounty, burp suit is one of the powerful set tool for web application security. It includes features like scanning, crawling, and fuzzlings, and helping in the discovering the security vulnerabilities in web applications over there. The burp suit is one of the things over there. The next one is Beef. So Beef is the very famous again browser exploitation framework. So design the security of the browsers. So for example, there are a lot of browsers are available, right? Edge, Chrome, everything is there. So to test a browser security level, so you can use a Beef. This is actually gives a more allow the exploitation for the browser vulnerabilities, and it's also hackers. Basically, you can understand the if suppose certain, because every platforms, right? For example, there are a lot of different operating systems out there. Linux is there, Mac is there, Windows is there. Windows use Edge, Mac use Safari, and maybe again additionally there are a lot of browsers nowadays are available. So when you are installing each browser, so to see that environment based on the requirements, you can do it on so using this Beef framework, you can test it your vulnerabilities and your environment, whatever the majority of users are using based on your record. Beef is actually helpful for finding the exploits, and those then you can do it over there. The next tool is SQL Map. SQL Map is again next one is SQL Map. So SQL Map is a open source penetration testing tool used for detecting and exploits a SQL injection flaws. This is something like an automated one. So if you just need to run a SQL queries on web application, see whether there is any SQL injection is possible or SQL related stuffs can be, and it is an automated process. It gives you like identify and exploit the SQL injections vulnerabilities over there. Then you can work and you can address those things vulnerabilities over there. Next one is John the Ripper. So John the Ripper, again, it's a very famous John the Ripper tool. So the fast password cracker, like it's quite similar to the Hashcat, but this gives you like a multiple platform and support various password shared. Right? There is a limitation in the Hashcat, but again, this is easily used to find a weak password through brute force attacks as well. So John the Ripper, it is actually very good one time. And the next one is Nikto. So Nikto Scan is a open source web server scanner that perform comprehensive test against web servers for multiple vulnerabilities like outdated version server softwares, configuration issues, and potentially dangerous files and programs. So this is also a automated program. So only thing is you have to run a Nikto. Then it's, if suppose you are not quite familiar with the burp suite things over there, you are looking for a DAST solution, which is a dynamic web application security solution, then you can use a Nikto web applications and you can run it over there. The next tool is we are going to see is set tool, which is a social engineering tool. A tool is used for social engineering attack, like you can it's automated a various attack linked to like spear phishing, um, credential harvesting, and more. You can, it's basically aimed for human humiliations, human manipulating the vulnerabilities and just doing over there. So it's again set tool, you can do it over there. Even using this one, as I said, you can create a phishing links you can create and you can generate over there. For you can perform a phishing campaigns or something else you want to do it over there, you can this over there. The last tool is we're going to see is the harvester. So the harvester is the tool used to gather information from different public sources like search engines, PGP key servers, showdowns, email addresses and domains, subdomains, and everything. You can do it. It's mainly utilized for reconnaissance purpose in during your penetration testings over there. That is a very important things over there. So these are the tools. These are the top tools. As I said earlier, if you want to do more about interesting. Okay, so the next content what we are going to is, as I said, right, all the tools are pre-installed it and everything is there. But now I'm just going to show how we can leverage means for the advanced security testings, and we can do like leverage from the GitHub, and we can go and download certain tools, because GitHub is a wonderful platform where all the tools scripts is available. So I'm just going to show how to download scripts from the GitHub and utilize it over there. So simple thing is you just need to go to Google and search for any tool, whatever you just wanted here. So for here now I'm just using phishing tools, just I'm looking for a phishing tool. So phishing GitHub, just you need to search it. It will list out all the tools and topics it will just list. So you can see that you just go to GitHub and see a lot of tools are there. There are 930 repositories there. Probably it will always has the Google searches, right? So the lot downloads, lot of star rating it will be gives. So you can go with the star ratings, which is base. It's all good and it works. A lot of people has downloaded. So here I'm just going and downloading one tool is Zfisher. Which is you can automate your phishing tools and everything is there. So how we can do is, one thing is you just need to go here, just download this URL and go back to the terminal, and git clone is already pre-installed here. So sudo git clone, paste the clipboard, enter. This will start cloning the content. So the file is cloned now. So if you do ls, you can see that Zfisher is there. So you can go to cd Zfisher ls. So before that, usually you can go with the readme text file or something else, or you can run the zfiler automatically. So how to run it? Usually all the scripts will be in a bash or z as a script. So we can go and /zfisher. So this will says it's she. This is how you can see. Now I have downloaded a tool from GitHub and utilizing. Now it is just installed. So now it's done. So now I can go and do automated phishings and effects over there. So this is how you can leverage Kali Linux to integrate with the GitHub's tools. If suppose certain tools are not working, and if you see that the tools are available in GitHub, this is how you can go and download those things as well. So you can, if suppose you are looking for automated tools over there, again you can search it in a simple Google search. Let's go to the Google. There are a lot of things, good tools. For example, if you are looking for a cybersecurity or pen test tools, maybe pen testing tools, GitHub, again it will take you to the hub. Lot of tools options is there. Then you can go and you can download the tools for your penetration testings. So there are a lot of things there.
You can use this like 100 essential Kali Linux commands for penetration and testing and ethical hacking. I'll be giving this document in the resources, you can download it. So each command will walk you with what is this tools on it, and you can get familiarize yourself. So 100 essential commands and 50 common commands every day, your daily in operations and daily purpose you will be using. All these commands will be there. I'll be giving the resource, this content in the resource, so you can go and download it over there. So this is all about the Kali. So I just in this chapter we learned that how to install Kali on the virtual machines, and I just navigated with the Kali, how to use this Kalis, and also I gave a commands and the resources, and also I just showed the way to what are the famous tools are available in the Kali, how to install the tools, and how to install it in case if it is missing. And hello everyone, in this chapter we going to talk about endpoint security. Endpoints include like all the devices that connect to the network, such as computer, smartphone, tablet, and IoT devices. So, as an organizer, increasing rely on a remote access and cloud application, securing endpoint has become essential to prevent the cyber threat. So, our goal is today to understand endpoint security foundation concept, exploring the real world use cases, and slightly demonstrating the practical techniques like how to secure the endpoint. So, basically, I'm going to create a backdoor connection and just install it on the Windows, and how just I'll demonstrate how hackers are gaining the backdoor access, but just simple a malware malicious program by running a malicious program. So this is what I'm going to see show demonstration this chapter. So these are the course outline. So in this course line, we are going to see understanding the endpoint security, common endpoint security threats, solutions and tools for endpoint security, technique controls to secure endpoint, real world use cases, and live demo. As I said earlier, so I'm just going to create a backdoor, which is a malicious exe program, and going to run it on my testing Windows machine, and gaining the access of it to it. So this is the demo. I'm just going to do it over there. Okay, so let's go and start. Let's try to understand the endpoint security over there. So endpoint security, it's very very important because it involves like protecting anything network points like lab devices like laptop, desktop, mobile devices, and IoT from any malicious activity. As more device connect to the network, any devices connect to the network, it is a vulnerable, and it can be hackable. So the intention here is we have to every as a cyber ethical hacker and cyber security professional, the protecting the endpoint security is very very important, because certain service will be running on the server, web applications running, you're hosting some file servers, or probably using some data streaming it over there. So anything like, and as a end user, your employees will using the as a daily driver laptops, and they using for their daily use purpose coding and those things, right? So anything connect to the network, it's all vulnerable and become a point of vulnerability that cyber attack can be exploited. The primary goal of endpoint security is to prevent unauthorized access, detect and block the malware. It can be a ransomware or it can be a spyware, whatever. Detect it and just block the malicious intent of that malware, and secure the intent sensitive data. So like as I said earlier, you might be having all the companies will have a sensitive data, financial records and client data. If suppose they are it's a product based company, they will be having a source codes, so which is again the source code also will be relate. So probably the competitors can make it, or a lot of impact is there. Okay, and ensure the continuous monitoring of the endpoint and health activities over there. So endpoint represent a major entry point for cyber threat. Endpoint security solutions are designed to guard against these threats and risk, preventing a potential attack from gaining access to the internal systems through vulnerable devices. Common endpoint security threat: malware. A malicious software such as virus, worm, Trojan, and ransomware can infect endpoint, compromised data and functionality. Example, a remote employee download a fake software update that install ransomware, encrypt all the files on their devices. And once the user is downloaded and it is start, its ransomware is usually spread across the other programs, other computers and other fine, and it will encrypt their data as well. So then end of the day, hacker will be demanding for a huge money financials to decrypt those things over there. Financial phishing and social engineering attack. These attacks tricked user into sharing a sensitive information and installing malware, which is already we have seen in the previous chapter, like for email security, right? So if you suppose you have a anti-malware programs are running over there, it will prevent you from this kind of malware. If there is any attachment, malicious attachment downloaded, it will detect and block it over there. So example is an employee receive an email from a trusted source asking them to install a software update. Even as I said, we have seen it, right? So business email compromised. So IT support email is compromised and looks like email is coming from the IT department. So what obviously user will do it comes from the IT department and they will without any stage they will run it. So these which is a malware. So these and all to be prevent. So once you have a proper endpoint solutions and antivirus solutions, it will stop those attacks. And the one more thing is drive by download. Users can unknowingly download the malware by visiting compromised websites or clicking a malicious ads. So when you click a malicious ad, when you just be directed it automatic without your permission, without your things, the file will get download on your computer and it will start running over there. For example, a user visits the compromised website that automatically download keylogger, which record every keystrokes. The keylogger is nothing but every keystrokes, whatever you're typing in the keypad, when it's keyboard, it will be captured and it will be sent it, even including a passwords, your sentence, everything will be captured and it will be sent it to the hackers over there. This is something like a spyware. Okay. And inside a thread is nothing but it's a internal employees. So for example, employees are means the thread is today organization, the it is only not only from the external, even internal employees also. Sometimes they will get the pen drive, infected pen drive, then they will insect it over there, and that is also causes over there. Or probably maliciously they have an intent to do something else because of certain device, that is also there. So these are the where the endpoint will protect over there. Example, as I said earlier, employee plug into USB drive with the malware unknowingly infecting the network. So there are like a lot of pen drives nowadays, malicious bad USBs are there, which is like a hackfi, rubber ducky, 88 tiny, and there are a lot of things are there. Even you can convert your phones as well, also you malicious USBs and just connect it over there, juice jacking. So the lot of malicious are there, but employee without knowledge or something else, if they connected their USB drive or something else, the malware has to detect and prove it over there, right? Because the inside threat is it's very easy for a hacker, because all he just need to, once since he is connecting in the inside the system, so he can gain access of whatever he wanted over there. Unauthorization access. Attacker can attempt to gain unauthorization access to endpoint by exploiting the weak password or vulnerability. Example, attacker use a brute force or credential stuffing attack to access the endpoint with the weak passwords. So these are the things endpoints will protect it. Suppose once a attacker gained access, obviously to be a persistent, to be maintain access of it, he will try to get the more passwords of it, which is stored in the computer. So that is also when you multiple authentications are happening, multiple something is malicious code is running over there, this endpoint solutions has to detect and they have to capture it over there. Endpoint security solutions and tools. Let's see the modern endpoint securities relies on several tools and solutions to detect, prevent, and respond to the threat. The first one is antivirus and anti-malware softwares. These tools detect and block known malware, including virus and spywares like Bitdefender, Kaspersky, and Microsoft Defenders. If suppose most of the Microsoft will comes with the inbuilt tool, free virus antivirus program, Windows Defender, CrowdStrikes. So these all like antivirus and anti-malware software, malware bytes. So these are will detect on the signature. So how it is basically the antivirus and anti-malware software works is basically signature. Hash signatures will be there. So each program will have a hash signature and coding will be there. So this once the database, it means antivirus, all the antivirus will be maintaining a table of it, hash tables they will maintain. If suppose they detect this thing and if they detect a pattern on it, obviously it will be detected as a malicious and it will be highlighting over there. So it will detect and block it over there. Tools like Northern, Kaspersky provide antivirus protection, scanning the files in the real time for the malicious content. If anything downloaded, automatically scans over there in the real time. Endpoint detections and response, which is a EDR solution. Something like in a home, we will be usually using an antivirus and anti-malware solution, but when it goes to the industries wise, usually it will be like EDR, XDR solutions will be there. So EDR tools provide a continuous monitoring and analyze to detect, investigate, and respond endpoint threat. This is like maintain a logs and those controls. It will have a more things over there. The one of the best example is clouds like Falcon and Microsoft Defender APT, Advanced Threat Protections, offer advanced threat hunting, incident investigation, and real-time response capabilities. It have a much more over threat controls over there. Data loss preventions, DLPs. So DLP tools helps prevent the sensitive informations by being shared outside the organizations. So like example, Symantec DLP, Teshian. So these all monitor and restrict the transfer of confidential data and reducing the data risk leakages. Patch management. So SSEM, Intune, or any other patch, Ivanti. So we basically any organization has to maintain a patch management solutions so that they can automatically patch the tools, operating systems. So they can free from the vulnerabilities of it. Regular patching of the servers, regular patching of the endpoint solutions, it's always a better good practice, so that ensure the devices are up to date with the latest security patches and reduce the known vulnerabilities over there. One of the example is Manage Engine Patch Manager automatically patch the deployment across the device to close the security gaps. So having a patch management solutions is always important with it. Mobile device management. So most of the nowadays companies are giving like a BYD, bring your own devices. So mobile devices are means user employees will be configuring emails, OneDrives, and those things. So by using a mobile device management in Android and iOS, so the profiles will be segregated, work profile and personal profile. And it is also enforce the security policies on mobile device, controlled applications access, and even remotely can be wiped if the data needed over there. So example like AirWatch and Microsoft Intune, which is Intune is applicable like it available on for the desktops and as well the mobile devices as well, provide a securities and compliance management for the mobile endpoint in case if the compliance in the sense if suppose the devices are running in older versions of Android, older version of iOS, that is also vulnerable, right? So obviously that blocks the access of the accessing email, accessing the component of the organization belongs to that, so that it will keep the infrastructure more safe and secure from the vulnerabilities over there. Technical controls to secure endpoint. Securing endpoints require a multi-layer approach with a various technical control, like network access control, NAC. NAC solution restrict the access based on the device compliance with the security policies. Like as I said earlier, if it is not having a latest patch, if it is running an older version of and versions of it, automatically if it will block the accessing the network in not only the mobile devices, even any point, because usually users have a habit of not updating their Microsoft update patches, so they will keep pushing off it. So if there is a limitation, if suppose there is a securities patches are not updated, then your just endpoint is risk again when that endpoint is connected to the infrastructure, then you're putting the infrastructure in the risk. So by applying a NAC, network access control, these will be blocking access to those kind of things until you get the proper updates and those things over there. And application whitelisting allow only approved applications to run on endpoint, blocking unauthorized software. Like if it is supposed the not having a published proper signatures based, if there is no proper signatures, if there is software is running without any approved one thing, so these are the application controls only allowed whitelist you can do it, or blocking the for example enabling the creating a two profiles, which is administrator and users, so normal users cannot able to install applications and have a restrictions always a better over there. Application controls policies like ensure that only trusted software such as Microsoft Office and Adobe can be executed, and even you can execution level also which application has to run, which exe should not run. So you can block all these whitelistings as well. Encryption plays a while very well because most of the data what you stores data at the rest it will be stored over there. So you have to encrypt those data at a rest. So encrypting the endpoint data makes unreadable to unauthorized user. If suppose they are stealing the hard disk and they're trying to do it with, since it's are encrypted, nobody can do it over there. And it's also ensure the data and security even if the device is compromised. So example, the Microsoft components BitLocker comes with the Windows, all the Windows, and other operating systems also have their Veracrypt is for Linux and those things over there. There are like a lot of products are there. So this basically encrypt the hard drives and ensure the data in case of device theft. Endpoint isolations. So you need to have a EDR solutions so that when you see anything compromised, that endpoint is compromised, it should be isolated from the network to prevent further spreading of the malware. EDR solutions can automatically quarantine the infected endpoints to stop the malware from growing. And EDR solutions giving additional features like you can isolate those devices from the internet and spreading more malwares as well. And it will also give you more control on it. So in whatever endpoint solutions you are picking off it, just ensure that EDR solutions have this capability of it, isolations and sandboxing, testing of all the things we'll be having over there. Zero trust on endpoint. Zero trust is a cybersecurity concept that adheres to principle like never trust, always verify. In terms of endpoint, that means always verify all the endpoints, including not only the contracted partners and guest devices, but also apps and device used by employee to access work data, regardless of device ownership. Zero trust solution for endpoint verify the security of the device that access work data, including the application that are running on the devices. The zero day approach that includes the endpoint security provide a more robust protections by unifying the user and endpoint security to verify trust before allowing users to sensitive application and data. So it's simple. Anything connects to your infrastructure, don't trust it. Just validate. Ensure everything is because keeping the infrastructure is very very important of right. Require multiple verification method to access endpoint makes it harder for attacker to gain unauthorization access. So by probably if suppose a privilege means any administrator has to maintain it, implementing MFA or probably maybe using a tokens or maybe YubiKeys, physical key YubiKeys and fingerprint, those things. So enforcing the policies and hardening of the operating systems also is very very important. You have to harden the operating systems. You need to you just hardening is nothing but as per a CSI benchmark. So these are the good practices. These services has to disable. These are the things that there are controls are there. There are a lot of controls are there. I would request to go to the CSI benchmark sites. You can find that link in the resource as well. So just use that link and you can identify and you can use open scam tools and you can just see the compliance factor of how your operating system hardening is done is there. And a lot of there are like other industries also they provide offering the tools which is can harden the operating systems of it over there. And implement the security controls and implementing the device management solutions like Intune and those things is also help you to achieve this zero trust on the endpoint over there. Real world use cases. So use case one, financial sector ransomware attack. A financial institute experience the mostly nowadays the hackers are targeting two sectors. One is financial sectors and health sectors because that is where a lot of monies comes into the place. And second thing is a lot of sensitive informations are landing over there. Just imagine a financial situation institute experiencing a ransomware attack that encrypts a sensitive client data on multiple endpoint. Okay, but so ransomwares are infected and those things are there. But solution, if suppose they have a proper EDR solution, an anti-malware tool, it can detect unusual activity and have the ability to isolate the affected devices with a thing. And also they have a proper hardenings and vulnerable patch managements. So the regular backups and encryptions also in the place that allow institutions to recover without paying the ransomware. So initially they will be able to quickly they can detect, the EDR session will detect and will be alerting on it. The cybersecurity solution team they will be have, since the EDR solution have a isolation, so they can isolate those computers from other infections, so they can furthermore infection they can keep it in the isolated manner. then they can using, since if it is encrypted, the hard disk is encrypted, so hacker will not have a access to the sensitive informations, right? And also since it's already patched those devices, they're maintaining a properly patch, so furthermore infections or furthermore things will be get controlled it. And also if suppose they have a proper backup, they can restore it without being over there, right? So they can protect themselves from the ransomware. Scenario 2, healthcare data loss preventions. A hospital aims to prevent the data leakage and accidental exposure of patient records. So, because patient records exposed is more sensitive, right? Just imagine if a celebrity patient record is relieved, it how much crucial it is. So, the hospital has to implement a DLP solution so that they can block unauthorization USB. If suppose anyone is plugging a USB, that will be protected, and also enforcing the encryption for all the sensitive data transfers, so that when they have a DLP, so if suppose someone is trying to copy, immediately it will get blocked access over there. So endpoints and DLP solutions are very very important, and protecting the endpoint security is very, protecting the endpoint with the security is very very important on it over there. So time for live demo. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a malware, a backdoor, and I'm going to execute it on my Windows 10 lab environment and going to gain a backdoor access. Backdoor access is nothing but I'm just going to take a remote of that server without user knowledge and without user intention. I'm going to take a backdoor of it. That is called backdoor access of it over there. So this is again once again declaration. This is a declaration. This is for only educational purpose, and don't use this content or misuse this content for any illegal or unauthorized access. I am not responsible if you are misusing this content. This is video is created completely for only educational purpose. Please do not try to misuse this content. Hacking is a crime without unauthorizations and with so please ensure you do not use this content for any misuse, it means illegal purpose, and don't get into any trouble over there. And I'm not responsible for if you're using this content illegally. I'm just making this video completely for educational purpose only. Now let's walk through some steps over there. So to do that, let me go to the Kali. So we have to going to create a malware. So to do that, you just need to install this plugin on the Firefox, which is comes with the Kali. I just need to open a terminal. Let me open a terminal. Okay. So once you installed it, you just need to go here to the hack tool, and there all the way you can see MSF builder will be there. So here we going to create a reverse shell TCP over there. Okay, so here I'm going to create a Windows based one. So because this is the Windows one, so I'm just going to create a Windows based reverse shell, and looking for a metapreter. Basically metapreter means I'll get the shell based one. So let's, okay, so here it is. Metapreter, Windows Metapreter Reversal TCP. This is what I'm doing. And here I'm going to give my Kali mission IP address. In this case, my Kali mission IP address is, this is what, let me copy and let me go back here, paste this IP address, and keeping the port as default. I'm not going to use it. In case if you want to bypass encoders and those things, you can do it over there. Platforms and all this x64, and it is a Windows. Okay, and what format you wanted? I just want it in the exe format. Okay, and the file name is, I'm just putting as a just test. Okay, .exe. So this is the information I'm just giving on it. Let me go to the this is the command. Once you've done everything, you will be getting this on it. Just copy and go to the terminal. Just remove this full stop and enter it. So I just successfully created. Just you need to do is just remove all the commas. So that is why it's just remove it. Usually the sudo MSF venom, you have to type this command like without comma, but you can just copy it and remove all this thing, and you can see that the test.exe is generated. So let me do ls, and if you see that the test.exe is running over there, let me clear it. And I need to send this, I need to run a command called sudo python 3. Basically I need to download the software. So http.server, so that what this will be running a http server in the Kali, and I can download this malware in my Windows 10 lab environment. So this is actually running. Let me go to the my Windows 10 machine, open an Edge, paste this, followed by .text.exe. That is the file name I just need to download. So let's get downloaded. In meantime, we will try to create a listener. So listener is nothing but just to get back the connection over there. So to do that, let's go back to the same one, Metasploit here, and this is all we have given, right? So now we have to go down, launch the console, and is there, right? So we have to copy this and go to the terminal, right click, paste, and enter it. So this will take some time, and it will launch the MSF console Metasploit framework. Then the listener will be ready. When victim just opened this malware which we created, it automatically create a backdoor connection of it. So it's just injecting the payloads and everything is getting ready. Okay, so if you see that the listener is ready, only thing is this software, if it is downloaded, then I can go and good to go and download. Okay, so I have to give the port number. Okay, 8000. Yeah, so this now the file will get downloaded. Yeah, so the file is downloaded. It will be prompting on it. The reason is let me delete first one. Okay, because we didn't put a signature, right? It's not a published one, so that is why it is, see, the publisher is unknown, that's why it's throwing on it. So let me keep this one. And when I execute this one, so I'm just clicking on it, so probably hackers will be adding this. I'm just getting because of this one, so hackers usually embedded this malicious program into PDF, or they will embed it into a legitimate softwares when the private versions you are downloading, that is also there. So if you see that, I just clicked it and nothing was open over there. But when you go to the Kali machine, you see that the backdoor will be opened at, see, the metadata connection is opened shell. So if I give system sys info, this is going to give, see, I have hacked that Windows machine, but use victim doesn't know that there is a happening over there. So to, I'll do one thing, I'll create a one more file called cat. I'm just going to create a touch hacker.txt. Okay, and going to echo this. Let me create a file there. Okay, let's do ls. So if you see that there is a hacker.txt is there, let me upload this file to the victim computer, and you see that what is happening over there. So to get into shell, I'm just going to use a shell. So this basically comes to the, see, I'm in the download directory of it. Let me exit. So I'm going to check now. Here I'm going to use upload, and let me paste it here. So it's basically, this is uploaded. If you go to my Windows machine, you can see that hacker test is uploaded. See, if I want to download, so let's take an example. There is a sorry, let me create a file which is called text file called password. Okay, so or something sensitive information is there. Okay, password. So this file I need to download, which is I have created, which is stored in the Windows, and the hacker wants to download it here. So let goes to the terminal again. So if I do ls, this will list the files of which is are there. So you see all the files which are there. So I'm interested, hacker is interested in this file, so let me download. So download password dot txt, and let me go back to the directory ls, and if you see that password dot txt will be downloaded. See, so I am just with, but user didn't know that its machine got hacked or not, but I have a full control on it. Even I can do whatever upload, or I can execute, or I can steal the passwords, or I can do whatever things over there. There are a lot of things I can do it over there. So this is the malware. In case the reason is it's I able to successfully do is because I don't have a proper EDR solution. If you see that my malware is means it's not detecting, but if I enable this one, it will detect probably if the signatures will get caught, and it have the protections over there. Sometimes the hackers will bypass this defenders. Okay, so that is the beauty of it here over there. So that's all I have for this chapter. Thank you for joining on this one chapter. See you on next chapter. Welcome to email security chapter. In this chapter, we're going to discuss about more about email security in cybersecurity over there. So these are the course outline we're going to see in this chapter. What is email security, email protocol, common email based attack, steps to secure email, solutions and tools for email securities. And also I'm going to create a phishing link using in the Kali tools and those things, and I'm going to show how phishing attacks are happening on it. So basically the phishing attack, what I'm going to do demonstration is a credential harvesting. So how the hackers are getting the credentials of the victims, and this is what we are going to do it over there. So let's go and see what is email security. Email security is critical in protecting both personal and organization data from unauthorization access and cyber threat. Emails are frequently target for attackers due to its widespread use and the sensitive information often communicate through them. So in today modern world, email is a very important. Any communications happens, right? So for example, if you want to log in, sign in, you can use your email accounts. And in digital world, you want to send your documents, or you want to share something with your friends and colleagues or office. So email is the main source of communication in internet world, right? So and also it is the easiest way. If the hackers are easy, it's the easiest to source. Only thing is they need to create a phishing sites, and they can manipulate the human and ensure they are become a bait for that mail. And also email is the one of the way they used to do hackers actually used to deliver the malware into the systems and those things as well. So this chapter will cover the foundation concept in security concepts, types of email based, and protocols that safeguarding the email systems, and steps action to enhance the securities over there. So these are the email protocols. Before getting into email security, so let's try to understand more, like what are the email protocols are used it. And you, as long as you understand what is this is for it, so it's easy for you to know about what is the email securities, and it will be more helpful when you become a SOC analyst or you become a cybersecurity experts on it. So understanding a fundamental is very important. So let's talk about SMTP. The SMTP full form is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. This is the purpose is used to send mail from an email client to server or between a server. So let's example. This is what happened over there. So it is like a kind of a postman. So like how we have a post office, right? So you will send a letter, and the letter goes to the post office or courier center, and from there it is goes to the respective there. So this is where the SMTP servers and SMTP protocols will take care. They ensure that the mails are transferring between a client to server and server to client over there. Okay. So the security concerns, what in the SMTP security concerns are? Basically, they lags in encryption, and because of the encryptions are not there, so the email goes out and in. It has a plain text. So that means it's a more vulnerable to intercept. So someone can modify the data, and they can tamper the email, like actual email of it over there. The next one is IMAP, Internet Access Message Control. The IMAP is enable the user to access and manage email stored on a remote server, allowing synchronization across multiple devices. So this IMAP is a little bit older one, because nowadays most of the Office 365s are like a cloud-based solution. So basically, you in a like a modern in a way, like everything will be stored in the cloud environment. So nothing it's going to download store on your computer. But there are certain areas like they are using a traditional manners. So this is the IMAP is usually access the emails and stored servers and synchronization between the multiple devices over there. The security concern is this, expose the user credentials during login if it is not encrypted. POP3, this is also one of the oldest one. Post Office Protocol V3 is the current versions. The POP3 is used to download the emails from the server to local file. For example, certain areas like they will maintain a copy of it. So, for example, since the lot of companies are not able to afford a cloud solution, so what they do is they will try to flush the emails into local devices, their laptops. They will store it over there, and often they will be deleting their server copies afterward. But uh, the here is it depends completely depends upon the business cases. The problem here, the security concern is it is vulnerable to intercept if communication again it is not encrypted. They can modify, and the other one more thing is the reason. One more problem is in case the laptop is stolen or missed it, since the emails are stored locally, so someone can able to have access on it over there. So unauthorized session access also there. Then last but not least, security protocol for email authentication and integrity. So these are the main important component. Whether you are using a on-prem Exchange server or you are using Office 365 or Google Workspace, whatever thing, but these three factors are very important. SPF, DKIM, and DMARC. SPF is simple. The full form is Sender Policy Framework. It is basically to prevent unauthorized use of domain in email from address from verified sender IP address. So this is where your authorization, for example, this is SPF records will help you from the spoofing of the domain. So let's take an example. Amazon.com is there. So someone is just trying to spoof it into instead of A, just they adding a some other sorry instead of O, they are adding a zero. So Amazon looks like Amazon.com, right? So when when the hackers send it to their SPF records validate that it comes from the it's sent from which IP is coming on it. If the IP is having a bad reputation, it will block it and it will look for the domains and those things as well. If suppose the domains are newly created, again it will validate over there. So this is something like it prevents from the unauthorized uses of domain in the email. The next one is DKIM, Domain Key Identify Mail. So basically, this is use a digital signature to verify that it is actually Amazon.com or it is a different website. So it authenticate the email message whether it comes from the actual server or someone is intercepted and modified or. So basically, this communications will happen on the signatures because whenever you are hosting a site, any other you might be hosting a sites on WordPress, Hostlinger, or probably you hosting your web servers on your own and using any open source, let's Enscript or GoDaddy. You just buying a certificate. These certificates will authenticate that these are authorized server and these are valid server. So based on this dignish, so like how we will sign it, right? When you are buying in a checkbook, you are signing. When you are doing signatures, that signature is basically what it's authenticate that the person who belongs to that it is private, right? So validating the signature of it. So same way the server will also signatures will be validate whether it is comes from the actual server owner or it is from the different server. So DKIM is something like very important. The last is DMARC, domain based message authentication, reporting, and confirmations. Specific policies for handling messages that fails SPF in case SPF is DCOM check is failed, but providing an insight to domain owners about it will look like more about this and see that whether it can be better. So usually when you do a phishing analysis, any emails or spam domains, so people will be trying to copy a message header and you have to drop the message header in the uh, uh, validate it over there. Like there are like a lot of header analyses are available in the market. So once you did it over there, you will be first things is validating is whether SPF is pass or fail, DKIM is pass or fail. What does the DMARC says over there? And there you can see that completely understand that what is IP addresses. So you can copy the IP address then you can go and validate the reputations over there. So these are the when you are doing a phishing analysis of that email, these things things are common. And it has also helped the organizations to protect their email from unauthorization access, spoofing, tampering, DNS spoofings. All these factors can be protected over there. So these are the email protocols it is currently available, and they are in the use of in the industries of it. Common email based attacks. So there are I just picked, there are lot of email based attacks are there, but I just picked a very common and trending phishing email based attacks, so that because every organizations are facing this kind of phishing emails attacks, I mean sorry, email based attacks over there. The first one is phishing, and the second one is business email compromised, malware and ransomware via email. Fourth one is email spoofing. So the first one is email is a phishing. Phishing is nothing but a fraud email will be sent and pretending to be that I'm sending from a legitimate source to steal a personal information or credentials. Example, like a fake email claiming to be sent from the bank, prompting user to send account credentials on a fake login pages. So once you just the user thinks that it is email comes from the bank, then immediately when you just give the username and password, the hacker will be getting the username and password. So phishing is it's just as manipulating, it pretending that it looks like a legitimate email and manipulating the human to click that or to, that is the purpose of it over there. Okay, and in that the major phishing is spear phishing. So spear phishing is nothing but a targeted phishing attack aimed at specific individuals. So for example, hackers don't look for all the things. So they will look for their purpose. Okay, I need a system administrator's credentials, I need a finance department credentials. So they will specifically target the persons and they will get it to offend. So using this information about the recipient to make an email seems more legitimate and they do it. So attacker is poisoning as a manager or a familiar contact, requesting like urgent payment and those things that we will be doing over there. Business email compromised. So it's an attacker impersonating the senior executive to trick the employee into transferring a fund or revealing the sensitive data. So like business emails, certain there are two things are there. So for example, one of the email account is compromised, like the CEO email is compromised. So from that CEO email, so he will be sending an email to the finance department to do a wire transactions over there. The other one is also there is a one more concept is client email compromise. For example, there are certain companies works for a client basis. So just imagine you are working for some client and that client account has got compromised and mail will be sended to here. So that is also so when you think that email is coming, so basically this SPF DMARC and we all pass through because it is a website it's coming in. But here the concept is and you also what you think email is coming from the client, email is coming from the business people, then without any hesitations you will just clicking on it, you will be doing on it. So this is also one of the things over there, business email compromised. So example, as I said earlier, a fake email from CEO asking for a finance department to process a large wire transaction. So you will think that it is comes emails come the CEO because it's a actually CEO address, but CEOs doesn't send it. Its email was compromised. Maybe he become a bait for some other phishing, and the hacker got his credential or got access to his computer. Then probably he's doing something over there. That is the one thing over there. Malware and ransomware via email. So as I said earlier, email is the used digitally widely and is also easiest way to deliver the malware via emails. Even most of the ransomwares are get downloaded via from the email only. Like for example, malicious attachment will be added to it, like a PDF or macro will be attached over there. When you try to open that document, then malware will get downloaded, or probably they will give a malicious domains, malicious links. So when you opened it, it will automatically install malware or ransomware on the systems. Like examples, you will be getting like invoice attached it, and also like one clicked it, and it will all happen. Then it gives the infected systems with the ransomware up to and locking the critical files and demanding for the monies over there, or probably they will be spying where or doing the extraction of the data, depends upon the hackers intention of it. Email spoofing. Attacker forge a sender address to make email appear as if it has come from the trusted source, exploiting the absence of the proper authentication protocol. So it looks like, for example, they will spoof the domain of it. So most of the companies will purchase the domain of it to prevent from the spoofing of it. So for example, as a example, I said Amazon.com. Amazon will purchase all the possibilities of the spoofing of it. I mean, certain companies can able to purchase all the domain and affordable. They do it. Certain companies cannot do it. But let's take the example of Amazon. So Amazon has purchased all the domains. So a hacker doesn't have a ability to buy a new domain and spoof means just send an email from it. So what he will do is he will just spoof the domain. He will have a different email address, but he will just create alias or create a spoofing so that it looks email comes from the Amazon.com kind of things. So that it will in the it's basically happen if suppose you doesn't have a proper SPF records, DMARCs, and you doesn't set up over there, the email spoofing is possible over there. So example is a email is seems from info at amazon.com with a malicious link is coming over there. But it is not amazon.com. If you just open it, the email in a little bit over there, it will becomes like a different domain. But in the top view, it looks like Amazon with the Amazon logos and those things that comes. So this is called email spoofing over there. So steps to secure the email system. So these are the steps which is like we can involve. Basically, it's involving a mixing of technical controls, user awareness, and policies to prevent unauthorization attacks and access over there. So let's talk about some security steps to secure the emails. Implementing the email authentication protocols, like as I said earlier, use SPF, DMARC, so that strengthening your these records, these policies will verify the sender legitimities and help prevent email spoofing and phishing as well. So that all the at least when you have a strengthening all this SPF records, when you maintain a proper policy yourself, when you maintain a whitelist and blocklist of the domains, and you properly maintaining all these records of it, IP reputations and proper policies enforced, it like if it is the IP reputation is very bad, send it to the things over there. And if you all this things are there, so it will basically help you to protect from the email and spoofing this domains over there. Enabling TLS encryption. So the latest one is TLS 3.0. So that is the advanced. So by enabling this TLS encryption, so what this do is this will encrypt all the email traffic in transit so that it will be protecting against intercepting and tampering so that nobody can see what this email is sent. If so it's all encrypted. So in and out it will be encrypted. Nobody can snip, intercept, or tamper it. Modify. Nobody can modify that one. So that is the TLS encryption is better. But you should ensure that when you're enabling the TLS encryption, all your clients and your you need to share the certificate for them. Otherwise, because if suppose you're working in a support or you're working with a multiple clients things and your emails are encrypted, and when they send it to the actual owners also, if suppose they doesn't have a certificate, if suppose they didn't enable it over there, then they cannot able to read it over there. So there is a challenges, but it is a good practice to enable the TLS encryptions over there. And the top of that, adding a multi-factor authentication is very very important. So even username is credentialed as there. So MFA tokens, basically multi-factor, it's like a OTP or using any authenticator app, you generating a code. It's actually they request the user to verify their identity with the additional form of authentication, such as mobile OTP, make it harder for attacker to gain access with the stolen credentials. Even hacker got the credential, once they put it over there, additionally it will be asking for a codes. So that is again give you like a challenges to the hackers to compromise the emails over there. And use strong password policies, because most of the companies use their say simple passwords. That is also hackers for them to easily guess the things. And try to keep a like a 60 days policy, reset policies, or depends upon. And also ensure that do not use the same password, create a password complicities. So this is ensure all the accounts use strong and unique password, enforce regular password updates, and discourage the password reuse across platforms. So these are the very very important on this part over there. And the last but not least, user awareness training. So we have to train the users, means all the users should be recognize the phishing attempts. So educate the users by just conducting a phishing campaign. Make sure the people are aware of it. There, how many people are reporting, how many people are clicking that and become a bait of it. So by running a phishing campaign, so that you can understand who and you can provide a training for them and make them to understand that these are the phishing, these kind of phishings will be getting on it. So so by practicing it, giving awareness, so they can able to identify the phishing emails, fake links, and suspicious attachment to reduce the chance of falling for these attacks over there. Solutions and tools for email securities. So, email filtering and anti-spam solutions. So you should have a email filterings. There are additionals, like there are like a lot of tools are available in the market. Like for example, Proofpoint. So Proofpoint is one of the industry's leading one. So it's provide a email gate. It's additionally provide like advanced phishing protections and spam filtering over there. And also it will help you to all the emails will be filtered. For example, it will like check on the URL links is there. It will check for the DMARC and spam solutions, and Proofpoint will update their records of it, so that you will also blog domain, IP reputations, all these factors will be there on it. So the example I'm just giving as a proof point, but in the market there are like a lot of email security solutions out there. Probably you look for one net which is having, even Office 365 have its own advanced phishing protections and spam, but only thing is you just need to go and enable all the things and just keep updating the policies over there. So email filtering, enabling the email filtering and anti-spam policy is very very important, and it's also good for it over there. Encryption tools, you can use PGP, pretty good privacies, or GNPG, provide end-to-end encryption for email, ensuring only the intent recipient can read the content. So nobody can read the contents and those things. So restrictions, you can do it over there. Anti-malware solutions. So even when emails are, as I said earlier, so the malware will be delivered via emails, right? So when the malwares are comes over there, so the anti-malware program will scan it, all the attachments, whether this, if it is an attachment looks safe, it will be delivered. Otherwise it goes to the sandbox environment and open in the sandbox kind of thing. And it also check the links, whether the links are safe and so then, if suppose it is either reputations or if it looks like a malicious, again it goes to the junk or spam folder. So these are the things will help you to prevent it. And also if something is get downloaded, anti-malware solutions will detect and do is over there. So there are like a programs like a clam AV, which is an open source antivirus for scanning all the email attachments. Malwarebytes, which is a very famous one, so scan and remove the malware from the infected systems over there. DLP solutions. So you have to data classified it. So like a confidentialities, based on your, you have to private, internal. So these are the data has to protect it. And also implementing the DLP, data loss prevention solutions over there, so that internal threats, like for example employee forwarding some confidential data to some other things, or by mistakenly employee forwarding some confidential data to the other client. So these all things will be protected from the data uh, loss. So these are the implementing a data solutions also will help you to the keep the email security safe and safe. The last one is again multi-factor authentications apps. So this is basically will help you to have a second factor authentications to protect it over there. So these are the controls will implementing this technical controls and procedure message user policies improve the security significantly. So let's now what we'll do is we will, I'm going to this is a live demo. So what I'm going to do is, so in this live demo, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a simulating the phishing link, and going to steal the credential of it user over there. So let's go to the demonstration and see how to do that. Just ensure that this is a completely educational purpose. The intention is this is for completely education. Don't misuse this video content because it hacking is illegal if suppose you don't have a permissions. Declaration. So So let's now the time for demo. So what I'm going to do is basically I'm going to simulate the phishing attack. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a phishing link, and by just this is something like a simple credential harvesting phishing link. So when user put victim put a username and password, so hacker will come to know it over there. Okay, so just make sure that this is a completely educational purpose only. Don't use this content for any illegal or misuse this content over there. I'm not responsible if you are misusing over there. This is I am making the video for completely educational purpose only, so please use it only for education, and don't try to harm or don't try to steal your credentials, and don't get into a trouble, because hacking is a crime without authorization, permissions, and those big things. So please be keep in a mind, and maybe probably you can create it, play with your friends, my friends. Even though you just tell them I'm going to send this and just try to do it over there, but just try to keep it. Uh, don't try to do this phishing into the real world or in office environments. Don't try to you misuse this content over there. Okay, let's go and see the demo of it. So I'm using a Kali. So what to do that, I'm just going to download this tool zfish from the github. So you just how to download is simple. Just copy this url and go to the terminal. Let's go to the home directory. Okay, let me clear everything. So let's create a directory called phishing by running a command called make directory, and I'm just putting phishing. Okay, and let's go to the this folder. Okay, if you click pwd, you can see the full path is phishing there. Okay, let me clear it. Now what I'll do is I'll clone it by running this command sudo git code, paste this. So basically, I'm cloning the entire thing and downloading into my Kali missions. Then I can able to run the script over there. So that's what I'm trying to do here. So let's complete it. Okay. So let's do ls. Okay. Now it is downloaded. Let me go to inside this folder, and if I do ls, you can see all these files are there. So now I have to give a full permissions to this one. So sudo chmod executable permission, so that this file will execute over there. Okay, let me clear it again, and if I do ls, okay, so now this is having a permissions. Let's do ll and to verify that it okay. So if you see that it have a read and write and execute permissions, everything. So this is access execution permission. Now let's go and launch it. Sudo and enter it. So it's basically it's installing. It's go with the free flight check, and it is once it is done, it will be. So basically, it's installing the public Cloudflare DNS so that the link will be hosted over there. Okay, so now here we need to select a option kind of things. What we want to spoof the domain, and looks like a fake login. Basically, I'm trying to create a fake login. So in this example, I'm just going to use a Microsoft one. So let's go and click 04 and enter it, and select the forward forwarding service. So here I'm just going to use the Cloudflare one. So 02, enter it. And do you want to use a custom port? I'm not want to use it. Let's keep the default one. So now it sees that, you see it is launching, and it's setting up the PHP servers and everything over there. Since you are using in a Kali, it automatically have everything so component, so nothing to worry about over there. And here you want to mask the URL. So basically the URLs will be masked on it. So here I'm not going to, this is a demo, right? So I'm not. Okay, so the URL is generated. So if you just copy this one, I'm just copying the link, and if I just dropping in my Kali machine Firefox browser, if when you see that you are, it is signing into a Microsoft account, it looks like a Microsoft account. Okay, so I have my internet is pretty slow, but actually it will work smoother manner. So when you it comes to it, it looks like a Microsoft web page, I mean sign in page you will be getting on it out there. And you can customize this page. You can go to the so you see it's actually pretty old site, means it's the template has to be updated, but you can customize and do it. For example, here I'm just going to add a dummy thing, test at the rate hotmail.com. I'm just giving on it, and the password I'm just giving is a password. Okay, so I'm just, when I click sign in, I'm not going to say, so I'm think that, see, this is actually happening. uh, this is basically I have enabled the phishing filters, so that is why you are see that it is suspected phishing site. Okay, so if suppose your SPF record, you not anti-spam filters, you not enabled it, this will, it will again, the user will get it right, will get the things over there. So let's go back and see that whether I got access or not. So see, because of anti filters are enabled, this is actually helping me to protect from the uh, stopping the credentials to be shared it over there, so that it, this is the things over there. So basically I have enabled the spam filters, so that's actually helped, and it is blocked. So now phishing attempts has stopped it over there. Let's take a one more example in case, let me try to use a different URL. Okay, or let me try to use a local, so this is, let me try to put a local one, https 127th, because this is will be running in locally also, and 8000. Or what I'll do is I'll use one more tool called set tool. Let's open a set tool. So it comes with a pre-built of the Kali. So let me go to the other tool. Okay, so this is how you can launch the set tool, which is a social engineering toolkit. So let me start this one. I have to start it in the sudo. So let me start with the sudo. So this is basically, I'm just going to show the other demo is, suppose in case if you are not setting a spam and those things, so there is a chance how you hackers are stealing the credential of it over there. So I'm just going with the option one, social engineering attack, and here I'm just going to use a spear phishing attack kind of thing. So target based one, and here what you want to create a social template, or you want to create a MAFS attack over there. So what I'll do is, I'll, instead of this sphere, so what I'll do is I'll try to create a website attack vector kind of thing. So let me go to the thing and go back to the main menu, and instead this one I'm going to create a vector based one. So two, I'm just selecting, and here what you wanted, credential harvesting method. So three, I'm just going to select, basically I'm trying to steal the credential of it, three. And whether you want to use the existing template, or you want to clone a site, or you want to import your own website. So for this demonstration I'm making very simple, I'm going with the existing template. So one, and this is my Kali machine IP address. So I'm just leaving as it is default, enter. And what URL you wanted, so I'm just going to create a Google URL, so two. And once it is there, so now it is actually running in the, now what I'll do is I'll go to the local host, same thing, HTTP. And when I enter, it looks like a, you are signing into a Google account. So see, it's normal Google, right? So let me again test at the rate gmail.com, and Gmail password is password. Okay. And when I sign in, it will be redirected to the website. It will maybe probably the victim thinks that okay, something is not went well, or probably there is a glitch or something else. But actually, what happened here is, see, the I got the password. So username test at the gmail.com, and the password is password. Now what I'll do, I'll go and log in without any issues. In case if suppose victim enable two-factor authentication, so I need to, I cannot able to log in with just with the credentials. Probably maybe I can use this in any other brute force attacks or something else, but I cannot able to log in if suppose you enable the two-factor authentications. So this is a simple demonstrations. So by enabling SPF record, you can prevent from the sites from getting into sharing or phishing. All this. This is how the strengthening of the SPF and anti-malicious and those things, links, safe links will protect you over there. If suppose you're not enabled anything over there, the victims will become a bait for it, and the hacker easily get the credential of it over there. So that's all I have for this demonstration. I hope you enjoy this demonstration. So let's see in the next chapter. In today's digital world, where cyber threats are constantly evolving and understanding the vulnerability and assessing when is In today's world, where cyber threats are constantly evolving, understanding the vulnerabilities and accessing the system is crucially to maintain security. Vulnerability assessment is a semantic approach to identify, quantify, and prioritize the security weakness across the IT environment and infrastructure. So, in this chapter, I'll guide you through the fundamental of the vulnerability assessment and the practical techniques for discovering and managing the vulnerabilities. And also, we will talk about the real world use cases. We will conclude with the a simple vulnerability assessment. We'll be running a demonstrations how you can vulnerability assessment on using Nmap, and we will end up this session, this chapter. So this course line will be covering like what is the vulnerability assessment, types of vulnerability assessment exist, steps in the vulnerability assessment process, tools for vulnerability assessment, real world use cases, and as I said earlier, live demo. So we will be running a vulnerability scans using an Nmap tool, and we will try to discover what are the vulnerabilities existing. So that level we will just going to review it over there. So let's try to understand what is vulnerability assessment. Vulnerability assessment is a process of identifying and analyzing and prioritizing the weakness in the IT system, application, network, and hardware. The goal is to uncover the potential security weakness before attackers can exploit them. So vulnerabilities will be there because every is a code, right? So program will be developed on it, and certain times there will be a vulnerability existed. So you could have heard it like there is a very famous vulnerability was running around the last year. Uh, Last year for like vulnerabilities, which is basically the Microsoft have a vulnerabilities, which is again remote source support. Means hackers can gain the remote access of it. So they are luckily they identified and they patched it. And there are a lot of vulnerabilities will be exist in it. Which weakness will be there basically. It can be because of misconfigurations, or maybe configurations, or using old libraries. There are like a number of reasons will be there. But before hacker exploit those vulnerabilities, it's good to find ourselves ethically to find the vulnerabilities and close the uh, vulnerabilities over there. So the key objective is identifying the weakness that could exploit by the threats, evaluate the potential impact of discovering the vulnerabilities, provide actionable steps for remediation and mitigations. So setting up a timeline, and you have to mitigate it. So you have the usually the vulnerabilities will be critical, means it will be categorized into four categories, which is critical, high, medium, and low. So criticals are very very sensitive. The score will be like out of 1 to 10, 10 or 9 will be considered as a critical, because that is something like the based on the severities. So for example, if they're critical, there is a chances of impact will be high, and so we have to immediately have to patch it, or we have to find a solution for it. If even it applies to the high, if it is high is something 8 or 9, if it is comes, it will be considered as a 9, and that is also need to give a high priority to close it. Medium will becomes like a 6 or 7 range. That is a score with, if you're getting 6 or 7, then it comes like a medium. You have a certain breathe time to resolve it, but need to quickly patch it. But you have a some breathing time, so that you can probably you can take a like 2 months or 1 month time to close it. But critical high, you have to close it at earliest possible. Low will be like less than 5 score. If anything is score less than 5, so it's all low. So you can take, it's not super critical, it's not going to create a more impact on it in a cybersecurity posture manner. But you, any vulnerabilities, any prioritizations, it can be a critical or can be a low, it has to close it. But the level of impact will decide the scores and the criticalities. If the impact is high, you have to be super fast in closing on it. If it is very less, but you can take your time, but you have to close it over there. So these are the actionable items you have to, vulnerability assessment will be do it on it. So every assessment will have a CV number. So common vulnerabilities numbers will be there. So see, every year it will have so year wise it starts CVE, and starts by year wise will be there. For example, if there is any vulnerability as identified on this year, it will call as a CV dot 2024. If it is previous years 2017, those will be calculated. So it will be like CV 2017, if it is year will be there, and followed by the sequence numbers will be there. Okay, so usually this is the CV number. CV number is nothing but it's a, this is how it is actually it is known, and they will be maintaining all the vulnerabilities in the database. So but that is a rack of, so when for example using the year, we can able to identify which year this vulnerability exists, and whether it is having it gives a lot of information of, it's kind of a report. So if suppose in upcoming years it is has been found, so CVU that current year will be there. If it is it's 2025 is upcoming year, so then it will be there, followed by the CV number, depends upon the things over there. And each database will be, this is actually maintained as a vulnerability database. From this database, the assessment will be done under like a CV number. So basically, they will run a scan, and they will see whether any CV number existing on the infrastructure. Like probably they will do it on a system level, hardware level, infrastructure level. They will doing on it. So these are the way they will be. But this is called that basically the vulnerability assessment done on say CV based only. So this is all the vulnerability assessments is done by known vulnerabilities. Okay, so vulnerability which is people aware of it and they do in it. So that is what it will won't, this vulnerability assessment won't cover 0 day vulnerabilities. Okay, so the 0 day vulnerability is a different concept, because that one, that vulnerability or that bug, it is nobody knows about it. So hacker is trying spend some time and exploring for the first time. Okay, so that is why we call it as a 0 day vulnerability. But usually the vulnerability assessment will done on the existing or known CV numbers scans. Okay, so it depends upon they will do a holistical scan, or they will do specific CV based scans on Linux or Windows or Mac based or anything Android or anything hardware or something else. They will do it over there. So this is the vulnerability assessment over there. Let's go and see the types of vulnerabilities are there. Network vulnerabilities, software vulnerabilities, hardware vulnerabilities, configuration vulnerabilities, and human related vulnerabilities. So the network vulnerability is weakness in the network component configurations and security protocols. Like example, open ports. So there is something misconfigured in the firewall which is can cause open all the ports, right? So that has become a vulnerabilities and weak passwords on the network devices. That is, these are the network vulnerabilities in the existing over there. Software vulnerability is nothing but flaws are bug in the software that allow unauthorization actions. So like unpatched software, so for example the Windows not updated for a while, so that is also can, if the Linux operating system is not updated, running in a pretty old versions. For example, most of the legacy servers will be running on 2000 Windows 2003 or 2015. Recently the Exchange servers stopped, Microsoft has stopped supporting 2019. Still people will be using Exchange server, depends upon the business requirement. Those servers there will be like vulnerabilities, so because the Microsoft itself stops supporting sending a patching and those things, so that means vulnerabilities will be existing on it. Maybe there is some reasons legacy softwares will be running, the software what they're running it is not supported by the upcoming softwares, or maybe software compatibilities issues. But these things will help hackers to gain unauthorization actions like SQL injections vulnerabilities, buffer overflows. So these are will be there. Hardware vulnerabilities, weakness in the hardware devices, including routers, IoT devices, embedded systems. So probably there will be a, because everything is a coding, right? If suppose something is not working and there is a bug in that code, so probably hardware, there can be hackers can exploit that vulnerabilities and they can gain the systems over there. So it's happened in the real time cases as well. So there are certain industries like due to hardware company things over there, they got hacked also. So it's kind of a hardware backdoor, lack of firmware update. So how it is like softwares are not updated. So mostly today what we'll do is we'll focus on the software updates like operating system to be updated, keep the versions on. But most of the times we will fail to do a firmware update. So that is also cause the hardware vulnerabilities, right? So that is also you need to focus on it. So and also insecure IoT devices, like probably buying a cheap one and it is not at all getting a uh, updates or patching, or just since it is sitting in the infrastructure, that is also causes the issues over there. Configurations vulnerabilities, so improper configurations, exposing the system configurations to unnecessary risk, basically lack of knowledge or lack of what they're doing on it, or probably urgency in completion of projects. So these misconfigurations will happen. These misconfigurations will help hackers to gain access to the systems over there. For example, default credentials on devices, misconfiguration access control, disabling logging and audit controls. So you could have noticed, I'm pretty sure like how many people are buying the default, means using the default router password, right? They would have, they when they bought it, they will be using the same username and password. They will not change it, admin. So these all will be having this all configurations vulnerabilities. They should change when they purchase any devices. They have to disable the default login. They have to enable the complex passwords it is over there. They have to change the passwords. So these and all will not be done. Maybe as I said earlier, it because of lack of knowledge or maybe urgencies, or probably they will be, maybe they will not aware of the security. Maybe they think that okay, who's going to, like a little careless as well. So human related vulnerabilities, weakness to the human errors, like mainly social engineering, lack of trainings. So the main components, phishing, employees like using a weak password, and the unprotected devices they're using on it just like that. So these are the vulnerabilities are there. So the steps involved in the vulnerability assessment, so there are like a, the vulnerability process is a consistent of several steps to ensure the configuration, to ensure comprehensive coverage and effective result. So step one is basically planning. So planning in the sense you just need to plan and identify, define the scopes. So what are the assets to be accessed and what is the asset? Like, are we going to do a CV level scan, or we going to do like what kind of scan? So identifying the assets and identify the vulnerabilities by running a scans, basically maybe simple scans or advanced scans, or depends upon the requirement and business case, and finding the vulnerabilities over there. So example, determine you will scan all the IP address within your corporate network, or focus on the specific like servers only, not or like a network devices, not all the network devices which is in a DMZ zone, only specific internal devices. So this all planning and identifying will be there. So scanning is very very important. So once you done with the planning and you identified, Then you have to scanning and discovering, evaluate. So basically you have to run the scan on the specific device, detect the vulnerabilities like CV numbers, port, running on the port numbers, running on the services if there is any service vulnerabilities, and specifically see that what kind of weakness criticalities are there, weak point, and understand by weak point and just doing that. So example, you can run any vulnerability assessment softwares to scan the identify exposed to services and outdated software. So specifically you can see that any Linux, you can run a scans on web server Linux machines and see that if anything is running on misconfigurations, whether the device which is internet device exposed to it, right, web servers are exposed to it to the internet. So you can see that any exposed that specific port numbers are giving anything service level vulnerabilities and those things and all, you can do it over there. Once you are done it, so basically here the next step comes into it, remediation. So basically you have to, once you done the scanning, analyze and evaluate the vulnerabilities based on the risk factors, as I said, like severity. So if it is a critical, you have to give an importance and those things, and exploitations of it. Even though sometimes if the vulnerability is low, but it can be that gives a like a remote code exploitations. So you have to plan those things as well. So those things you have to, even the criticality is low, but it can gives a remote control access over there. So those things you have to find factorize like severities, exploitations, and potential impact. What is the impact to the business? So on these criterias you have to prioritize and you have to take a necessary action on it. So like prioritizing like critical vulnerabilities like SQL injection, open RDP ports over minor issues like expired certificates. So these and all we have to do them. Once you are done, the report is very, very important. Prepare a report with a detailed identified vulnerabilities, risk level, like category, you have to put it like criticalities and all these things. And along with that, you just need to put a remediation step. So what need to, for example, to fix this vulnerability or fix this CV number, upgrading from this version to this version, yes, problem will start. So mention those things. Or you have to tell them the relook on these configurations, or disabling the open ports because there is no services running, but by it's not hardened properly, so it is running, the port numbers are open on this thing. So that is also fine, you can do it over there. So once the reporting's all this done, works on the remediation. So end of the day, remediation and close all the vulnerabilities things over there. Probably once you done, you have closed all the vulnerabilities. Good to do one more rescan and see that all the points are closed and there is no, means the whatever you have identified, it is not putting on it. So usually the rescan gives a like a confident that a follow-up scans to ensure the vulnerabilities has been addressed and monitored for the few issues is over there. So that's the things over there. So let's talk about the vulnerabilities tools. So there are, these are the marketing industry standard or famously used tools. So which is a Nexus. So there are like three types of versions are there. One is a commercial, one is a tenable voice. So these are the top level vulnerability assessment tools. So Nexus, OpenVAS, Qualys, Rapid7, Nmap, Nikto. Nexus is these are paid version, so you have to purchase a license, and most of the industries are widely using Nexus. OpenVAS is something like a free to open source tool. It's a community editions. You can use it. You can install in a Kali. It won't come pre-installed with the Kali. You have to go and install in the Kali machines. So you can run a vulnerability assessment using OpenVAS and those things as well. And Qualys again, it is a paid version. It is like a, again more of an industry wise they're using. Rapid7 also paid version, and Nmap is an open source, but this tool is actually comes with the Kali pre-lifted, and the basically the vulnerability scan happen on uh, in a using Nmap is based on script Nmaps. So what they do is the script is actually check for the CV numbers in the database and just pull up all the informations. So when I do demo, you will able to understand this one. Nikto is also basically this is the web application vulnerabilities you can identify. So you can run a Nikto scan and understand what is the vulnerabilities existing on the web applications level. You cannot able to do it on the hardware level or something as operating system level. Specifically, if you want to do web application vulnerabilities, you can use a Nicto tool. So these are the tools which is popularly vulnerability scanners for identifying the vulnerabilities and misconfigurations and potential threat across systems and networks. So these are the things are there. So I would suggest you guys can take a link. You can go to the official websites and take a look on it. And almost every softwares have a free versions as well. So Nexus you can download for a free. Qualys you can download. Rapid 7. So you can run it. You can download for something trial period will be there. If I'm not wrong, Nexus will give you 7 days of trial, and Rapid SAN also give you 30 days or something else. Qualys limitations will be there, so it's free to download. Probably if you need to explore much on it, you can do it over there. But the options are same only. Okay. So let's talk about the real world use cases. So the case one is vulnerability assessment management in the healthcare. So just imagine a hospital need to protect the patient data, right, from unauthorization access and to comply the healthcare regulations. So the solution here is the hospital use any vulnerability assessment softwares, and they have to scan the vulnerabilities in the medical devices, network, and appliance. So they have to prioritize the critical vulnerabilities, apply the patches regularly, and conduct a periodic assessments. So that is how they can keep the healthcare from away from the vulnerabilities and existing vulnerable known vulnerabilities by patching it and properly maintaining the systems patch managements on the things and running a vulnerability management cycle. They can ensure that known vulnerabilities are closed, so that hackers it's created difficult channel for the hackers to gain access to the healthcare systems over there. The use case tools, e-commerce website securities. Scenario: an online retailer website is vulnerable to attack like a SQL injections and cross scriptings, putting a customer data at risk. So SQL injection is nothing but every data will be storing in the databases only. So probably I'll be in the next chapter in web application we'll be talking about more that about. So then you'll able to get what is that, but still I'll give a like a high level. So it's nothing but it's a, like a digital day, how we are maintaining a for example, you or you go into the supermarket, you are just when you barcode is read, right, it's fetching the certain information and amount is generated, right? So these all comes from the database. So already database is updated over database, nothing but they updated information all there. The front end application will flush those information and display it over there. Okay. If suppose if there is a vulnerability in the SQL and the front level which is the website has created is not having a SQL injection possible, so what this will hacker will try to pull that data with using a structured query language, and they can do it over there. So solution here is the company has to use web applications and open again vulnerability assessments to identify and remediate the website vulnerabilities, ensure customer data security, and maintain the trust factors over there. So now let's go and see a live demo. So what in this demo, what I'm going to do is I'm going to perform a simple Nmap scan on the infrastructure in the local machine only, in the Cali only. To and also once we done with a small scan, Nmap scan, then I'm going to perform a vulnerability assessment scan also there. Okay. So this is will help you to understand, make you to understand that how you can run the vulnerability scans on the systems and identify the vulnerabilities over there. Let's go and go to the Kali. So as I said earlier, Nmap is installed, pre-installed it. So you don't need to install anything over there. All the vulnerable means all the Nmap scripts will be located on this location. So cat user, let's go to the this directory, user share Nmap and AWS scripts. So all the scripts are here only. Let's go to the CD scripts. Let me clear it to ls. So see, these are NSE files, which is for all the scripts will be there. So Nmap have a lot of scripts out there, and Nmap can do a lot of things. Like even you can scan for domains and those things over there. So this is a script we are going to use vulner nsd dot to see the vulnerabilities and those things. Let me open a new tab, and let's what I do first. I'll do is let me run a simple Nmap scan, and I just want to know the versions of it. So that is why I'm clicking click v hyphen v, And the local host, I'm just going to run it. Basically local host means I'm running this in the same Kali machine only. Okay, so if you see that there is a these are the services are running on it. So to make you to understand more, what I'll do is let me run a apache service sudo start sudo service apache to start. So I'm just starting a certain services so that it will give you like more informations on it. I think let me you run this command. Okay, so now how we can run a nmap scan vulnerability scan using nmap is command is sudo nmap hyphen v small v. This is basically the version. Basically we have to give, because based on the version, if there is a version and it goes to the comparison with the database and it's going to pull the informations. Okay, so first of all, what I'll do is I'll run a simple scan and try on this nmap dot scanme dot org on this site. So basically, this is a site which is like a testing purpose. So if you see that these are the open ports are there running on it. So let it run for some minute. So let me run a nmap vulnerability test nmap hyphen v. Okay, and I'm just going to run a script. So hyphen script is equal to, we have to copy this script which is vulner.nse. Just copy it and paste it, followed by localhost. I'm just giving on it. So these are the ports are running on this machine. Let's run it. So let me start run a nmap scan. Basically, the vulnerability scan. I'm just going to scan against the my Windows Active Directory vulnerable Active Directory. So I'm just going to create my run my vulnerability scan on here. So the as I said earlier, nmap is a versatile network scanning tool, primarily used for network discovering and port scanning. But nmap have ability, like there are like a script is there, nmap script engine nsc is that a lot of scripts are there which is help we can do a script means basically vulnerability assessment using nmap as well. So it have a, like a specifically can identify services versions and configurations, you do it. So this is a, some like a simple scan like a knowledge, but still you can using a nexus openvas and those things you can do a lot of things as well. So as I said earlier, so nmap is installed pre-installed in the Kali. So if that's why you see that when you run nmap hyphen version, you see that it is already installed it. And you have to go to this path, user share nmap script. There you can see lot of scripts will be there. So this is all nmap script engine which is already created and there. Here we going to use a script called vulners.nsc. So this is a script we are going to use it over there. So let's make a syntax. I'll already ran a simple scan. So basically this scan I just run nmap and sync scan and based on the version on the Active Directory, and I got the details that these are the ports are open and running on it. Okay, so these are the ports are open 5388. These are the ports and what are the services are running and what is the status whether it is open or not, and based on the versions it's all there. Okay, so now what I'll do is the syntax of this is simple. It's a nmap and sv and the script name target we are just saying. So this command, what this will do is hyphen sv is simple. Enable the service version detected to identify running the service. So basically when it is there, it will pull up the information like what service is running and in that service what is the version of it. So based on that, the script will NSK script category like it will check for the known vulnerabilities. So basically the CV number, for example, there is a FTP is running on 22.4. This is the version, and this will go do a comparison on the CV database. So nmap what will do is it will go and check in the CV database if there is any vulnerability on this version or not. Okay, so this script is have already there, and they will be nmap is and Kali they are updating this script. So you know if it is vulnerability there, it will display the information what vulnerabilities, what is there, CV numbers, everything will be there. Okay, so this is what will happen, and the target, what you want to scan it. So target. So in my case, I'm just scanning the my Windows Server machines. Okay, so when I ran it, so if you see that, let me go to the here. So I have created a sudo nmap and SV version. This is something optional. You can use it or not, but this is, I said, right, version is a script I just created, and I'm scanning on my internally only. Okay, so if you see that the scan went on all the services, and this services doesn't have any vulnerabilities. But if you see that this HTTP, this one have a vulnerabilities are there. So if you see that this is actually could not find any stored XSS vulnerability. So that means there is no, this is web servers. Basically, this is running on HTTP is running. And in that one, there is no vulnerabilities are on this version. And even all good to go. Means basically this means this mission is up to date. There is no problem on it. So basically, uh, it's a good to means I have updated recently. I have updated all the things. So it's good actually. And good thing is about is there is nothing much vulnerabilities over there, and even host to be doesn't, there is a something negotiate connections here. So basically SMB related attacks I can do. So that is also giving the informations. So if you scroll down a little bit, like a lot of informations will be the giving on it. So this is a simple nmap scan. You can perform it and you can do it over there. So this is a nmap scan, but when you do it in a Nexus and Qualys, it will gives you like more information, and you can export it as a report. So it is a high level. Just this is something like I'm giving a glimpse about it. So how the vulnerability assessment you can do it on Nexus as well, and on top of that you can build it over there. But just kindly note that please ensure you have a permission to scan the target. Don't apply enhanced scan on the real-time environment or something else, because unauthorized scan may be illegal. So don't try to do it. Try to create in your local host or something, just scan it in a lab environment. Don't try to scan anything vulnerabilities on the production environment. In this chapter, we're going to see what is mean web application, understanding web application architecture, how data flow in a web application security principles. So like a type of web application testings are security, basically security testings, and what are the common vulnerabilities based on OWASP Top 10 2021, and introduction to DevSecOps, secure code practice, and principle of secure coding. So let's try to understand what is web application. Before dive into a technical details, let's try to understand what is a web application and why it is so important. Web application is a software program that actually runs in the server, and you can access using a web browser over the internet, unlikely like traditional softwares. So in a softwares, like what you will do is you will be trying to install the software on your computer, then you will be in traditionally you will be using that in a local computers over there. But here in this web application means like you no need to install anything on your computer. It run entirely online. So examples like social media platform like Facebook or Instagram, right? So you're not installing those on your computer, right? So just you just need to sign in with your web browser, and you can, and as long as you have internet, you can browse from anywhere, any over the world, right? So it's easy. And banking portals like your online bank account, e-commerce website like Amazon's. So there are like, why do we need a web application? It's a convenience. Web application make it easy to access service anytime, anywhere, using any device with internet access. So if you see olden days, you used to install Office 365 packages, right? Word document, you will be installing PowerPoint and everything will be installing it. But now you don't need to do anything installation. You just need to go office365.com, sign in with your relevant email address. Then you can use OneDrive, you can use Word, you can use PowerPoint presentations, everything with web based, right? So from the browser itself without installations. So that's the beauty of it. And moreover, that gives a so you can save that in online, so that you can access those files from everywhere, anywhere, from the different machines as well. So there is, it's a kind of a hassle free kind of things over there. So cost effective. For example, for business, web apps are cheaper to maintain the desktop software since updates happen online. So the maintenance will be very less. So for example, Office 365 package, if I'm just buying on it, I have to take care of updations, software updations over there, and each user license again I have to maintain it over there. So this is nothing to, I don't need to worry about any updates. Automatically this is taken care by Microsoft. So same thing apply, other web applications will be taken care by themselves. So I don't need to focus more on the maintenance, that part. So maintenance cost will be little effective over there. Collaborations, so I can easily collaborate, like Google Docs allow multiple people to work real time in things, so that Office 365 I can share Apple Notes, I can share it to multiple peoples and I can collaborate and I work with it. So that kind of a collaborations task I can do it over there. So this is all actually I able to do with the web applications only. How are the web applications changing the industries? So banking sectors like online bankings are replacing the physical branches for many tasks. Retailers like e-commerce has transformed how people shop, allowing global reaches. Education's platform like a lot of YouTube, Udemy's and everything like make learning accessible to everyone. Healthcare, telemedia apps connect patients with doctor remotely. So in short, web applications are becoming an essential tool for industries to innovate and grow, and you don't need to worry about. So it's web applications are, a lot of web applications are developers. Means if you see that the web applications are earlier Photoshop, it's now we have a web-based Photoshop. Everything, every softwares are coming into web application based one, right? So it's easy, hassle installations free, maintenance easy, and portable. I mean, you can use it anywhere kind of thing. So most of the industries are looking into web applications. So that is why the thread is also increased high to the web applications. So let's understand the web application architecture. So the first one is a web application is like a well organized system that allow people to interact with several online services. Example including Gmail, Amazon, and Netflix. So the architecture of web application is all its part fit together and work. It have a three main components. So the first component is, so the first there are three main components are there. First components, front end. Front end is nothing is what you see. Basically, this is the web page. So like the front end is a part of a web app, user interacting, thinking of it's like the menu of restaurant. Okay, so it's just a built-in using a technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and so on. So this is where your web page will be loaded, and this is the front end, like users and all the things are there. Let's take the same example of Office 365. So when you log in with office365.com, so user is login, and when you see that, the menus will be there like PowerPoint presentation, Word, OneDrive, mail access, and your usernames will be there, and you're displaying the contents and everything. This is what in generic when you launch. So this is the front end. When you click each thing, it will be interacting in the different response, and you'll be getting. But the first page, what you log in after you see in this side, this is the front end. So basically, this is where user will interact more, and back end is different. We will be seeing shortly. So, but this is where your user interactions happen. Everything, okay. So from where whatever the buttons you click, whatever action user is doing on it, it will be happening on the back end and it will be replicating on it. So for example, if you click a new Word document you're creating over there, it will be creating it. So this is the front end, which is user interact, and this is what, okay. The back end is nothing but, let's take an example of a chef in the kitchen, right? So when you click a new document, or you just go into the restaurant and you see the menu, right? So this is menu is the front end kind of thing, just imagine over there. So once you order something else, this is goes to the back end, right? So back end is nothing but a kitchen who serves in the kitchen, and the order will goes to the chef, and chef will be preparing the food. So same manner, the back end is where the logic happens. When you click a button, like a new button, new document is created, the back end process what you want and give the right response. So when you click new document, it will go and works, and you will be getting a new Word document, so that you can write it whatever you want. And when you click file save, this document saves in the location based on the backend. It goes and does over there. So there is a backend is nothing but there is a logic will be there. So it's basically the workflow of it. So if, when I click this one, what has to be happen, what and all need to be done. So this is the logic will be happening in the backend. Okay, so that is a contain app logic. So those logics will happen in a PHP, JavaScript, Python, Java. So these are the codings will be there in the contain logic. The database. The database is it's where everything is stores over there. It's nothing but it's a recipe book. Just imagine same. Let's come back to the example of the hotel. The recipe books. So for example, you ordered a mutton chop, and it comes to the chef will have a recipe book, right? So what are the ingredients has to added, what to do, stores every information. So same thing, database will be storing all this. So database stores all the information that app needed, like username, password, product details. So I'll give you one more example. Is there is a you are just user is trying to log into Netflix. So first of all, when you log into Netflix, what it will have a username and password, right? This is the user interface. First front end one, okay? Password will be there. So when you enter username password, this will go and to the logic. Logic here is what? Authenticate whether this user is valid or not. Yes or no, right? So to validate, authenticate, yes or no, first of all, this user, what is the condition? The condition is simple, whether this user is existing or not. So the username will be validated, right? And the second thing is if the user is there, authenticate the password is correct not. If both are right, then make them to allow login. This is a condition. So where this informations can be checked over there. So this logic will go to the database. The database will have a table. Everything is it have a table. Okay. So in this one, the first table will be user one. So for example, username will be there, password will be there, and details will be there. Okay. So username in this case, just take a like example. The username is Ramesh. Okay. So it will come and check the Ramesh username is exist or not. It is there. Okay. The database comes to the flow and check it in the database. Okay. Username is there. And it will say that username is existing. Okay. Then it see that password. Can you validate this is the password? Or again, it comes to the database and validate the password is right. Yes, the password is there. So that means the condition logic will say that, okay, you can go and log in. So this is where happen over there. Okay. So it's a simple, this is where the architecture, it's a very simple architecture. If you put it in the layman time, there are two things, front end, back end, and database. So these three components very important for the web applications. So the front end is nothing but you basically user interact. It can be a web page, or it can be a login page, or it can be a anything which is can be a interactive user interactions. So users will be interacting with that. Backend is nothing but it's a logic, nothing. It's a program which is when I click this button, what action has to perform and what need to be done. So it's a logic will be there, programs will be there, workflow will be there. Okay. Database is nothing but it's have all the database means wherever these two things needed to require fetching the workflows, all the informations will be stored. So each logics will come to the database and comes and validate over there. So this is a simple web application architecture. So this is what it. So let's talk about the next one is client server model. So most everything is a client server model. Okay, because web application has to deliver the informations to you, right? So this is called, that is why we call it as a client server model. So the client is usually your web browser or mobile applications, probably like a Chrome, Safari, or any applications. So this is a client. Okay, so it can be your mobile devices. Maybe you're using some browser from your mobile or from your laptop or from your uh, anything app kind of thing. So app related things. So this is your client. Okay, and the server is the powerful where all these things will be running on it. Your web server front end related code also will be hosted. So basically, web server will be running on it. So the web server is nothing but it is basically where all your website related pages content will be loading on it. So for example, you are just going to google.com, right? Or for example, just imagine you are creating a website. Okay, so this website will be stored, will be created in a HTML, CSS, JavaScript will be created. So this is where when you open some uh, web pages for your created, for like the next example, copy shop, your website is there. So all this content, pictures, and everything will be stored in the web page servers. Okay, so the web servers only it will be running all this information. Front end will be there, and from there it will be going to the web server applications. This is where your backend comes in, it logics and those things are very database now. So this is all will be it can be a single server or multiple server, but this is where server, it's the server. So when client is asking for something else, it goes to the server and server will respond back it. So this is what client server response. So let's try to understand more into like how it is works. For example, client send a request, show me a login page. So just so you're going to the Netflix page. So Netflix page, this is a front end one. Okay, so front end is, it's a front end. Username and password will be there, pictures will be loading on it. So when you respond here, it goes to the server and server will action it and you are getting the response back to the ring and you are able to log in, right? This is where client and server, client will be requesting and server will respond, validate, and there are certain flows will be happening on it and it sends to back it over there. So that is what, thinking of it like ordering a pizza. Okay, so you are the client, right? What do? You call the pizza shop. So pizza shop is nothing but is a server. Okay, so if you want a pizza, what you'll do, you'll call a number. So they'll reach to pizza shop and you will place an order and this pizza will be delivered to your home. So here the client is, you are the client, the pizza shop is the server. So when you request something, the server will basically, the pizza, what they will do, they chop the onion, they will make the patties and they will open it and they will and execute with the delivery persons and they will do it. So same thing, your browser or your app or your mobile device or your laptop is a client. You need to respond, and then the server will process it and gives it. So this is what happens in the things over there. So let's try to understand how data flow in the web application. So that is very, very important on it. So now I understand that now we understand like what is a web application architectures. We know that what is a front end, back end, database, and client server models. We know it over there. So now let's try to understand data flow in a web application. So I just put it in the format of, if you remember, we talked OSI layer, right? So in OSI layer, application layer is a seventh layer and sixth is the presentation layer, right? And in that way, so application layer is where your front end comes. Okay, so this is where your browsers, basically user interactions will be there, and the presentation layer where the client communications will happens on it. Okay, so basically the presentation will take care of compression, decompressions, and encryption, decryptions. Everything will happens on this presentation if you remember the OSI model over there. So let's talk about in detail about it. The data flow in a web application typically involve three main tiers: the presentation tier, user interface, the application tier, business logic, and the storage tier, database. Okay, when a user interact with application data is sent from presentation tier. So this is the thing client. Okay, and this is where the client will be interacting with the application database. Okay, so the presentation layer tier to the application tier, this is what, and the application tier for processing it, to process the information, it's sent to the data layer, and when they retrieve or update the data in the storage tier before sending the result back to the user. So let's break it down a little bit down how data moves in a web application. Just imagine you are the user. There are input data. So let's take the same Netflix. These are the input data, right? So where you are giving username and password. So you are entering your username and password, and this login button you are just pressing it. This is the button will be there. So this response will go to the send it to the web application. So the front end collects this data. Basically, this will collect all the username and passwords and everything it will be collecting and sending to the server to validate what is happening on it over there. Okay. And once it is sent to the backend using a method called API, which is application programming interface. Okay, so these APIs will used to call would retrieve the data from the database over there. So most of the times the API security is very important, because if suppose you are using a vulnerable APIs, there is a chances of there is a means you can basically you can hack the web applications over there. So APIs plays a very important. The backend process the data. For example, in this case, it will check the username and passwords are correct from the database. Okay, so the API will be sending the queries and check that whether it is there. The database responds saying yes, this user is exist. Then the backend send the informations to the front end stating that the next page, like okay, it's all validated, so tell him to send to next page. That means the movies and those things are there. So this is what happened. I can give you one more example. Is thinking of buying something from an online store. Okay, so what you'll do, you will, let's go to the Amazon site. You will be checking that application, and you will be adding to the cart, right? Once you add to the cart, you will be going, there is a two option, whether buy or to the add to the cart, right? So when you click the cart, it will be going to the back end and saying that it's not a purchase, it need to be added in the user cart list. So this item, this whatever you have chosen, it will be moving to your cart. In case if you are going to the buy, the order card again goes and see what is the for the process for this one and added you in the buying options, and like the workflows will be, the payment APIs will be integrated and those things will be happening over there. So the backend is very important to check all these items are there and everything will be updated. All this happen in the seed is in a second. You will not notice it. When you click, it will happen. But this is where happens on all the things over there. So I can give you like a small, maybe probably I can do a little demo on this one so that you guys can understand how this web applications are over there. So let me use a let me go to the Kali and just demonstrate this. If you see that, I'm just this is the example site, which is a tester.php So this is a web normal lens one, and I'm going to do this demonstration in the using a Burpsuit community edition, so which is already pre-installed with the Kali. You just need to open it. So here, if you see that username is test and password is test. So when I type test and test, so this is the front end. So basically this is the front end of it. So if you see that it's happened in a second, right? It is just validated and it gave me the update over there. So this is what happened. When I click this logout, it's logouting the user, and this is what happened in the second level. But this is the front end. When you click this button, again the workflows things what need to do and action is happening over there. So let's try to intercept this one and let's see more in detail about it. So let me go to the proxy, and intercept should be on. uh, Line by line I can show you. So let me keep it aside so that easy for you to see what is happening in the layer by layer. Okay, so now what I'll do is intercept is on. So let me try to test. Okay, sorry, there is a slowness is there, test. And when I click login, see the HTTP sending a post request. So basically this is sending a user info and validating whether this is a correct or not. So if you see, let me, yeah, see, this is what API. So basically, this is what it's saying, sending to this host and validate whether this username is validate or not. Where it is, it's sending to the login.php, which is in the backend, and validate this information is or not right. So when I forward it, because I intercepted, so when I click forward only, then it will be goes to the next page. So that page by page, I can see what is happening over there. So if you see that, it is the input field. So username is test and password is test. It is taking this value and it is going to reference from this page, login.php page, and it's going to the host, which is a testphp.vulnerable.com. This is the server. Okay, because this is the client. My web browser is a client and sending this request to the server, and this is where your post API information. So basically from there it fetches the user info.php and see if it is validate or not. This is the APIs. When I click forward, it is login, right? So then if I just going to anything over there, again based on, for example, if I click user profile, it see again it's sending the request, get me a user info. When I forward, this will go in it. Or you, let's go and see, like for example, your cart. Again, see, it is sending the get the API, get the cart PHP from that, inform everything over there, and forward it. So then you see that nothing is there loading. See, this is where interactions, each layer by layer will happen. When I click logout, again, see, it's getting the API, sending the query, API query, logout.php, and just execute over there. So what is this one? This is the password of it. See where they have to, and see the connection has to be terminated. When I click forward, the connections will be terminated. So this is where each layer by layer, the request will goes and compacts it and derive it over there. This is how the data flow happen between. So everything, the client, when it is interacted, it goes to the server via API, or the queries will be flushed it, and this is where, and it can check with the database and come back and respond to the where. So the server is nothing but that is where all your servers, basically database, everything will be running. So if you see, remember, it's sending the host dot vulnerable.web dot something, that is where your servers are sending over there. So this is the simple example how web application works in the burp suite. So you can use this website for to understanding this burp suite, and you can do it. So intercept, you can off it, so then it will, the browser will start working as normal. So this is how you can just take a play around. This is how the simple demonstrations to explain that how the database actually works over there. So let's go back to the PowerPoint presentation. So now we have seen how data flows in a web applications. So let's go to the next slide. So let's talk about, we have seen so far now what is web application, and we have seen web application architecture. We have seen web application the data flows and simple demonstrations on it. And we talked about a lot of things about the database, client server models, and a lot of things over there. Now we will get into the topic which is relevant to this course is web application security. Web application security that ensures that applications are protected from the hacker. Without security, sensitive data like passwords or credit card informations can be stolen, because everything is there, right? So for example, Office 365, you're just purchasing on it. How you are doing purchase? You're probably using your debit card or credit card or your bank details, and you're purchasing over there, right? Those informations will be stored on it. Every time you no need to say enter your credit card, right? So all you just need to go and buy it over there, or probably auto renewal will be there. Those your card informations are stored in the database. So those are sensitive informations. Your username and passwords, that is also sensitive information. Those are stored in the database. If suppose security is not present, designed, or considered in the web application, it's a data can be thefted and it can be used for the malicious activities over there. So that is where the cybersecurity comes into play, to understand the web applications are secure and there is any vulnerabilities are there, or applications functioning smoothly and safeguard against the data theft and everything over there. It's all happened based on the CIA threat. So if you remember the first class, when we started this cybersecurity beginner class, So you have seen the chapter one is confidential. The main core principle, let's say, of the cybersecurity is confidentiality, integrity, availability. Confidentiality is only authorized user can access data. Example, your emails are only visible to you, not to others. Integrity, the data remain unchanged unless authorized. Example, an attacker should not be able to alter your bank account balance. Availability, the app should be accessible when needed. Example, when you can access Gmail whenever you want it, right? So on these factors, the web applications has to be securely designed over there. One of the most common attacks in the web application security happen is SQL injections, because the database where all the informations will be stored at. So like as I said earlier, your credit card information, username and passwords, everything is stored in the database. The database will be queried in the structured query language. Okay, so that is where the usernames, wherever the usernames you are just input field that you're giving, right? Username and password you're just giving, it is going and validating and trying to get it over there. In case if there is a malicious intent, if suppose someone's able to query that, if suppose the safeguard means the functionality web application security is not in a place, the malicious actor can download or can fetch the complete information from the database without it. Imagine a login page where you enter your username and password. If it is not secured, an attacker could typically special SQL query coded can be intended to the password to trick the database into give them access. This is why we validate all the user inputs and standardize them. So it's one of the common most attacks over there. Yeah, we will be talk about in detail little bit about when we see like common attacks over there. This is something a glimpse I'm just giving on it over there. So let's see what are the. So now I hope you got a good understanding why web application security is important. So let's see what are the types of web application testing, security testings will be there. So vulnerability scanning security, because the reason is I told you, right? It's a safe from the vulnerabilities, protecting the sensitive data, and resisting the malicious actors. So there are several types of security tests, each designed to uncover the specific risk. Let's go over them with an example for clarity. The first one is vulnerability scanning. What it is actually? It is a automated tool, or it's a something like a vulnerability scanners used to identify the known vulnerabilities in the applications in a server and its components. Example, a scanner like Nexus find out outdated softwares or weak configurations that attacker could exploit. You just running a web server, for example, you're running a Linux based web server, and Linux, you didn't updated those server for almost a year. So when probably there are some loopholes will be there, probably the certain applications or certain library what you are using, it's we have a vulnerabilities over there. Okay, because in a previous chapter we talked about vulnerabilities assessment, right? So that gives you, so vulnerability is nothing but a weakness in the system. So I have to identify that weakness in the system, and I have to close that in the web applications once to protect my web applications. The second one is web application penetration testing. What it is, it's an ethical hacking manner try to exploit vulnerability to understand the potential damages attacker could cause. So it is a way I am just thinking as a hacker and finding all the possibilities ways like I can hack this web applications. So that is where the bug bounty programs are came into place, and a lot of challenges are CT capture the flags and those things are coming into place. So that the you before hacker hack those missions, so you just finding all the loopholes in systems and trying to stabilize the systems over there. Example, a penetration tester might simulate an SQL injection attack to see if the sensitive data like customer details can be accessed over there. So you will be testing, he will be just imagining, he will be thinking as a hacker and he will be doing all. The third one is dynamic application security testing, which is called DAST. Okay, so most of the web applications testings you will be have seen it like a DAST, uh, a black box testing method that analyze the application while it is running without access to the source code. So there won't be any code, just giving a URL. So from that URL, you doesn't know, black boxes testing is nothing but You have no information about like what server, what is the things. All you know with the URL of that web page or applications. From there, you'll be doing a black means basically you're doing a testing, web application testing over there. Example, testing the app in the live environment to find runtime vulnerabilities like unprotected API endpoints, and you can do it over there. The fourth one is static application security testing, which is a SAST. It is a white box testing. Like all the informations, like including source codes and everything will be there. All the informations will be there, and manually you will be testing and finding the vulnerabilities. Example, like scanning the code base for insecure code practices like hardcore credentials and everything. You'll be just doing on it over there. The fifth one is interactive application security testing, which is a ISAST, which is a combination of element of DAST and SAST by analyzing the app in the real time with access to both its code and runtime behavior. Example, testing how the application handle the user input while simultaneously check the source code for the vulnerability. So see in the like code, but like how we did in a previous example, right? So we intercept the traffics and we code by code when they're modifying the APIs and see that all this will be happened in the interactive application security. The sixth one is thread modeling. So thread modeling is something like before the initial phase, like applications design is happening, right? So what are the when we okay, this kind of request will be going, it will be a HTTPS get request. The design, like high level designs, right? So there it's identifying the potential threats and design defense before they happen. So in the design level itself, there are like a lot of thread models are there. Stride, the lot of thread modelings are there. One of the famous one is Stride model. It was used it on it. Based on that thread modeling, the design level, and there itself the loopholes will be design levels and high level uh, design levels defense will be prevented over there. Example like predicting how a malicious actor might exploit a features like file upload and adding a controls like file type validations. So basically this thread model based on the MITRE frameworks and they will be doing on it over there. The seventh one is API security testing. Because I have shown right everything the web from the front end to back end, it goes via API. Applications protocols will be used on it because API plays very important. Rather, it's unsecure. You don't need to expose the everything over there. So that's the easiest way and ensure that APIs used by web applications are secure and only accessible by only authorized user and whitelisted IPs and those things over there. Example, if an API leaks the data when user manipulate the requested parameter, there is a chances it can give more information supported over there. So that is where the API security is especially tested over there. And trust me, API security is it's very important because most of the applications nowadays they are using an API. Any functionalities, any applications fetching the data is using an API. So API security is very important, and it's a big topic. So I'll try as much as possible. I have covered in here. So yes, you can go on your own and you can do it over there. The compliance testing, what it is, ensure that applications adhere to the industry regulatory standard. So it's nothing but like how much data I have to collect, how much data I have to store, how long I have to store this data, and how long I have to do it. For example, compliance test nothing but there is a valid user is there. Okay, just let's take example of Netflix. So the Netflix I was using for some period of time, then after some period of time I don't want that services to be opted, so I just opted out from the service. So Netflix can save my data for a certain period of time. If suppose just I have deleted my account, so there is after 30 days they have to delete my informations from their database, whatever they stored on they have to delete it. So these are all compliance. If suppose they are keeping my data forever, so regulatory compliances will be there, lawsuits will come. So that is where the compliance testings will be there, ensuring the compliance with the GDPR by protecting the user data and gaining the explicit consent for the data collections over there. So how much you need to collect and everything. So it is completely connected to the data governance and GDPR. So it's very important topic one more time because we are most of in the modern world, since we are using web applications, so we are using a lot of like AI tools and we are using a lot of cloud-based solutions over there: Azure, AWS, Google Cloudflare, private clouds. So how much data they can? So its compliance plays a data governance is very very important in cybersecurity as well. The one, the last one is so the not the last one. So runtime testing for the zero-day vulnerabilities. So we have seen the first one is vulnerability scanning. So these there is a difference between a vulnerability scanning and zero-day vulnerability. We have to already talked about in the vulnerability assessment chapter. Zero-day vulnerability is nothing but the vulnerability exists, but it is no when the world doesn't knows of it. These vulnerabilities are exist, and the world also means everybody knows about those vulnerabilities. Okay, this vulnerability we have aware of it over there. So this is something like a zero-day threat, identifying the vulnerabilities that might not yet have a public fixes. So this is why there comes in like monitoring for abnormal behavior during unusual attack patterns and other things. So that is also zero time runtime vulnerabilities will be there. Security regressive testing. Verify that newly implemented fix do not break the existing security of the applications. For example, there is certain applications will be running on it. Probably your client or you are probably you're adding a new feature, that one testing that feature and see that if there is anything breaking over there, because of just adding a new API that should not create a more vulnerabilities over there. So just identifying the new things and have to keep it. After fixing the vulnerability, test it to ensure that other areas also remain secure and those things over there. So these are the web application security testings will be done to secure the web applications in the current scenarios and current real time. So these are the Open Webs 2021 top 10 common vulnerabilities I have identified in the uh, web applications. So it's a this is a non profitable organizations which they are used. They are actually they collected, they did R&Ds, and they have identified these are the top tens. Most of the web applications are got into hack or they get into this. These are the main reasons. Then they published this on 2021. Okay, so this is security is the one of the most important aspect of building a web applications. And top 10 is globally recognized list of most critical web application security risk. So let's talk about line by line on the top 10. So first one is broken access control. What it is mean? User gain unauthorization access to data or action. So there is access, username is there, but there is a way I can bypass it. So that is the way your unauthorized I can have access to it. Regular users can access admin functions like deleting other users, those things with it. Cryptographic failure. What is means is sensitive data is not properly protected. So as I said earlier, your credit card informations, your personal informations are stored in the database. If suppose those informations are not protected, when it is fletching, the application is fletching, and if it is going as a plain test and there is no TLS and SSL encryptions are happened, which is something like data encryption at transit, then there is a chances of that reveal the sensitive informations. So these are the cryptographic failures that happen. So example is storing a password in a plain text instead of using a encryption manner. So that is also so always you have to encrypt the sensitive information, data in transit, data in store, data in memory. So these three factors, when you are when you for doing it for vulnerability applications or design or anything model, it you can be a solution architect or you be a cybersecurity architect or you're just part of a web application fantasy. These factors has to be check it whether my entire flow data flows are encrypted, data in transit, data in store, data in memory. So there data in memories you don't need to vary because most of the web applications are now they are using CPU based and GPU based on this, so it's pretty good. But when data in rest and data in transit, so these informations has to be properly validated over there. The SQL injection, so attackers send a malicious input into application to exploit it over there. SQL injection where the attackers stick the database into revealing or modifying the data of it over there. So insecure design, the app is not built with the security in mind. So insecure design is something like it's not went in a proper channel. So probably this will happen because of lack of knowledge or maybe they are new to the industries like a startups, or probably they are not sure about what they're doing on it, or probably they will be in a rush up of the project deliveries. So this all certain times what they do, they will skip certain parts. So this is called insecure designs will be there. But just probably I can give you one example is just storing and just keeping a database and web applications in the same server. That is an insecure one. So for example, whoever got a web application access, probably they can access the data, and they won't be have a different segmentation, network segmentations will not be having on it, or there is no WAF is implemented, or probably there is a something like they will not have a proper security controls, R backups, and those things, access user controls. So these are insecure design. So it's mostly it's happened because of the lack of knowledges and less focus on the security factors over there. Fifth one is security misconfigurations. Incorrect security leave the app vulnerable. For example, I can give you one example is, so there is a job portal or certain or portal, so where the users can upload like a PDF or JPG form limitations. Okay, so that image files will be loaded and they can do it over there, whatever the purpose of it. In this upload function, just imagine they didn't set up proper limitations, like only the files are allowed to upload as PDF and PDF document and JPEG. If suppose they didn't set a limitation, anyone can upload anything over there. So probably hackers will upload a PHP reversal code and they try to take a backdoor access of it over there. So these are all security misconfigurations. And there are certain times the Apache secure web server will be misconfigured that reveal the username and password of it over there publicly. So these all security misconfigurations will happen over there. So these has need to be protected over there. Vulnerable and outdated softwares. So basically the patching is not done using old softwares and there is no proper patch management, and these are the vulnerability assessments not done it. So this system completely will become a vulnerable, and using that vulnerabilities hackers can gain access to that system of it, or they can hack the web applications of it. The seventh one is identification and authorization failure. So something like a weak or broken login systems. So allowing a passwords for users to, like, not setting a complex password. So users like 1 2 3 4 5 6 they can use it, or they can use a reusing the passwords across the systems. So these all it's creator. So password complexity, if you're not protected, if you don't have a key lock servers, if you're not having a LDAP proper authentications over there, these all have identification authentication failures over there. Software and data integrity failures. So untrusted data or coding being executed. So certain developers, what they do is they will try to go to GitHub repositories and try to develop that code, and they will modify it over there. But probably that code will have a certain vulnerabilities that is also affect the softwares and data integrity of it, or using a third parties or the plugins. Unreliable source codes might be contain a malwares. So these all will help us. So just need to be more cautious when you are using a third parties plugins or source codes and all that. Logging and monitoring. So none of the there is won't be a monitoring. There will be not be a audits, database collections, log integrations of the servers, so that the properly there is no tracking or insufficient logging information for to identify the suspicious activities or whatever happened thread within. So example is missing alert for a multiple failed login attempt or brute force attacks. So which could indicate a attacks, but because of there is no proper SOC monitoring, logging and monitoring failures, there is no log interaction, nobody is worried about it. So this all will happen over there. The last one is server side request forgery. So this is a server is basically tricked into fetching a data it should not be accessed. So basically a server forgery. So attacker tricked the server into accessing the internal systems or private files. So these vulnerabilities remind us that security must contain effort. Understanding them is the first towards building a safer web applications. So I'm not going to walk you with all the things, but probably I can walk you with the simple demonstrations on it over there. Let's try to see. Let's go to the web. Okay, so this is the vulnerable web page. Basically, this is a DVA, damn vulnerable web application. I'll be giving the link, all the link in the resource, so you can get it and download it over there. So in this one, I'm just trying to show you a little demonstration. So basically, this software, this application is designed in a vulnerable manner so that you can learn and practice those things over there. So here, for example, I can start with the file upload. So as I said earlier, if suppose they're supposed to only JPEG files should be allowed over there. In case if they are just allowing to upload any other files, so in case if I want to upload reverse shell files, and I can do anything over there. So let me go to the download and see that. Probably I'll just go to some. Let me try to create a file. So let me open a terminal. Let me open a new tab and let me try to create a something file called PHP reversal file. So nano reverse.php file, and this is something a backdoor. I'm just creating a dummy file, so you no need to worry about it. I no need to. I'm creating a just for this demonstration. Okay, so the file is actually created. Let me do ls. If you see that the file should be yes. Okay. So now what I'll do is let me try to. It is actually in the Cali folder. So let me if I. So as per the design, they only permit PDF or JPEG. In case they don't set any kind of thing, so I can upload reverse.php without any proxy. It is uploaded successfully. So reverse.php is something I will be having a reverse shell code, and from there I can run a listener and I can push this one, and it's easy to hack it over there. So these are the one misconfigurations over there. And second thing is command and ejection. So all the input has to validate it if suppose it's not properly. So here is enter the IP address to do it over there. So 1.1 I'm just clicking, and when I click submit, it do a ping response. So it's have a workflow, right? So it goes to the workflow and say that ping is responded over there. But here, if suppose they didn't proper input sanitization done, so I'm running a command called pwt, which is a print the current working directory. When I submit it, it's going to print me the complete working directory. So again, see, this is also I can it's using this command, and probably this input sanitation is not done properly. So using this vulnerability, I can use a netcat and call a reverse shell as well. That is the one thing. And SQL injection. So this is the user ID. When I type a user ID, it gives the information of it over there. So let me type 1.1, or then I'm just using a Boolean expression thing. When I submit, it is sorry, I just need to use single quote. Okay, when I submit, see, it is giving me a SQL injections things over there. So then I can use any structured query language input and fetch the informations like select the first table numbers and those things. I can get it from there. So these are the vulnerabilities existing in this one. So if suppose users are not properly done it, this is what happened. I can give you one demonstration. If suppose let me change the DVS security from high, which is something like to demonstrate it. So let me go back to the same examples and see what is if suppose they did a proper security controls and everything. Let me try the same 1.1 and PW2. When I click submit, no information. So that means input is validated. Valid thing. Now I'll go to upload and let me try to upload the same reverse.php. When I upload, see, your image was not uploaded. We will accept only JPEG also. There is restrictions. When I do, let me go to the SQL injection, same thing, SQL injections, and click here to change your ID. See, it is properly authenticated. So let me use the same 1.1 and submit it. It doesn't give the information over there, so properly it will validate everything over there. So that is the beauty of when you do a proper securities over there. And probably if I push it little impossible thing, it gives a more controls those over there. So you can play around with this website by changing the different levels and just see understand how this over there. Let me go to the PowerPoint presentation. So we have seen the common vulnerabilities and those things. Now what we will do, we'll talk about the most important aspect is DevSecOps. So DevSecOps is very, very important. So DevSecOps is an approach that integrating the development and operations with the security in collaborative process, like a complete thorough process from the software development life cycles. So usually in the development, what they do is developments, basically in the development they will design the plan for it, they will code it, they will build, and they test. Basically this test is QA test, okay, quality test. And it comes to the operations. So operation, what they do, they will deploy the software and they will monitor the application's performance, not the security monitoring. And if suppose there is new features are there, they will release it to the things over there, and kindly they will take care of the complete operation of this one. So this is basically DevOps. But the entire cycle from the start to deployment and manage everything, the security will comes into picture. That is called DevSecOps. Okay, so it's a thorough cycle will be there from the everything. It implies the importance of incorporate security practice from the beginning to ensure the faster and more secure software delivery. DevSecOps is a combination of development, security, and operations into one streamlined process. In traditional method, security is afterthought. It's something like after done everything, they will security will comes into pictures. Like usually we have seen in our cinemas, right? After the crime, everything is get over, fight, the police will comes, right? So same manner, everything is done, the security comes into pictures over there. So that is the traditional method of it. Okay, so the DevSecOps integrating a security into every phases from writing the code to development. Example, when the developers write the code, tool automatically checks for the vulnerabilities. Like source code vulnerabilities will be tested and just see if anything libraries are there. So in the code level also tested over there. Before deployment, another check sure ensure that no issues were. So before go to the productions, security assessments will be done on, like probably API testing or vulnerability assessments, and everything will be there. Then it fixing those things before goes to the productions over there. So we already have seen what is the difference between DevSecOps and DevOps. But let's try to narrow down, or probably let me drill down a little bit. DevOps is a security is handled separately and only tested at the end of the development, often by a dedicated security team. DevSecOps is a security is integrated throughout the development process. Teams collaborate to design the secure code, test the changes for the vulnerabilities, and monitor the applications post deployment. Okay, and let's try to see like how DevSecOps works. So the DevSecOps is a terms is got adapted from the DevOps and continuous integrations and continuous delivery of it. So basically CI CD pipelines. Okay, so this is where practice basically practices. Okay, so DevOps is a, again we have seen it, the basically the development and operation teams collaborate and communicate, and they use automation tools to speed up the development while staying adaptable. Focus is rapidly delivery of the applications. But continuous integrations is CIA, and CID is automation, building, testings, and deploying the small changes to the applications, ensure effective and reliable updates. Example tools like AWS code pipelines, steaming the deployings and managing the applications over there. DevSecOps again adding a security as an integral part of CDI/C process. So every process will be there. So if I narrow down here, so the code design, when the designs are happening on it, like a plan, thread modeling will be involved it, so that the design level thread models will be attained. When the code is done, so the vulnerability code, source code vulnerabilities will be assessment will be done. Then basically it see that there is any vulnerabilities component or there's any misconfigurations, testings will be there. When the build is done and when the test is there before goes to the production, the pen test, the web application pen test will be there. It can be a SAST or it can be a DAST and those things. During the building, for example, you using a third party source codes or third parties plugins, then SCA components will be involved it, so that the assessments will be done it again. So that completely done or there. Once goes to the deployment, again vulnerability assessment, pen testings with all will happens on this way. So basically this is the adding the one. And usually what we will do is these all are automated one. So if you see that it's all run in a pipeline. Pipeline is nothing but the workflow of it. So after each and so usually the code will be added and will be compiled. After compiling, the test will be vulnerability. So it's automatically everything will happen. Then it will happen. So it's no need to happen like individually you separately do it. It's all automated over there. So this is the DevSecOps and importance, and most of the organizations started adopting to the DevSecOps breathing because security, keeping the securing the web application is most important on it. So there are certain secure code practices and has to consider. So the first one is code minifications and obfuscations. Nothing but removing the white spaces, line break, and unnecessary character from the codes. So sometimes, as I said, developers will be fetching the codes from the GitHub repositories or open source and just as it is they paste it over there. So these things has to be sanitized, vetted before the code goes to the production. The source code has to be validated and vetted thoroughly, and it has to send it over there. So main purpose is enhance the performance by reducing the file sizes, and it's also benefit is code hardening for attackers to read. Example, minified JavaScript files used in a web application. So try to reduce the JavaScripts as much as possible, because again, it can implement the CSS cross scripting, those things, attacks are possible over there. Code obfuscation is nothing but transform the human readable code into a harder to read complex forward. For example, introducing base 64 or whatever there. So the plain passwords will be encrypted into a hardened code, so increase the security by making the reverse engineering more difficult for it. Turning meaningful variable like example user ID into a random string called A1, B2, C3. So basically that is what. So this will harden the coding of it over there. Uh, Both the techniques improve the security domain and with the obfuscation being more efficient than the minifications for protections over there. Input validations. So don't trust what user type, always clean and check it. So that's what I said. Right? Ping, if you remember the example, the input says that to submit the IP address and just submit it. But what I did it, I just added a one ping working directory Lex comment and then. So if you validated proper sanitization, then this will not happen over there. Encrypt the sensitive information, sensitive data. So basically, as I said, encrypt data in transit, data in rest, data in motion. So all these three factors you have to encrypt it. So encrypt every sensitive information over there. Okay. Then avoid hard coding secrets. So storing the API keys and passwords in a secure place, not in the code. So what developers they do is for the easy transactions, so they will put the passwords, username and passwords in the code itself as a plain text. That is also will cause the vulnerability sources. So they have to maintain a key vault for deriving the storing the API keys, passwords, returning from the everything. The key vault has to be used it over there. So this is very important. How are the hard coding secrets were there? Um, Automated scannings and codes and reviews. So basically, this is the dev secops comes into the picture. So add the security parameters in the pipeline so that this will identify and prevent the vulnerabilities like cross scripting, SQL queries, which occur when the code fails to properly separate the data from the commands. So XSS is nothing but cross scripting, executing the malicious script under your domain. SQL injection just manipulating and steal the data from the internal database. So these are need to be properly done. Improper authentication and authorizations. So basically you have to have a proper control and authorizations, so should not bypass. So input validations and those things has to be done. And proper error handling. So error handling is very very important. Hide the sensitive error details, so like 404, 200. So these and all error codes has to be properly handled errors. So show for user friendly message instead of typical details. Don't give like 402, 204, those things and all. So for example, an error occurred, please try again instead of SQL syntax error at line. So if you remember, SQL injection we have tried, right? So that gives me the complete error message of it. So rather than then just put a simple message that please try again or please input valid is not valid. So those things you have to put it over there. or pointing like line number 4 is not valid. So that codes review over there, more information over there. So error handling is very, very important. Log the error and handling. So whenever such errors are coming, capture those things and handle gratefully over there. Log those errors securely for debugging without exposing them to the user. Ensure the applications continue to work wherever the possibles over there. So these are the things, steps will implement need to be considered in the secure code practicing over there. So there are certain principles required for in the secure code products. The first one is least privilege. Only give the users and process access they needed. A cashier, for example, a cashier at a store doesn't need application to customer banking data, everything, right? So you introduce like R backup, role based access, and have a service accounts, not use a non-administrator access, having all the access to anything. Service accounts, R backup account, and use a key logs, key locker. So all these factors, and give a least permissions. Don't give every access to everybody over there. So only the things over there. So have to have a and secure the defaults. So enable the security features, whatever in the like enabling a WAF, enabling the input validations, SQL database firewalls in the firewalls. So enable what are the security features that comes in that one. Just enable those security things. Fail security. So if something goes wrong, don't expose the sensitive information. Showing an error message like a detail instead of detailed error logs, just simplified message is better over there. Defense in the depth. So it's a multi-layer of security, like how the banks are having cameras, lock the vault, and those things. So defense in the depth, like network segmentations, hardening of the codes, implementing the security controls, user controls. So these all depth of detail need to be put in. WAP implemented, multiple firewalls, whitelisting of things, API to be protected, pen testing. So these all depth of defense should be there to protect the secure codes over there. Regular updates, just do a part of this patch management and regularly update. Logging and monitoring is very, very important. Software with the insufficient logging and monitoring will allow you to detect the potential incident when your code is deployed in a production, so that you can cybersecurity nothing but it's all proactively you how you work and stop the attack. After the incident it's happened, then you're coming, it should not be reactive, it should be a proactive over there. So logging and monitoring is very, very important. So these are the principles of securing the code things over there. So let's try to show, I'll try to show the performing a web application security assessment using a Zap tool. So I showed in the burp suite how interfact and those things, and manually I did a certain testings and do it. So now I'll show you like a DAST, which is a dynamically you can run a testing on the certain URL and try to see how the you can do a web application assessment in the dynamic manner rather than doing a static. So I'm just going to demonstrate over there. And one more thing is, use this content, and this is education purpose. Do not scan any applications which you don't have authorization, and don't try to use this tool and scan your production environment things, and try to avoid those things. So be more conscious on what you're doing on it over there. Okay, so that's why I'm just giving all the testing URLs, so there you can practice yourself and enhance your skills. Don't try to scan in the real-time environment, or you don't have a permission authorizations to scan the web applications. Okay, because unnecessarily don't get into caught of it over there. So let's go and try to do a DAST web applications. I'm going to show there. So to do that, let's go to the Kali mission. So I'm going to do a testing on the same engine. So let me change the DVA level to normal. So this is a website. Again, I'm just going to the pen count, and here let me remove it over there. So what I need to do is I just it's Zap tool won't comes with a Kali, so you have to go and install it. So the command, installing the command is simple. So you have to go and sudo apt install Zap proxy. You just install it. So this will get installed and you can launch it without any issues over there. So installation is very simple. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a DAST. So once you are launch it, once you installed any way you're launching, you will be there. So you have to go automated things. There here you just need to come back, just copy this URL paste it. Try to remove this IP address, and the attack mode, you can keep it as attack mode. So let's start the attack. So this is all dynamically level. So first of all, it's spidering. Spidering is nothing but it's just scrolling into the website and try to get as much as informations, whatever it is there. So it see that there are like a lot of port numbers, and see it is you got everything over there. So in this one, all this login page related informations post, you are seeing that it's all the informations are happening over there. So this all testings are happen automatically without you doing anything. It's all automated scans, and once the scrolling is done, it's doing an active scan. Okay, so it's basically on based on the OWASP testing. This will be do it over there. So let's go to the alert. Here, if you click the alert, so if you see that there are multiple pages are there. So in this case, we are going to test this 4280 on this. So go here, right click. Okay, still scan is going on it. Okay, my bad. So let's the scan get complete. Then we'll have the alerts. Okay, so if you see that the active scan is completed, and let's go and search, and you see that these are the user images are exit. Let's try to do a one more attack on this complete page, this level, and try to see on specifically on the DVA. And if you see that there is an upload, and if you click all these things, see the login and user tokens will be fletching off it. Let me try to narrow down a little bit. So I just tested a web application automated scan on this web page instead of the other one. So tested.php. If you see that, I just ran the scan, and automatically it just tell that there is a cross scripting this possibilities. So basically it gives a description, and what is the tagline, and what is the solution I have to prevent it, everything over there, and it's all give the informations over there. So automatically I don't do it. I just gave the URL and it is done over there. So end of the day, if I want to export this as a report, just go to the report, generate the report. I can give whatever the name wanted. So I'm just doing a test dash d scanning, and report title name or whatever I just want to save it as it. I'm just giving as a name, and it wants to save it, and just let me generate the report. So see, the report is actually generated. This have all the vulnerabilities and what the criticals and how to see. This is the cross scripting. It is tried to execute and it is successful over there. So concern has been raised, and how to mitigate we can do it. So this is how you can run a simple web application DAST using OWASP. So sometimes you have to click the usernames and passwords and you have to do it over there, or from here you can do a manual testings as well. By intercepting the traffics, you can respond and send it to the requester. You can play around it over there. So these are the options. This is a simple web application DAST web application testings. So I hope you got a good amount of understanding on the what is mean web application, what is how the data flows, what is a client and server model, what is a OSAP, common vulnerabilities are happening on it, how what is DevSecOps. And in this chapter, one more we covered is like simple demonstrations on the SQL injections and the DAST practices as well. So thanks for joining this session. See you in next chapter. So these are the courses or chapters we go into. So these are the content we're going to see in this course one. Introduction to the cloud computing, understanding the cloud computing service model. What is basically cloud security? And we'll talk about importance of cloud securities and what are the threats and challenges in the cloud security. We're just going to talk about it. And also what are the cloud security frameworks are available in the industry standard so that we can leverage those frameworks and secure the cloud. Securing the cloud, a layered approach which is help you for the if you're an architect, you are looking for an architect kind of thing. So this is a basically a very good one, so that you can secure the cloud in a layered approach. So and cloud security posture management is very important in posture of it. And also we're going to end this chapter with a demo. So basically in this demo, I'm going to show you how you can leverage yourself and create a cloud component and play around it. So that's a demo. I'm just going to do it on there. So let's go and talk about further. So before getting into more technical about the cloud security, let's try to understand what is cloud computing over there. So cloud computing refers to a deliver the computing services like server, storage, database, networking, software, analytics over the internet, the cloud, to enable faster innovation and flexible resources. Example, thinking about a service like Google Drive, Dropbox, or Netflix, all these operates using cloud technologies. So what you will do is you just need a browser with the internet connectivity. All you will be, for example, you will be doing googledrive.com and you will be logging in with your username and password. Then you can log in into a Google Drive there. So basically there you can download, upload the files, or you can edit your notes, create PowerPoint presentations, or you can create a Google any products, maps, or those things. So everything you can do it in the browser without anything. Just you just need to use from the browser one. So what is the behind of here is, so this there will be a server will be running in the cloud environment. It can be Azure, or it can be AWS, or it can be Google platform, GPSC, so Google Cloud Platform, GCP. So these are the things, and a lot of cloud platforms are available like Linode, and the list goes on it. So there are like a various cloud, but these are the major cloud platforms are available. So in a traditional manner, if I put it out there, is for example, you don't need to purchase computers now. So, for example, you can create a virtual machines, virtual desktops in the cloud platform, and you can use a RDP, remote desktops, and you can use your Windows machines from remotely from your iPad or from your iPhone or Android tabs, whatever things. But this Windows, for example, just this is the Windows 11 machine will be running in the cloud uh, architectures over there. So you can control this one, and you don't need to install everything. From all you just need to do is have an internet and those things over there. So there are mostly common. Let's there are three models, which is main model is SaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So let's try to understand the more about the cloud models. So these are the cloud models widely used over there. So SaaS is nothing but a software as a service. PaaS is a platform as a service. IaaS is a infrastructure as a service. Okay. So SaaS is nothing but, for example, if offer a hybrid. So basically, it's a provide a cloud-based software hosting online and typically available on the subscription basis. So just no need to install the softwares. You don't need to install anything. You just need to go to Azure or AWS Marketplace, and you can use it as your license, or you can pay as your usage or subscription basis. So third party provide manage all the technical issues such as data, middleware, server, storage, everything they will be taking care of it. So the good thing is, only thing is you just need to go purchase the product subscription, and you can start using on it. So here you don't need to maintain the server. Here you not need to. So basically, the cloud, most of the industries are adapting to the cloud technology is basically it's a cost efficiency. So the reason the companies are adapting for reason is three reasons. One is scalability. So, for example, today I can do with one thing, tomorrow it can do three more, it goes on it. So, the scalability option is lot. The second option is reliabilities. So that I don't need to take care of my backups or storage for, again, if suppose hardware is filling or something else, need to maintain the server maintenance, all AC maintenance, the maintenance cost, it will be, and if suppose some disaster is happening over there, I can nothing something like, so nothing to do it. So Azure, if suppose for example Azure have a Azure AWS or one, they have a various data centers out there. Depends upon your company's depend your company policies, GDPRs. You can host a different regions. For example, you can, if you are a California based company, you can have a one US data center, Azure data center in California, And for the GDPR backup purpose, disaster recovery, you can have it in the Seattle, Azure they were, so that in case something has happened, or if suppose you have US based company, but you have a company in India as well, so that you can have a Azure India backups as well. So in case US is something, US Microsoft data center is having something collapse or disaster, you can run it from the India data centers over there. So these are the norms. So that is a reliability is actually giving on it. And third one is cost efficiencies. So basically, I no need to hire a server system engineer. I no need to have a network engineer. I no need to have a IT support team manage it. I no need to purchase it. So not a lot of things I can no need to do it. Only thing is I just need to go to Azure subscription what I wanted, what and or I can go with the other option, pay as usage cost is also how much I'm used, I can do a payment. So that basically everything will taken care by Azure. Only thing is I'm just paying what they are. So this is the reasons why most of the companies are like try to adapt it to the cloud platform. So as per Gartner, so 85 percentage company in 2026 started using will be starting using a cloud platform. So mostly the cloud will be plays a vital role in that one. So let's come back to the SaaS. So SaaS again, as I said, it will take care of all the things. The setups help the minimize the IT resource exploitation and streamlining the maintenance and support. So only I'm just need a software. I'm just purchasing the software. I'm going to the marketplace. For example, if I want a Photoshop or something else, I'll go to the Azure and just purchase the Photoshop or whatever license. Or if I just want a web server, Nginx, or if I want a Docker, or if I want some Linux machines over there, I purchase those things just as software. So if I want some database or something else, I'll purchase the software only and I'll be start using that product. Or for example, one more example, if suppose you are using a service now as your IT support one. So you just no need to purchase the product, deploy in your infrastructure, nothing, you no need to do it. All you just need to go to the marketplace of Azure or AWS or Google from, then just buy the subscribe service for now. Then you can use that software only. So it's already pre-configured, while it will be automatically, you can enable it in your environment over there. That is the beauty of SaaS solution. PaaS is nothing but platform as a service. Gives organization the ability to streamline their application development and delivery. It does so by providing a custom application frame that automatically manage the operating systems, software updates, storage, and supporting the infrastructure in the cloud. Okay, so platform they give as a platform. So then you can little bit instead of rather than going applications, so probably you can buy it as a platform. You decide what kind of operating systems has to run it and everything. You can do it over there. Infrastructure has a service. So basically they this is something like as a offer a hybrid approach which allow organization to manage some of the datas and applications on the on-premise only. So for example, there is a on-premise there, so they need to, some companies will have active directories in on-prem and they want to sync it with the entra IDs or those things, they can do it over there. Or some communications, say they can create a VNet or VPC connections and they can or connectivities over there. At the same time, it relies on the cloud provide to manage the servers, hardware, networking, virtualizations, and storage needs. So it is a connection between on-prem and it is infrastructure as a service over there. So these are the three models. Currently, it is a computing service model. Depends upon the company requirement, they will be taking on it over there. Okay, so let's in detail talk about the what is the based on what companies will be managing, what is the cloud providers will be managing on it. First of all, if you go to on-prem is nothing but physically a server sits in your company organization. So they will have their own data centers and which will be running on their thing. So for them, they are the responsible organization is responsible for application, the maintaining the application, updating the applications, patching, everything is they are the responsible for it. Data, so since it is they are the owner of the data application, so all the data transactions, everything, they are the owner for it. Runtime of the application, runtime of the servers, everything has to take care of. Any API calls, middleware, firewalls, pass-throughs, API call bounds, everything will be taken care by them. Operating systems, again, OS update and those things. virtualization of hardware, server, storage, networking, they are the complete responsibilities. They have a 100% of accountabilities on their one. This is the on-prem. This is a very traditional model. Now let's go to the cloud models. So these are the cloud models, right? So for example, if you are just trying to go and adapt infrastructure, so in first you are going to get the info. Basically, you have an on-prem solution, but you are just going to IS. So basically, IS, so infrastructure as a service. If you are just adding, you will be managing application. So you will be taking care of a application, whatever the application you are hosting. You will have to take care all the applications updates and those things over there. And whatever the data in rest, data in encryptions, data storage, and everything, you are the responsible for it, and the runtime of the applications and the middleware of the communications, the OS virtualization, the server, storage, networking, everything will taken care by the cloud provider. So basically they are the in charge of it. They will have the accountabilities. Azure, they will ensure that they will give all the parameters to ensure your applications, whatever you're running it in a smooth process. They have to support it, whether from the firewall, from the network configurations, providing public IP address, internal IP address, what everything, storage allocations, and data server level, what server, how much resource you needed, virtualizations, everything, what kind of, you need a Linux operating system or Windows server, whatever you needed, they will be responsible for you to so this is the it can be Azure or it can be AWS or any cloud platform, but these are the managed one. If suppose you are adapting a platform as a service, your responsibility is very simple. You are just taking care of your application and data. Remaining everything is cloud ownership. They have to provide everything. They are the accountability of maintaining all these things over there. So this is where the cloud platform as there. Software as a service, if you took it, everything will be taken care by cloud providers. You no need to worry it. So less maintenance, less. For example, if you are a startup company, you no need to worry about all these factors. So they will, you no need to have a budget to hire IT teams or something else. So this guy will take care of everything in these factors out there. So this is the understanding of the cloud computing service, and these are the responsibilities when it comes to each platform. What I'll be, the green colors are what I am owning on it, and what the accountabilities of the cloud platforms, any cloud platforms over there. So this is a widely adopted cloud computing services. So these are the things. This is the one provider. This is the provider responsibility and cloud responsibilities over there. So if you see that the flexibilities will be high, so that is the reason why people are adapting to the cloud securities over there. So what is cloud security? A cybersecurity professional must ensure that data stored on the cloud is protected from the breaches, leak, and unauthorization access. See, what I say is the cloud is actually hosted in the publicly. Okay. So basically, the difference between the traditional on-premise, for example, you have a office. Let's take some example, a bank, okay, and bank and your private locker. Okay, so in your house you have a private locker where you keep your jewels and everything over there. Okay, so this is your, just imagine this is your on-prem. So you have your own server, you maintain everything on their one. So that there is so you have a full control, full responsibility, accountabilities over there. So someone cannot have access easily to this bank, your locker, because your locker, it's your personal, so nobody have a access to it. Just imagine if the bank will have n number of locker will be there. Okay, so there is a one, this is your locker and someone will there. So multiple people have access to this locker, right? So if suppose one guy misused his locker privileges, and there is a chances of the, if suppose he doesn't know whatever there, the other guy can come and steal his money and goes as well, right? If suppose, just imagine the locker is open, and the other person is getting into that, he can see it, and if suppose since you are not logged it, he can misuse it over there. So same thing in a, when it is a publicly there, the main two areas are concerned to the cloud say thing is, one is data and IAM, identity access management. These are the most important areas, aspects you have to follow. So data governance is very important. So what data you are storing over there? For example, you are storing all the personal informations or confidential informations over there. So you need to be more how you can secure those things by data classifications. Those things you have to parameters out. Identity, who have access to that? So no, I don't want everyone to have access to that. So these are the important challenges in the computer securities, basically when you are hosting a cloud one. So this where the cloud securities need to be involved it, and the professionals should ensure that data stored on the cloud is protected from the data breaches. If suppose you're not properly configured and everyone have access, same bank, so someone can steal your data, they can easily do it over there. So protect your data from the breaches, leak, and unauthorization access. So to prevent from the unauthorization, you have to have a proper IAM control, because in the last slide we have seen, right? So networking will be taken care by the completely the infrastructure build, but you have to configure properly everything. So one of the major, the most of the reason for cloud breaches are misconfigurations. Okay, so that is the reasons one. In next slide we're going to see about what are the threats and challenges in the cloud security, but these are the areas you always cloud securities has to properly focus on this one. So let's see what are the threats and challenges in the cloud securities. So to remain competitive, an organizations must continue to use the cloud to literally rapidly and make it easy for the employees and customer to access service while protecting the data and system from following threats. So one first one is compromised accounts. So the compromised accounts attacker often using phishing techniques to steal the employee passwords and gain access to the systems and valuable corporate access. So you need to have a multi-factor authentications, or if you need to do a digital for things, if suppose compromised passwords are there, you need to inform the users to change the password if suppose it is available in the dark web over there. And also you just need to ensure doing a phishing campaign for the employees to give a phishing awareness over there. So compromised accounts would say, so you need to protect, this is one of them. Lack of visibilities. So it's easy to lose tracks, basically how your data is accessed by whom. There is no logging and monitoring, who is having access, what is doing on it, no, who's deleting, nothing is there. So since many cloud services are accessed outside of the corporate network, so I have seen during my experience, I have seen there are like Amazon S3 accounts, which is a bucket. So basically the storage provided access to a lot of publicly, so that people can be able to see the sensitive information. Basically this is called a misconfigurations. So they doesn't know what is configuration properly. Those things are very very important over there. So this is the lack of visibilities over there. And hardware software vulnerabilities. So hardware, again, this part will be taken care by the cloud, but still there are certain vulnerabilities, depends upon the cloud platform. If you are just going in a good cloud platforms, they will take care of the hardware, but sometimes there are certain kernel software level vulnerabilities will be there. So we call it as a 0-day vulnerability. There is a chances over there. And software vulnerabilities, wherever the softwares you are using on it, that is also when an organization use a public or private cloud, it is critical that hardware and software is patched up to date. Just ensure that when you are there just updating, the softwares are running up to date with them. Internal threat. Human error is a big driver of security breaches. Misconfigurations can create opening for a bad actors, and employees often click on a bad links and inadvertently move data to a location with less security. That's what I said, right? Amazon ASC, they are insecure of it. So basically, that is called lack of knowledge, what they're doing on it, lack of technical skills, or probably just maybe what I say, it's a human errors, or maybe they are just first means what to say, they doesn't know what they're exactly doing on it. So these are internal threats to the organization. This is the color charges over there. Access management and shadow IT. While enterprise may be able to successfully manage and restrict access points across on-premise systems, admiring these same level of restrictions can be challenging in the cloud environment. So you cannot, there is a little challenge in the pretty so for example in on-prem you can create a groups and those things you can manage it, but Once to the cloud R backup, role-based access, there is a like certain limitations is there, but not that much great. But you can tune the product as much it so that this can dangerous of the organization. And also do not deploy like bring your own device BOID policies allow unfiltered access to the cloud. So here you have to create a zero trust architecture models. So that is where you have to prevent all this from this things. Lack of visibility of cloud resources. So there will be a multiple cloud will be running and not certain services will not managed over there. So there is so it's a challenge to detect and responsible security. For example, there will be as per your record there will be a 30 cloud will be running on it, but there are five clouds will be not managed by you or maybe unpatched it is not an inventory managed over there. You doesn't know how many resources you are running in the cloud. So these again, when you will be patching all these 30 servers, but you will be forgot to patch resource. But this vulnerability can attacker can gain this things over there. So you need to maintain I mean maintain basically asset management, proper asset management of your cloud one as well. So these are the one of the reasons as well how much, because the cloud will be keep running on it and multiple people multiple resources is because it's easy to create a computer, right? So sometimes they will since for example who works as a system administrator or some developer who have access to the cloud platform, they will be creating a one server and they will doing a testing. But probably there is no policy for a change management process or no process controls over to define deployments and those things. So then the users will open it and you doesn't know that there is a services running over there. That again, those vulnerability can cause us the this over there. So you need to have a visibilities on the cloud utilizations and you have to have a policy controls over there. Lack of risk prioritization. Once security admin gain the visibility into cloud resource, the number of recommendations to improve the security posture might be overwhelming. It is important to prioritize the risks so admin know where to focus to make the greatest impact. So basically, once again, right? So they will like a lot of posture managements will be there, but ideally you have to prioritize critical, high, and lows, and those things you have to prioritize, and you have to in case if you are not prioritizing, you're just trying to fix it over there, you just keep improving the scores on based on your things over there, the cloud posture will not get improved and there is a chances it's again you putting your cloud infrastructures as well risk. High risk cloud permissions. So the portfolios of the cloud service identify has increased the number of high risk cloud permissions, which expand the possible attack surface. The PCI metrics measure how much damage identify can based on their permissions as well. So permissions you have to maintain a proper measure. Emerging threats. So basically, there are like cloud security is constantly evaluating to protect against data breaches and data loss. It important is basically you need to be up to date to the new threats, what the new vulnerabilities are there. Latest new AWS vulnerabilities has been identified it, or if suppose you are running an Azure, or so what is the one of Microsoft vulnerability? So you need to keep update yourself, and so that you can keep your infrastructure safe and secure over there. Lack of integration between the native cloud deployment and security. So basically, there is a less uh, importance to the securities and development team to work together, but they what they do because of the project commitments and maybe they will give less importance to the securities. That is also create a app in the code bug in the app and which is deployed to the cloud, and whoever utilizing those things they can. So that is why nowadays every company started implementing like a third party assessment over there. So that's why they are asking like every company ISO 27000 they how they are practicing it, whether they're doing a penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, all this test they are checking on it. Then apart from that, they are asking like SOC 2 type reports as well, their accountabilities and those. So see, these are the tools importance now in third party vendors. They're starting to avoid this kind of things when you are adopting the cloud technologies over there. Let's talk about the cloud security frameworks. So there are two frameworks which is widely industry used, it CSI benchmark and NIST. What is CSI benchmark? The CSI benchmark is a set of best practices and guidelines designed to secure the cloud environment, operating systems and applications and network. So CSI is nothing but the full form is Center for Internet Security. These guys will provide a complete, okay, this is what you need to follow the practices. So basically, it's a kind of, they will have a checklist. You have to follow their guidelines checklist so that you can basically you can maintain the security posture of it. So they will be keep updating their guide checklist and guidelines based on the evolving threats. According to that, you have to keep yourself update the info. So the purpose is help the organizations to configure the system securely to reduce the vulnerability. So basically, you can, from using their follow the methods, you can avoid the misconfigurations and best security standard hardening guide. You can get it from them over there. Okay, provide actionable prescription guidelines for security specific cloud services over there. So there are like the CSS offered tailored benchmark major cloud from like AWS, how you need to cover the SC bucket policies, IAM, data, all these things, and what are the services you logging and monitoring you have to enable it, how those things are there. And Azure, like a recommendation on Active Directories, SQL database, and network configurations. And also in the Google Cloud platforms like IAM, computer instance, and storage, they are giving on the CSI benchmarks over there. So benefit is easy to follow the guidelines of the security. So just a checklist, you just need to ensure when you're deploying, you just need to see that all this checklist are tick or not. That's it. And by doing this practice, you also ensure the enhancing the compliances, like whether if suppose GDPR compliance, HIPAA compliance, PCDIS compliance, ISO standards. So these are all the compliances also, you just by just ensuring that these are the followings in there. So there are like implementation tools are there. So you can use a CSI SAT tool, which is their tool, so that you can run it, or you can use a Nexus scans to understand their benchmarks and those things over there. You can do it over there. So this is the one of the best one thing. It's a completely free. Only thing is you just need to sign in with their pages, and you can able to download the content from their latest ones articles. So it's completely free and you can do it if suppose. And even they have a CSS, and this tool is also free. They have a pro also. Pro have a certain features, but that is a licensed one. But if you are a want to practice your honest beginner kind of things, you can download a CSI SAT, which is there is a free version also there. You can download and you can utilize it over there. Okay, the next one is NIST. This is a widely followed over there. So which is the National Institute of Standard and Technology. And especially in the NIST, there are like a lot of things are there. SP 853. This is talks about the securities and privacy control for security cloud systems. Okay, so published by this NSE50 is published by National Institute of Standard and Technology, provide a comprehensive catalog of security, privacies, and controls. This is also security checklist will be there. Do's and do nots will be there. What to do, what not to do. The purpose is to design a framework for securing the cloud environment, and it's basically it comes from the has for the U.S. government requirement. So if suppose this is very very important if you are working on a US based regulatories or US based organizations, so this is the framework is following it. And NIST framework is globally followed it over there. So it's most of the companies are following this way, and it's widely a talked framework, so you can do it over there. The key principle of NIST ASP 500 800-53 is access control. So basically it policies like IAM user control. So if you remember, in the initial I was talking about the two security process, right? One is data securities, one is IAM security. So this will talk about how you can have IAM privilege management, least privileges, what are the controls you need to do with it. And also they talk about the systems and communications protections like data at rest, data at the transit. So what are the native data? And they are also have a risk assessment. So periodically evaluate the cloud risk and vulnerabilities, so that these are the things will be there. End of the day, how you can continuously monitor the tools and privilege yourself, and you can keep the infrastructures. Those things you can do it over there. So this is the important factors. So the cloud controls is there. So use in cloud securities like organizations like AWS, Azure align their service with the NIST standards to facilitate the compliance for the users. It is a foundations, so that you can by following this one you can achieve a FedRAMP certifications, which is a very good certifications. You can achieve it over there. So implementing is very, very important. So these are the two frameworks it's available, and this is also free. You just need to go to the NIST framework website, and you can download the resources according to this article, and you can follow it over there. The next one is the securing the cloud. It's a layered approach over there. So if you see that, let's take a insight. So you can, there is again, this is a shared responsibility. So SaaS, PaaS, and infrastructure. So you can be anything around. But when it comes to the attack, cloud security as well, let's look how the cloud security architecture. So these are the very, very industry standards as to follow it. Okay, so if you see in the architecture, the gain and insight, this is where gain and insight are nothing but it's a monitoring tool. So I have to have monitor my threads. So basically I have to implement a SIM, which is a system information event management, collect all the logs, and I have to keep monitor over there. And also I just need to take care of my compute posture of the compliance and threads and everything over there. So this is where your cloud security posture management comes on it. In the next slide, we're going to talk about it. So you don't need to worry about it. So this is the very, very important. This is will basically you need to keep. It's a see basically it's a continuous monitoring. So you have to monitor the threat, compliance, and overall security postures. For example, there is a AWS Guard Duty or Azure Security Center help to identify the misconfigurations and threat intelligence. So basically, Microsoft have a threat intelligence so that you can keep yourself what is happening here in a cloud, and you can keep the vulnerabilities will be detected automatically so that you can do it over there. Manage access. This is where your IAM will comes into back. So implement identity and access management. Enforce least privileges and use features like MFA factor tokenization, those things. For example, you need, if you are creating a users, you have to create with the least permissions. So they will not add. If suppose they want some administrator task as to do, they have to have a different accounts, for example administrator accounts, that they have to do it over there, and they should be a part of PIM or PAM, privilege access management. And so not everybody, for example, just imagine the developer should not have a complete access on what he creating access in those things over there. So role developer, what is their rotation there? You have to give applications only access. For a system administrator who have access to on all the system resource creations, updations, those network team will have access only to the network for creating a VNet, subnets, as managing the firewalls, those things. So basically you have to create it, and segregations between each role is very, very important. And they should have a two account, because in case users, if the user account, normal user account is compromised, their email is compromised with the phishing or something else, since they have a different administrator access to do it over there. And if suppose, since you are maintaining a PIM and PAM account, privilege access management, if someone is trying to do a hacker, as per the hacker, if someone is doing a privilege escalation from the compromised account, you will get a notifications. So basically that is why we have a SIM and monitoring insight of what is happening over there. So this is very, very managing access is very important. And using a second factor authentication, so like maybe app Google Authenticator or Microsoft Authenticator or YubiKey or any other factors, having a multi-factor authentication is always good at protecting over there. So this is one thing. And protecting the data, encrypt the sensitive data both at rest. So certain data, for example, from our applications, it comes to the DBA database and stores over there. So these data has to be protected. For instance, S3 buckets can use a server-side encryptions while TLS ensure. So you have to see that the TLS 1.2 greater than or SSL versions are properly configured over there. So during the data at rest and data run, and you have to use a strong encryptions, AES or DES, to protect those things. So they protecting the data of the sensitive information is very, very important over there. So this is where your identities. And second thing is identify the network security. So tune keep your firewalls, network segregations, VLAN configurations, And the best practice you have to you have to, or the best practice now it is micro segmentations. So you should not, example is, for example, you are running an application, web server is there, and there is a database server is there. It should not be in the same network. It should be halves in it. So the server will be, web server will be in a different network segregation. The database will be in a different. Only they will be have a trunk, or you will be having a different way to approach and get the data over there. So that in case web server compromised, still because of this network segregation, your database will be protected over there. So that is where you are again. So you have to have a network segmentations, micro segmentation. So you have to do it. So the latest one is micro segmentations. So the firewall rules allowed whitelisting rules. Probably you can have a firewalls like stateful firewalls, software based ones. So these are the things, properly you have to maintain it. And if any malicious traffic is implementing a WAF, web application, so implementing, so that if any unauthorization traffics are coming, if any malicious traffic, it should be get blocked and notified in the sim, so that you can do it action. If someone is doing a port scanning, you can use in the sim, you can identify it and those things. So network security is plays a very very important, you have to go to AppSec and container securities. Nowadays, most of the things are in the Docker as a Kubernetes containers and those things. The beauty of the Kubernetes and containers is, in case if there is a infection was happen, or those things, it's easy to spin up and clean up and just do to deploy to others. But here you need to take care of doing a vulnerability assessment on the Dockers, and container securities, maintain the container security is very very important over there. BYS, bring your own queue. Every cloud storages will have Azure Adin. So you can have a BYA, bring your own key, or key on your own. So you can create it. So basically, this is the data security. So protecting your data is a parameter one. So for you, basically, this is all encryption keys. So when you have using a TLS or SSL, right? So there will be a like public key and a private key will be encrypted over there. So basically, cryptography. Cryptography is nothing but it's converting a plain text into a cipher test, and cipher test will be into plain text. This is actually encryption and decryption. This is what happens over there in basic level, high level. I'm just telling on it since it's very very good to know it. So to do that, you have to have a key, right? So where you can see, either you can use the cloud, you can bring your own keys, where you can generate some keys and you can lock it, or you can keep your own keys to retain a full controls of the encryptions over there as well. So for a data and rest transit, always enforce secure communications like HTTPS, VPNs, and those things you have to enable it, so that it will have a protector more things over there. Okay, so these are the data securities. And applications and container security, so code practices, scan for the vulnerabilities, and those things you have to do it there. So end of the day, it will be the development securities. You have to have a development for the developments, the development secure dev. So DevOps should be having, it should be Azure DevOps or you GitHub thing. But in complete development practice, you should have a security scenario, because in the last web application things we have already discussed about the DevSecOps. Again, I don't want to repeat the same thing, but ensure these are the parameters and follow it over there. So these are things you have to manage. This is a layered approach. When you are designing any cloud, you just need to ensure access are monitored, data is protected. Any if suppose new service, those are logs are integrated, and this is logs and monitoring is happening on the server or not. And how about the firewall control, network securities, how about the application securities, whether the develops codes were practiced went on DevSecOps operations, even from the design level and everything. Those things are there. How we are storing the keys, how we are utilizing the store keys, and whether it is as per the compliance, as per the governance. We should not, there should not be any violations on the GDPRs, or we have a threat intelligence are integrated so that we can monitor it, the overall security posture score of it as per the CSI benchmarks, and those things we are following on. So these all need to be a, when you are a, if you are a cloud, if you are a cloud architect, you are a solution architect, you are designing any solutions in the cloud, you need to put it in this manner. And if you are a security architect, you are just going to review these things, you have to review in this manner and just try to understand all these factors over there. These are the things important to it. Cloud security posture management. So it's very, very important on it. So cloud security posture management refer to tools and practice designed to identify and remediate the misconfigurations and compliance. So basically, they will use the framework CSI benchmark or NIST, and the checklist will be validated and just evaluate your score of it. So what is your security score? Higher scores are better, lesser score, low scores, you have to really work on your security postures and you have to improve your crowd basically. So, why cloud post say CSP is important? Dynamic nature of the cloud environment increase the risk of misconfigurations. So, for example, publicly S3 buckets you are having for certain purposes or something, that is you have to be properly good, and also help the organizations ensure their compliance frameworks like GDPR, PISS. If suppose your payment gateway industries, you need to maintain a PCR, HIPAA, those things are there. The core function of CSP2 is configuration assessment. Detect the insecure settings like overall permissions of IAM policies, compliance monitoring, map the configurations to the regulatory standard. If suppose you are every GDP, every country have their, so there is a UK GDPR, California GDPR is there. So regarding to the countries, you just need that you are not violating any compliance policies over there. If suppose you are violating some company policies, there is a chances of lawsuit or legal actions will be there. So just maintaining that is very, very important over there. Incident response, so that it's help you to automatically remediate your workspace and those things over there. Risk visualization, so that you can able to risk, okay, this much of my security score, what will be my risk factor, how I can those things we can do. So provide a dashboard for accessing the security postures. So the example of CSPM tool is in AWS, you can configure the monitor the changes. If someone is creating a resource, if you remember in the last lack of means there are lack of resource, right? So if someone is modifying the resource, automatically you will get a notifications that, and Prism Cloud, which ensure the multiple cloud compliance and detect the vulnerabilities over there. Certain companies will use AWS, Azure as well, depends upon these platforms. Suddenly, so that you can manage all the things and we can help you to detect the vulnerabilities over there. And one of the example, one more is Microsoft Defender for Cloud offer threat intelligence and Azure alerts for Azure and those things, SIM and Sentinel, and provide those things over there as well. So these are the things. For example, I can give you one example. Just imagine a scenario: an open S3 bucket exposing a sensitive data. So there is a one bucket S3 bucket in AWS, and S3 bucket is nothing but a storage. They name it in that way, so you don't need to get confused. So Amazon AWS, Amazon S3 buckets is nothing but a storage, just block storage. Okay, so that will be having unformatted data or something else. Maybe they used to store logs or whatever, that is having a sensitive information, and that is exposed to the public. Anyone can have access to that. Basically there is a misconfigurations. Okay, so this CSP tool, when you run a CSP tools which is inbuilt in the Amazon or using a Nexus cloud CSP cloud posture management, help you to, this tool will flag the issues. Okay, I see that this is these are the misconfigurations are available, can you close this ones, otherwise your data breach happens, and notify the admin, then automatically applies a policy. So there you can have a blueprint. Basically you can create a blueprint textures, or probably you can use some automations tools or for some scripts to whenever there is a something prominent, so you can do it. So try to automate as much as possible, because creating a robustic security things is very, very important. So that's what I think there. So mastering the cloud security is a critical skill for today IT professional. By adapting the best practices, leveraging the tools like CSPs and understanding the cloud architectures, you can create a secure and scalable solution for future. Because the future is cloud, and the cloud play is going to play a very, very important role over there. Most of the companies are going to adapt to those things. But these are the things you need to understand in the cloud security. So I just try to cover as much as possible in the entire chapter. I hope you clarified it. In case if you have any questions, feel free to comment with it or reach out to the discords. I am happy to address it over there. So in this chapter, we're going to create a, basically, I'm going to demonstrate, what I'm going to demonstrate is I'm going to create a virtual cloud, basically Amazon ECE instance. So they will call it as a, in Azure, they will call it as a virtual machines. In AWS they call as a EC instance. So I'm just going to host a one Linux machine over there, and I'm going to set a network policies. So for example, how you can secure that remotely access, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a Linux machine. Then after setting a Linux machine, I'm going to set up a SSH server. Basically, using the SSH server, secure shell proto host, I'm going to take the remote of that Linux machines. So how I can secure it? By using a some network policies, I can do it over there. And also I'm just going to enable the encryption so that whatever data stores over there, it will be data in transit, data and those things, it will be encrypted manner. So basically data in the rest will be so these are the three things I'm just going to demonstrate it, so that you will get a high level view of it. And AWS is something like every cloud platform they're giving a free opportunity, so that all you just need to have a valid debit card or credit card or something else, so that you just need to, and you don't need to worry about it. Only thing is, as you pay they will bill it, otherwise they will not bill it, so use it wisely. But in Amazon they give you at least a year, they will give you free subscriptions. There are free tiers are available, and it is a time bounded, so please be wisely and go through it on it. And during your testing just do it on it, and once you're done with the testing just shut down it, so that you will not be costed for that one. So this is how you can, and Amazon gives you for a year of the time they can giving a free things. And if you are purchasing something from the marketplaces, be aware of that is also certain products which is as a SaaS solution. If you are purchasing it, like for example you are planning to host your own VPN, and you're going to the marketplace and purchasing open VPN, there is a charges will be there, so just please ensure over there and those things. So just ensure go through it, and they have a very good documentation, they have a very good what are the norms, what is the chargeable rate also. When you creating, they will not create a blindly, or there is no hidden charges. They will straightforwardly there, this is a free tier, this is not chargeable, and on basis every hour this is the charge rate will be there. Okay, so you can use it over there. That's what initially I told you. Whenever you're using, use it in a free tier and just shut down the systems. This is just, you can play around it over there. That's what you can do it over there. So let's go and go to the demo over there. So I have signed in successfully with the AWS. It's just all you just need to do is have a valid email address, and you have to, if you are having a debit card or credit card, just give it over there, because the for the purpose of it they will just validate. So just do a simple sign in and you can have a 12 months of free tires will be there. So once you are done, you'll be landing on this page. So I'm not going to walk you with the each console of it, because otherwise the actual course will get dilute over there. So if any instance is running, basically if any virtual machine is running, you will see that this is one or well. So unfortunately nothing's there. So this is where your security groups are there for whatever the security policies you are creating over here, you can do it. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create one instant and going to configure the network policies. Then followed by I'm going to create how to secure encrypt the storages and those things. I'm just going to do it. So this is a just basic of it. Remaining things you can use it and you can play around over there. So there are, like in network securities, you can come and create a new security group policies and those things you can create and you can assign over there. So for example, if I'm just going to create a security group, so just name it as test policy over there. So allowing SSH1. So this is what I'm going. So here you can allow the traffics like inbound, whether it's a custom, what is the port range, what IP address you can customs, or anywhere from IP4 or my IP address. Only this IP. If you suppose you have a static IP address, you can give my IP address. In case if you are having a dynamic, then every time we have to come back and you have to modify those things, you have to be more cautious on it. So I'm just going to go with the defaulted over there. So now what I'll do is let me go to the instance and create a new instance. So just you need to go to the launch instance, and here you can, I'm just going to create a simple Linux machine. So test, and I'm going with the Ubuntu. These are the free machines over there. So this is a free tier eligibility. You just ensure that this is option. If suppose you are going for other things, you will be paying for it. So please use it wisely. And it is a 64-bit architecture, and this is what. And the free tier is, this is what getting T3s. 2 processor, 1 GB memory, and this is the things over there. I'm just going on it. Here we are going to create a pair key. That is what you. It's a secure key so that you can take a uh, remote of SSH in a safer secure one. So I'm just going to create a new key here, and that is I'm just giving Linux SSH, and encryption is I'm just taking as SSH. And if you want to take as a terminal, you can give PEM, or you can do from the party you can use a PPK file. But I'm just using open SSH in PEM only. Anyway, I'm just going to show how you can take a SSH from the PowerShell, Windows PowerShell only. So let me create a key, and it will ask me to save it. So let me save it in my downloads folder. The file is saved over there. Just ensure if you miss this file, you cannot able to take SSH. This is where you are securing your Linux box connections over there. And you can create a new group policies, or you can create an existing one or something else. I'm just going to create a new group policy. So allow SSH traffic from only from my IP address. I'm just selecting on it, so that if anyone is trying to take SSH from any other IPs, it will all denied it. Only my IP is will be allowed over there. If you suppose you are having a if you just having any web servers or something, so hello HTTP traffic from internet, or hello HTTP traffic from internet, you can do it, or basically you can do it over there. The many things I'm just going with the default options. I'm not touching over there. In advance, if you want to add this into a part of a domain or something else, you can do it over there. So I'm just leaving as it is, and all the way just scroll down, and you see that nothing is there. So just give a launch the instance. Basically this is creating a group, and the instance will be launched. So to do that, let's go to the EC2 instance, and instance running. You can see that it is actually running. It is an initialization state. So let's give some time. So once it is done, so you can see that our public IP address and everything is started over there. So now this is a security policies group. See, by default, the port number 22 is allowed over there from this IP address. So if suppose I'm not in adding this port number, this will not, the remote connections will not establish. So the connections will blocked all the way. So that is where it happened over there. So now what I do is it's now it's all good to go. Now what I'll do is let me go to the instant, and let me try to connect the connection. You just need to connect. Here I'm going to connect. The username is Ubuntu, so just ensure the Ubuntu, and I'm going to connect the NCC instance with the SSH client. Simple, just copy this complete one, navigate to the folder where your PIM key is downloaded. In my case, it is download folder, and just right click, because this is a PIM, it will goes and fetch it, and it goes and connect it over there. You don't need to enter any username and password. So this is the beauty of it. So when I click enter, this is going to connect. Since it is the first time I'm just doing on it, it says that yes, and this key will be added permanently. And if you see that, let me maximize it. uname -a, so that you see that this is actually I'm running a Linux version. So this is the cloud counting. So basically I can do anything, apt install nmap. Okay, I think I have to update this package, sudo apt update. So whatever is happening, it is in a cloud computer which is running in my AWS one. So this Linux box is running in the AWS instance, and I secured the connections in case if you just do the say for the demonstration. So what I'll do is, in case if I just let me finish the update, then sudo apt upgrade. It won't take much time. You see it's faster because it's done the things completely very faster. So easily you can all just need to do is and sign in, and you can do it over there. And this is something like you can run from anywhere. So all you just need to have a key of it. So as you have the key, you can go and run it, and from any computer, any login where. So you can create your public Windows machine as well. Again, certain Windows machine comes in a test one. Even AWS have a Mac based also. They're giving a Mac experience also. They're doing on it. So there are a lot of things are there, but you need to safe and securely connections over there. So let me show one thing as I want to do this demonstration for you. So let me. It's almost the update is completed. So what I'm going to do is I'll remove the SSH, the security, what I just did, I just remove it and see whether if I able to take the remote off that one also. Just let's see it over there. It's almost done. Okay. Okay. So yes. So now what I'll do is let me exit and let me clear it. I'll keep the same Linux command to take SSH over there. Now what I'll do is I'll go to the security policies. So here the security things. Now I'll do a modifications on my so this is a security group here. I'm just going to the launch here and security group. So in this is the outbound rule. Here what I'm just doing is I'm just going and edit the inbound rule. Basically I'm going to delete this one, save the rule. So that's mean I cannot able to take SSH of this machine. So if you see that this is the firewall, basically I'm creating, adding the rule port for everything, you can do it here. So let me go again, enter it. And if you see that connection is not establishing. So by basically my mission, the connection goes check, I want to take SSH, and it says that no, we cannot able to allow you, the firewall blocks. So this is the beauty of the firewalls, and so this is how you can configure the policies and those things. So see, SSH connection timeout, so it's cannot able to do. Now what I'll do again, I'll come, they create an inbound rule, add a rule called the TCP, and the port number is 22, and giving I again my IP addresses, specifically from my IP addresses, and save the rule. The rule is changed over there. Now let me go and run it again. In a minute you will see able to get the connection back. So this is how you can control the firewall policies and everything over there and secure the infrastructures of this one then. So that's the beauty of it. As I said earlier, if once you're done with the testings, if you're done with it, ensure you just stop the instance. So just click this one and instance state, just stop the instant so that you will not be charged, because certain times if you are keep running on it, the charges will goes off it over there. So please be cautious on wisely user. So this is the basic of it. And if you are creating an AWS instance, AWS S3 buckets, so you have to go to the scalable buckets, and there you have to you just need to encrypt the storages. So when you're creating a bucket, their option will be there. For example, let me create a bucket, and the bucket name is test bucket. Okay, and ACL should be disabled or ACL. So I'm just enabling the ACL, specifically the ACL rules who need to access and those things over there. I am accessing, block all the public accesses. This is something like I want to keep it very privately. And the versioning of the buckets, I need to do it over there. Tags, you can do it. So here you see the default encryption. So I want like you can go with the managed key, or you can go with your own keys, or you can have a multiple keys and you can enable it over, or you can import your own keys as well. The generate, create your own key and you can do it. So this is the how you can create a encrypted S3 buckets in the Amazon one. Okay, so that's all I have for this demo. Thank you. Welcome to this brief course on using ChatGPT in cybersecurity. In next 15 minutes, we will explore how ChatGPT, an AI language model, can be value tool in various aspects of cybersecurity. Whether you are a student just beginning your journey, a beginner looking to deep diver, or an IT professional aiming to enhance your skill sets, this ChatGPT, I'm going to show you how you can use ChatGPT in your learning, improving the security process. Welcome to Welcome to this introduction to the ChatGPT course. In next 15 minutes, I'm going to show you how you can use the ChatGPT in the cybersecurity. By using this ChatGPT, it's AI language model, so you can use this ChatGPT in a various aspect of cybersecurity. And using this ChatGPT, you can improve your security practicing and boost your productivity in a cybersecurity career. So before get into that, let's try to understand what is ChatGPT and how does it works. So Let's try to understand what is ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is it's developed by a company called OpenAI. A ChatGPT is an AI model, which is an artificial intelligence that understand and generates the human text. So if I'm just asking for something else, there are millions of data has been programmed it, and the data has been fed to this AI model, and they have trained it so that it able to give the answers in a normal, like if you are asking for something in a human like text, it able to transform into the data and it can able to do it. So based on the transformer neural network, the ChatGPT is trained on the vast amount of data, enabling it to process and generate consensually relevant response. In cybersecurity, ChatGPT can help professionals with information gathering, threat analysis, code review, and automations. Let now dive into a little bit practical applications. So in this one, I'm just going to do certain demonstrations. So this is something like I'm just going to help you to make you understand what you can do. You can do it all. Again, the options are like a vast. So what I'm going to just show you is just a 1%, so that from there you can be on your own and you can do on that one. So this is something like this tutorial. I'm just going to tell how you can use your ChatGPT in the cybersecurity as your daily users, and how you can improve your productivities and those things. So remaining things you can take yourself and you can do it over there. Okay, so let's go to the demo and let's go there. So this is the ChatGPT webpage, openai.com. So here you have to click try ChatGPT, or even you can download the ChatGPT as a desktop. ChatGPT actually available in mobiles, iOS, Android, Windows, Mac, and everything is available. So even you can download and use it on your wherever you wanted. Uh, but only thing is you just need to sign in. So sign is very very important. So you have to sign in, and then so once you sign in, everything done, so you'll be landing on this page. So this is how the chat gpt looks. So let's break into some practical applications of the chat gpt in cybersecurity and look how we can use solve our real-time problems and everything's over there. So demo one, so information gathering about the phishing email. So we will begin using a ChatGPT to analyze a suspicious email for potential phishing threat. Okay, so I already have created a prompt to save times, so that instead of typing, it will be little take long time. So considering the time factors, the tutorial to be make it simple, I just using the saved prompt. So I have already saved the prompt. So here, if you see that, let me paste it. Can you analyze? I'm just asking the chat GPT, can you analyze the following email and tell me it is phishing attempt? So this is the content I have received it. The link I just posted over there, and let me give submit. So this is basically says that, see, this email appears highly suspicious and exhibit classic identification of phishing attempt. So it says that generic salutations and languages, requesting for a link, lack of content. So everything details happen, and even it is high level, it is giving like how to handle this emails and such as, if for example if you are a beginner, this is actually helpful for you to, okay, these are the steps I have to follow during my phishing analysis over there. So how to create a report, where I have to report to such a domains over there. So this is actually helps you in your upskilling your knowledge and those things over there. So I'll demonstrate with one more content, little bit narrowed down. So let's me take this content. So this is the content I have received. It looks. Let's see how it is takes over there. So since already I'm just asking in the same of analysis over there, so I'm not going to use the again analysis over there because it flushed the information from the memory. So I'm just keep looking on it. So it will be in the kind same tab only. So now what I'll do is I'll paste this dear users, and it will now it's going to analyze this. So this is also almost certainly a phishing attack, and it is breaking down into the factors and analyzing the links and those things over there. So one more good thing is the free version what we are using is a free version. There is a paid versions also there. So there you can integrate a lot of things. The plugins are available so that you can do much more over there. But my advice, stick with the free versions. Try to do play around it and try to get a more knowledge on it, then you can do it. So even it says the steps also play, so that you can create a phishing playbooks, then or probably you can keep it as a steps to do all those things. You can do it over there. I'll have one more thing is, usually in a phishing we will do a header analysis. That is a very important on it. Header analysis plays a very important in the emails over there. So let me copy this header and paste it on it. I'm just telling the ChatGPT, please analyze the header. And one good thing is you don't need to worry about the spellings and all those things. It will be automatically taken care of it. So you don't need to worry about it. So even though if you see that it's flagged as a spelling, you can see that it automatically takes over there. So that's the beauty of the chat GPT. You don't need to worry about the spellings, or if suppose you are typing fastly or there is a typo mistakes happen, you don't need to worry about it. It will automatically taken care everything over there. So if you see that it's processing on it, and it gives the header analysis into process. So its email is actually comes from the security support at securityupdate.com and to this one. So it seems like legitimate organization, looks like. And the subject is this is what subject is happening over there. And if suppose some domains are malicious or something else comes over there, and the text, it will understand the content text, and the score, dmark and those things, it will be validated. If you remember, we have seen this dmark dmax in the email securities. So those things will be there. And it is actually the header itself flagged as a high, so that means phishing. The value supported is consistent from the field, so that means the email is came on. So you can do further more analysis on it, or you can report this emails to this one. So this is the beauty of phishing email analysis. You can do it over there. The ChatGPT won't stop with the phishing analysis. It can do more. So we'll go and we will ask ChatGPT a few more things. Can you please help me with to write a Python script to detect a SQL injections in a vulnerability webs form? Or instead of Python script, I'm just asking, if suppose you are using a Kale query languages for the Sentinel, or for if you are a SOC analyst, or if you are just want to, I just little bit modifying instead of Python. I just want to write a K query, structured query, so detect the SQL injections vulnerabilities in the web forms. Okay, so let me enter it. So this is basically create my form, so that what I can do is I can copy paste and I can drop it in my Sentinel, or I can drop it in my uh, customized queries in the EL stack or Splunk. Then I can do all the other things. In case if you are using a sim tool called Splunk, so I don't know what is language is using on it. So probably what I'll do is write me a Splunk sim. Instead of script, I'll just put a query to detect a SQL injection with the one form. So I'm just digging on it. Okay, because I'm not sure about what is the query, or what is it, whether it's a key or so I'm just putting on this one. So if you see that it's gave me the query, it won't stop there only. It is also giving explanation each category what it does over there, so that you getting your knowledges over there, so that you will be get familiar yourself on this commands and everything over there. And it keep, if you want to enhance certain things, it's all shows, and it's also giving a result example how it, you can see that examples are there. Okay, this is what will happen. So if you want to customize something, again you can customize this over there. So that's the beauty of ChatGPT over there. Now what I'll do is I'm just going to go with this demo 3. So here I'm just going to ask to create a script to scan a website for common vulnerabilities like those things. So for my web applications over there. So here when I enter it, this is going to give me a Python script, which is I can run this Python script and I can test my SQL injections, cross scriptings on the web application. So if you are a web application penetration testing, or you're just participating in a bug bounty programs or something else, this script, Python script, you can develop your own Python scripts and you can run it on the web application servers, and you can achieve your task over there. So see, the Python script is ready. You don't need to have a programming language. It's all ready. Only thing is you just need to ensure what this, even if you want to make ChatGPT to explain each line, you can explain the code. So it will explain the code and you can understand what it is over there. And along with that, it says the limitations, feature enhancement, what you can do furthermore. It's giving a more idea about it over there. That's the beauty of ChatGPT over there. The limit is unlimited. It's ocean. You can go and explore whatever things over there. So now next demo, I'm just thinking that I got a malicious script. Okay, so I just want to do a reverse malware engineering. So it's the same script. I'm just going to copy it, the prompt, and I'm pasting, can you analyze this Python script and tell me what this does? So in my malware analysis, I just got it. So even you can you can use your this ChatGPT on your malware analysis as well. So if you see that it gives every information what this command is going to see. This is actually curl command, so it's going to download the see the script is actually runs on the shell, and this is basically going to download a file name called malware.sh and from this website, and the flag is using the same as a remote server. So basically it's from the remote server, and once it is download, this is going to execute over there. See, this is all there, and risk factors and recommendation how you can avoid such a things over there. So this is the beauty of ChatGPT. So it's if, since you are a beginner, using the ChatGPT will help you more lot to gain knowledge in the cyber securities, and you can use ChatGPT as your companion, and you can enhance your productivities and your knowledge and skills everything over there. But just be cautious. If it is a company sensitive data, if it is a company, then don't try to upload the here. The reason is because ChatGPT is training the model. So even if suppose you are uploading certain data, it will upload in your things. So if suppose company sensitive documents, it will be again landed in the OpenAI servers as well. So always be cautious on your data. What you are probably you can use certain cyber security analysis or cyber security purpose, but not uploading the documents, sensitive documents or sensitive files, or when you are just modifying certain files, if there is a server host of your computer or for something else, just remove it and put a dummy data and just try to get it over there. So just be cautious on those factors. That is the only things. So next one is, can you show me a simple Python example for encrypting and decrypting a message using a AES algorithms? So this will script what will do is basically, so if you see that it's giving a two type of response. Whatever it's best for you, you can pick it. What you feel that response one or response two, you can pick it. Based on that, you can. So I feel that I go with the response two because it gives me a detailed information. So I'll just go. I prefer this response. So you can see this is basically I have to install Python pip the cryptography, then I have to run this Python script, and I can do the job easily. So this is what there. So next goes to the next prompt is what are the steps. I'm just basically want to create a playbook or run book for my SOC team, so that they can do the steps and those things over there. So what steps should I take if I suspect a ransomware attack on my network? Include detailed information. So I'm just again changing on it everything, including detailed informations and steps in the playbook for ransomware detection and eradications and remediations. So this is just going to give me the what I have to do. So basically this is the playbook, so that each steps will tell me that what I have to do so that my SOC team can follow the same things, and they can do it over there. In case if you want to include your queries like SIM Splunk queries, SQL K queries, or little bit yes, EDR solutions, AMP or defenders, firewall logs, something you want to do it, you can add those things into that one, so that it will give you the, so that then you can copy paste and just modify, and you can publish it as a playbook to your SOC teams over there. So you see the complete playbook is ready on it in a minute. Then you can just keep asking, you can enhance this document. It's very simple over there. Let's go to the next one. So can you walk me through the basic penetration testing of the web applications? Okay, so let's I'm just doing on it. So this is going to give me like say steps. What are the steps? Just imagine if I want to start my web application penetration testing or web days or those things. This is going to do mean, okay, this is the pre-engagements, what are the tools are available, information gathering, testing phases. Even see that it gives the tools as well. So what are the tools you have to use it? So that's the beauty of it. So, and again, testing phases, what you can do it and what kind of if you want to ask a checklist also, it is able to give you a checklist as well. So this is the beauty of it. That's the highlight of it here. So the next one is the last thing is, for example, sometimes you will do a network digital forensics. So that one, can you show me how to use Wireshark to capture analyze the network packet? So the last what does if I during my so I just need to, okay, I have to install the Wireshark, but I have just already running on it. So what I have to do, how to capture it over there. Then after capturing it, what kind of filters I have to use my traffic to filter the traffic based on HTTP or IP DNS. Then I can examine over there. So and also I can follow the HTTP streams if there is any downloads are happening, communications over there. Then I can export the packets into packets are specific over there. Then I can do it over there. So these are the lot of things are there. Or even I can analyze the HTTP based on the user agents as well. So there are, again, it's pretty. So it's good option to use the ChatGPT on your professional. And as I said earlier, the options are unlimited. It's ocean, so it can do more thing. But just this is something I'm just giving a glimpse about it, so that from here you can train, you can take it furthermore, and you can use it over there. So, as with this tool, it's crucial to use a ChatGPT ethically. ChatGPT can assist in the cybersecurity task, but it should never used for any malicious purpose. Just be sure you do not have you don't use this for malicious purpose or something else, such as generating a malware or conducting unauthorized station attacks and those things over there. Always follow legal and ethical guidelines when you're using a ChatGPT in the cybersecurity. Thank you for this course on using ChatGPT in cybersecurity. I hope you found this demonstrative helpful. Continue exploring the cybersecurity, learn new skills, and consider rewarding career in the field. Stay curious, and let's ChatGPT help you on your journey to secure the digital world. So we are in the final chapter of this course content. I'm excited to help you to take the next step in your career cybersecurity journey. So first of all, we will try to see your cybersecurity career pathway. So the first thing is to understand about the cybersecurity is that broad and dynamic field with various career paths. Whether you want to be a penetration tester or security analyst or a security architect, the roadmap is not always a linear. Let's explore the key areas of the field over there. So these are the feeder roles. For example, your IT professional comes from the networking background, or software development and system engineering, or financial and risk analysis, security intelligence, or you come from the IT support background. So these are the feeder roles. So basically, this will you have a quite amount of experience. You are not a student, or in case you are a just student, you are trying for a cybersecurity job, but you are unable to get a job, and so that you can pick this feeder roles. Then from here uh, you can get into the cybersecurities as well over there. So for example, you working as a IT support. So if you are working as a IP support people, okay, so what are the entry level jobs are available for the SOC? So cybersecurity specialist, it can be a cybersecurity SOC analyst. So you can join as there, or cybersecurity analyst like a digital forensics or those things you can do it. Or incident manager, so incidents, cybersecurity security incident manager analysis over there, you can do it over there. So one of that, if you just got a suppose security specialist or security analyst, so from that's the entry usually spec is security specialist will be there. So then you can become a SOC analyst or senior SOC analyst, something else, or you can be a cybersecurity consultant or penetration testing and vulnerability tester. So you can join from here to here as well. This is all mid level. From here you can either, if subjects want to join the penetration tester, so from here you can be a cybersecurity engineer like advanced level, or you can be a cybersecurity architect as well here. Or if you just want to start your, once you reach the cybersecurity architect, you can again be a manager. You can go to the cybersecurity manager, or you can switch course. So these are the advantage of, in case if you are having a cybersecurity consultant, you just joined it, you can take this. So this is a roadmap of it. So you can plan your careers accordingly, and the opportunities are wider, and based on the things. And if you, this site, what will do is, for example, if I want to be a cybersecurity specialist, what are the certifications I have to pursue? So what are the job titles will be there? What are the job titles I have to look at? And what are the certifications, entry level certifications can help me to those things? And what are the skills actually I have to obtain to get a job on those things over there? And also, this is something like the job openings. Basically, they specifically they narrow down for the US based. So if you are a US, so this much of openings are available. And the average salaries of the cybersecurity, it completely depends upon the what is it, the company to company and budget. They're just giving an average salary of it. So it's might vary. So don't go with this number. It's just a idea, gives you idea about it. Average salary, not per month. This is basically per year. So try to understand that as well. Okay. So the, what is the projection growth will be there? So how the growth factors will go, so that you can have a clear cut on roadmaps, and you can develop your plan. Probably you can use your ChatGPT and develop a roadmap plan for your careers, and you can train yourself on that platforms, and you can apply for the jobs, and you can do it over there. So these are the things. And if you go for the skills and certifications, they have a skills and certifications. What are the entry level skills certifications you have to take it? For the each job titles are those. So it's, this will give you clear guidance. So what I am just covered is a basics fundamental of it. So from here, using this knowledge, from using this one, when you are going for a cybersecurity, any of the certifications. Now in this course, we talked about networking, we talked about operating systems, we talked about all the security aspects, and various security factors, email security, endpoint. So I have covered everything, the basics of it, so you know what exactly is of it. So now you are good to go. So basically, this course is kind of a school. So you're done with the school. Now you can go for a college. With the school experience, you can easily gain the knowledge in the this certificates. And this was really helpful only because this course is, they will not talk about the fundamentals of it. Ideally, they will miss the fundamentals. So that's why this course comes into picture. So this course, we talk about the fundamentals of it, so that you will get a more knowledge on the fundamentals, because fundamental is very, very important. So once you got the fundamental, then you can go and go to get the certification over there. So SANS also, they're giving what are the skills roadmaps. These things also SANS is actually providing. You can what kind of job you want to focus on it, and based on that, there are what are the two courses this hands also providing over there. So you can online, these are online courses, you can pick it, that is as well. So nowhere science is sponsoring this video, so you no need to worry about it. So this is something like I'm just talking from my own experience. So this is a very good, you can take it over there. Then if you see that these are the senior management, mid-level, entry level, so these much of jobs are available in the cyber securities. So security specialist, security administrators are entry level. Incident responses, vulnerability assessors, forensic expert, security analyst, ethical hacker, penetration testers, cryptographer, security engineers, security consultants. These are the roles are entry level. So once you perform this entry roles, so you just obtaining a knowledge and gaining yourself and upskilling. And then you can go for a mid-level security architect, incident response, security auditor, policy positioning, security engineers, and assessment securities. These are the roles are available. Then once you gain more knowledge, and once you are a solid knowledge on cyber securities and the process knowledge and everything, then you can go as a security director or security manager or deputy CISO. CISO is a chief information security officer, is a head of those things over there. So these are the, by gaining the knowledge, experience, and the process knowledge, so you can obtain the top notch of it over there. So these are the roles are there over there. So now I have talked about the cybersecurity roadmaps and all these factors. So now how I can develop my knowledge. So Okay, so these are the I need a place, or I need a area where I can platforms. I'm need a platforms to practice and improve my cybersecurity skills, so that basically I cannot do certain things on real time, right? So it's because of the especially cybersecurity, it's really need a hand-on experience on the criticals over there. So that's why there are certain platforms comes into the picture. So the first picture is platform is Hack the Box. The box. It's actually it's a free. It's have a free, and whatever I'm showing on it is have a free and paid versions as well. But you can go with the free versions. You That's more sufficient for it. Probably later on, once you are getting a more knowledge, or if you are want to upskill yourself, then you can go for a paid versions as well. But my suggestion is, if you are just starting on it, the free version is more sufficient on it. So the Hack the Box, it have the lot of boxes will be there, like it will be containing the VMs solutions, everything will be there, so you can get the knowledges over there with that. So it is basically a platform folks way. It's a big offer virtual labs to practical practice ethical hacking, penetration testings, and more. It designed for both beginners and advanced users. Try Hack Me provide interactive challenges, lessons, and guided paths to help you to develop your skills and steps. And moreover, it is a beginner friendly platform that offers a lot. So I suggest this one as well. And the second one is Try Hack Me. So Try Hack Me is the advanced focused penetration testings and vulnerability exploitations. It's have a wide range of boxes. Again, it's a complication task, capture the flags, and all the things will be there. So I would suggest just to, it's one of the well-known platform for practicing hacking in legal and ethical environment over there. So there is a wide amount of courses are there, you can go and complete. So by giving the learn platforms, you can practice, or you can hands-on track hackings. So you can navigate. All you just need to do is sign in, and you can learn your path. So it's very good. So there are, see, from here you can take the roadmaps, learning roadmaps, and you can finish all your things, so that you will get a more idea about each junior penetration testers, web applications. So you each missions will be there. You can try to complete it, and even it have a easy, hard means it will be difficult to crack it. So basically try to focus on the easy things. Intermediate is something like it's okay, but my suggestion is, if you are a beginner, try to focus on all the easy missions. Don't go for a hard missions or intermediate. Just try to cover as much as easy missions. Once you get the concepts on hands-on familiarities over there, then you can go with it. And one good thing is about, there are a lot of plenty of walkthrough guides are available in this both the platforms. So you can refer mediums and those things. Google searches can help you on this moment there. The next one is web application one. So sorry, not web application. So OffSec is OSPF hands-on practice. So this is also, they provide a virtual labs over there. So you can use OffSec, and there is a playground you can go, and there is a virtual machines will be there. And good thing is about it have a browser-based Kali also. It comes with it, so that you can. So you no need to install anything on your computer. If suppose in case if you are having a low-end computer, you no need to set up a labs or something else. You can go here and online just sign in, and you can start the web-based Kali, and you can start the vulnerable machine, and you can start your practicing and hacking of it, ethical hacking over there. So that's a good thing of it over there. So next one is Web Security Academy. So this is a basically Portugal. So specialized in web application security and vulnerability researchers, offer labs and tutorials to improve your skills in the securing the web application. So for example, if you are a more interested, a keen interested in the person, like want to start a web bounty, or you want to focus on web application security things, then this is the platforms you can come here, and you can gain more on it. So this is gives it's an excellent choice for those who's interested in learning more about the web application securities over there. Over the wire, so a platform that offer a series of challenge that range from beginner to advanced. So great for learning Linux securities and basic network exploits. So here you can come to these games, and you can familiarize yourself on the Linux commands and network security concepts, and those things you can do it over there. So the over the wire is a great for beginner looking to understand the basic cybersecurity concepts to hands-on practice over there. So these are the forums will help you to attain the knowledges is over there. So each of these platforms offer unique learning experience. Some focus on ethical hacking, others on system administrators or web security. But these hands-on labs will help you to understand the real-world applications of the concepts you learned it over there, so that you can go and gain more knowledge. So now you know where the place is and you know where to practice and everything. Now I just going to show you is these are the forums can be your daily driver, so that you can understand what is happening on the cybersecurity industry, what kind of attacks are happening, so that you can keep yourself up to date on the real time cybersecurity attacks, CV numbers and vulnerabilities and those things. So the first one is hacker news. It's very good. Which have a data breaches, cyber attacks, vulnerabilities. So each day they will be publishing on it. So when you start the day, you have to start your day with these three forums, so that you can understand, try to read what is actually the latest ones. So keeping yourself up to date in the cybersecurity is very very important, and it have a very good articles as well. So you can go and you can just keep reading of it over there. The next one is bleeping computers. This is also talks about the patches and vulnerabilities, what hack has happened, all this time. So from other companies mistakes, you can understand and you can enhance your knowledges as well. So the bleeping computers is one, and the third one is security news wired. So this is also gives you securities about cyber securities. You can go and check it all these factors over there. So these three forums you have to use it as your daily drivers, which basically you have to start your day with these three web pages, and you have to keep yourself. Apart from that, you can opt for some telegrams portals or discard servers, forums and groups, and you can do it over there, because there are a lot of groups and those things. So you can go and take it over there from there. So these platforms, keeping yourself updated and keep practicing on it over there. I hope this video has given you a clear understanding of how to map out your cybersecurity career, where to practice, and how to stay connected with the cybersecurity communities. Thank you for watching. Hi, I hope you enjoyed the course and found the content valuable. Throughout the course, we covered a wide range of essential cybersecurity topics. We started with the principle of cybersecurity, the thing, discussing why it is required and it is growing importance in today digital world. We also explored various cybersecurity frameworks and fundamentals of networking concepts, where serves as a backbone of the security practices. We touched on the key areas like operating system, virtualization, Docker containers, and setting up the lab to give you hands-on experience. In addition, we deep dive into application security, vulnerability assessment, and email security, endpoint securities. Emphasize the importance of the security in every aspect of the digital ecosystem. We also covered endpoint securities, Kali Linux, and cloud security. Ensure you have the skills to work across the diverse environment. One of the exciting session was how to use a ChatGPT in the cybersecurity, helping to streamline research and problem solving. We also went over the cybersecurity career roadmap, providing insight into the skills and certifications needed in the advance of this field. I introduced several useful forums and websites where you can practice and enhance your skills, along with the important forum to keep you to update with the latest trends and develop in the cybersecurities uh, your skills and knowledge. I hope you feel more confident in your cybersecurity knowledge and really ready to apply what you have learned it. If you ever have a questions or need a further guidance, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Thank you for taking this course, and I wish you the best of luck as you continue your cybersecurity journey. Feel free to share about my course with your friends and leave your feedback in the comment. Your input will help improve the course and make it more accessible to others.